Death by Ice Cream. Written by Clementine and published by Starfall Publications. Save more with our offers and bundles on our website starfallpublicationsbooks.com. Subscribe for more audiobooks. Enjoy. Chapter 1. All right, students. Step away from your final projects, please. Ginger Burnet, baker extraordinaire and part-time solver of murders and mysteries, watched with pride as all her students put down their various tools and stepped away from their creations. It was the final day of the final exam for the specialist baking as art class that she ran at the illustrious Chiswick Park Academy. The academy, set amongst the rolling green hills and fields of Gloucestershire in the southwest of England, was deep in the throes of exam season. For Ginger's students, that had meant planning an artistic, show-stopping baking project that demonstrated the skills and techniques they had learned over the course of the year. Now, after 8 hours, spread over the course of 3 days, Ginger felt her heart swell with pride as she looked at the incredible creations her students had produced. There were towering layer cakes decorated with intricate buttercream piping. Another worktop presented a life-sized cat made of delicately baked sponge cake, with fur made with sculpted fondant, then painstakingly painted. Someone else had gone wild with their chocolatier techniques, turning a collection of different flavoured cupcakes into a sinuous forest topped with curling chocolate flora. "I can't believe it's finally over," Amelia announced dramatically, sliding down the front of her workstation to sit on the cool, tiled floor. Ginger got a bottle of water out of the fridge and passed it to her student and former assistant from when she was the Academy's resident baker. "You did so well," Ginger said, admiring the intricate mirror-glazed cake that Amelia had then adorned with chocolate flowers of different colours, each of the petals individually cut out and stuck into place with buttercream. "All of you did. How did it manage to feel like I've been working on this for eternity and also feel rushed the whole time?" Sam asked, crouching so their eye line was level with the worktop, peering critically at the construction of cake, colourful macarons, and artfully painted chocolate shapes that made up their rendition of a tableau from Alice in Wonderland. "Time works differently during exam season," Amelia said wearily, getting to her feet and draining the rest of the bottle of water. "So, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go and sleep for the rest of the day, while trying to convince myself that I'll still have time tomorrow to prep for my biology exam." One by one, the weary students murmured their goodbyes and filed out of the classroom. Some looked satisfied, looking at their projects with pride. Others shook their heads mournfully or nibbled nervously on their fingertips. Just as the final few students exited, there came a light rapping on the door. Ginger turned, a smile stretching across her face. Rhys Morgan, history teacher and heartthrob of Chiswick Park Academy, was leaning easily against the doorframe. The seams of his crisp blue shirt struggled to contain his muscled biceps as he crossed his arms, and Ginger let her eyes linger for a few extra moments. It had been a long day. She deserved a treat. "How has your day been, Miss Burnet?" Rhys asked, pushing off from the doorframe and sauntering over to her, a smirk tugging at his lips. Ginger laughed, biting her lip as she felt herself flush. She and Rhys had started dating a few months before, but they'd been taking things slow, especially after Ginger's almost deadly run-in with a vengeful poisoner at the beginning of the school year the previous September. But it was now May, and things were going very well. In fact, she flushed even more as she remembered some specific moments that had gone spectacularly well, which was why she backed up from Rhys, waving a warning finger at him playfully as she put her cooking station between them. "Mr. Morgan!" she chastised, squeaking out a surprised laugh as he darted around the worktop to wrap his arms around her from behind. "We agreed to no flirting at work." Did you bring your camera with you, or are you just happy to see me? He hummed regretfully against her neck and pulled back, showing her the camera hung around his neck. Technically, both. Slipping free of the arm that he kept loosely around her waist, Ginger gave him a pointed look, raising one eyebrow. Quickly, she threw up her hands with a huff. It's irritatingly difficult to stay annoyed at you when you look so good, she grumbled. I'm a sweaty, flour-dusted mess, and you look like you just stepped out of a menswear catalogue. She couldn't help but grin, as it was now Rhys's turn to flush. He tugged self-consciously at his loosened tie and fussed at the few dark brown curls that fell forward onto his forehead. So, you wanted me to take photos of all the final projects? He asked, quickly clearing his throat. You're cute when you're flustered, Ginger said with a wink, before crossing to the closest magnificent creation. We need to get these photographed and filmed, and then into a fridge. I'll mark them on taste later. I wish my exams had a cake tasting portion, Rhys said, beginning to take detailed, close-up photos. I don't suppose you want any help with the tasting portion, do you? There will be plenty of sweet treats left over after I'm done marking, Ginger said with a laugh, prepping the next project for Rhys's attention. Hey, I can ask the students, but I'm sure they won't mind donating portions of their bakes to your mum's new assisted living centre. It would certainly make her popular. Rhys chuckled. She's already plenty popular. I was meant to have a phone call with her last night, but she cancelled on me. Apparently, she had several dinner invitations to choose between. Ah, Rosanna, Ginger said, shaking her head with amusement. Ever the charmer. Such a shame she didn't pass any of that on to you. Rhys flicked her a dry look as he moved on to photographing Amelia's beautiful creation. I'm cooking dinner tonight, remember? You should probably be slightly nicer to me. Ginger sidled up behind him, pressing a quick kiss on his shirt between his shoulder blades. I'm always very, very nice to you, she said, ruffling his hair before moving away to clear away the detritus from around the next cake. However, before she reached the workstation, a high-pitched ringing surged in her ears. Next thing she knew, Ginger was on hands and knees, down on the floor, the tile cold against her cheek. Her vision blurred, an overwhelming sense of dread sank its claws into the back of her neck, and her breath came in ragged gasps. Ginger! Rhys's hands were warm and reassuring on her upper arms. Come on, sit up for me. Slowly now. That's it. She leaned back against Rhys's broad chest, staring at her slightly shaking hands without recognition. It felt as if the top of her skull was floating away from the rest of her head. Deep breaths. Rhys scooted her gently to lean against the base of one of the workstations. I'll be right back. I'm fine, Ginger murmured, blinking rapidly to try and clear the floating shapes from her vision. It's just been a long day. Rhys crouched down in front of her, pressing a cold bottle of water into her hands. Is this the first time this has happened? Ever? Ginger asked, taking a long drink. Or the first time this has happened since I got hit over the head with a shovel? The second one. Rhys sat on the floor beside her. I know it's been months, but there might be something that's only just developing now. Rhys, my love, Ginger said, patting him gently on his stubbled cheek. I'm fine. It's not some kind of slow-moving brain damage. I just didn't eat lunch today because I was busy. It's hot, and I've been on my feet marking a live exam all afternoon. He frowned, the familiar little swirl forming between his eyebrows. That makes sense, he reluctantly agreed. I just worry, you know? Seeing you drop like that just now reminded me too much of when you passed out on the roof of Ava's house and... Gently, Ginger took his hand, pressing a kiss to his knuckles. I'm fine, she assured him. Now, help me to my feet so we can finish photographing my darling students' hard work. Then, We'll load the ones at risk of melting into the fridges. I'll clean up the mess while you close up your classroom, and then we'll head back to mine for dinner. Sound good? The tidying up can wait until tomorrow, Rhys said, standing up but not pulling her with him. You can stay on the floor and finish that water. I'll do the photos. We'll turn down the aircon in here to keep everything cool, and then we'll leave. He started photographing the next cake. This isn't a discussion. Drink your water. Ginger Mock grumbled for a minute, sipping on the water. In truth, however, she was grateful for Rhys. It felt good to be able to take the time to let the feeling come back into her hands, and for that feeling of panicky disconnect to fade. The only thing that sent a stab of guilt into her throat was that she'd skirted Rhys's question for a reason. This wasn't the first time this had happened recently. A few times at home she'd found her vision going hazy, and once she'd nearly fallen down the stairs when the feeling hit mid-step. But she didn't want to worry him. No doubt it was all just stress-related and would fade once exam season was over. Enjoying the quiet click of Rhys's camera shutter going off over and over again, Ginger looked around as best she could from the floor, mentally cataloguing the mess she would need to tackle the next day. The several sinks were full of last-minute bowls and utensils, and the worktops were littered with modelling tools, knives, piping bags, and stencils. Glancing to the front of the classroom, Ginger mentally made a note to find where she'd put the knives from her special set. She remembered loaning the small, sharp knives to one student or another to help make a particularly delicate cut, but who knew where they'd ended up. The bowl from the mechanical mixer on her workstation was missing too, as were both of her favourite work whisks. Utter chaos, she muttered to herself, finishing the bottle of water. I really need to plan better for next year. And I'm sure you will, Rhys said, finishing the last of the photos and helping Ginger to her feet. Well, that's Friday finished for us. Let's leave this place icy cold and go enjoy our weekend, shall we? I like how you think. Ginger turned down the air conditioning before closing and locking the classroom. Lead the way, Mr. Morgan. I'm expecting great things from this dinner you've promised me. Well, that was your first mistake, Rhys said wryly, hooking an arm around her waist. I make no promises but one. If it goes badly, I'll be the one to pay for takeaway. I'm never going to say no to free food, Ginger teased, resting her head on his shoulder, determinedly blinking away a few errant black spots in her vision as they walked down the corridor and out into the open air. Chapter 2. A mist hung over the fields surrounding Ginger's cottage. Dawn nudged at the droplets of dew hanging on the ripening wheat stalks. Silvery spiderwebs draped in the hedgerows glistened like spun sugar. Several tiny birds, blue tits and wagtails and song thrushes, came to the large bird bath in Ginger's garden, several of them crowding into the water at once to take a brisk early morning dip. Strolling out the French doors that led from the open-plan kitchen to the patio, Ginger gave a sigh of contentment as she settled on the swinging bench with her second cup of fresh mint tea. Beside her on the patio, her two blue short-hair cats, Miles and Nina, watched the fluttery gathering in the bird bath with interest. Don't even think about it, Ginger warned, her bare feet scuffing the cool Cotswold stone patio as she swung gently back and forth. We don't eat guests. Nina, her golden eyes glowing in the fresh daylight, gave her an unamused, flat stare at having her liberties so encroached upon. Miles, her brother, was more magnanimous, hopping up onto the bench beside Ginger and starting to knead her thigh. Although blind in one eye, the pleased comfort was obvious on his round, fluffy face as he purred. You should be more like your brother, Ginger said, petting Miles as he settled down on her lap. In response, Nina flicked her tail and began climbing the sturdy wooden trellis that supported the swinging bench. Honeysuckle and wisteria shivered some pollen loose as the haughty cat sprawled out on top of the trellis, turning her silvery blue face to the rapidly warming morning sun. Chuckling, Ginger shook her head at her cat's antics, scratching Miles under the chin. "And so Her Majesty graces us with her presence, eh?" He purred softly in response, rubbing his face against the quilt draped over Ginger's lap to ward off the pre-dawn chill. It was perfectly blissful. Ginger took a deep breath of the clean morning air, feeling some lingering tension from the day before melting away as she exhaled. She needed to go into the academy briefly today, even though it was Saturday, to tidy up the mess. But that didn't bother her. With the exam now done, she could see the end of an incredibly stressful year almost in sight. Her 30th birthday loomed in just over a week, an age Ginger had briefly wondered if she'd ever get to see. Not only had it been her first year teaching a very experimental and high-risk art elective, but the year had started out with a poisoner on the loose, bent on revenge. Without thinking, Ginger lifted a hand to touch the spot on the back of her head, where she'd been struck with a shovel by the killer when she'd once again found herself in the middle of the investigation, only this time very much not by choice. That little flutter of guilt from the day before returned anew as Ginger recalled her lie of omission to Rhys. "Why didn't I just tell him about them?" she asked the two cats. It would have been really easy to bring it up. She wasn't entirely sure why she hadn't told him the truth, that the dizzy spells had started off slowly, not long after her blow to the head. They had been almost unnoticeable at first, but had gotten slowly more intense during the winter. It had reached a point where Ginger was concerned for the same reason as Rhys and had gone for a head scan at the local hospital, but they'd found nothing out of the ordinary and wrote it off as stress. "I could have told him I got the all clear on the scan," she said to Miles, running a finger from the tip of his nose to the top of his head over and over in a soothing motion. Why didn't I reassure him? But Ginger knew why she hadn't told him. If she told him that she'd been having these dizzy spells and mini blackouts for months, but that there was no evidence that the shovel had been the instigator, then Rhys would start worrying about what else it could be. Part of her loved him for that urge he had to care for her. Ginger took another sip of her tea, watching a robin skip around the edge of the bird bath before diving in. She was skipping around telling Rhys the truth in a similar way, and as much as she hated to admit it, she knew why. It was a simple fact that the past few years hadn't been easy. Ginger flickered her eyes closed for a moment as the memories of too many murders and too much loss and pain assaulted her all at once. She'd been flung and forced into desperate, bloody situations more times than any one person should have to be in a lifetime. Now she was facing the end of an incredibly formative decade of her life and the beginning of another. Did she really want to step into a new era of life with all these worries and secrets clinging to her like shadows? What Ginger didn't want to admit out loud, not even to her cats, was that she was afraid that these dizzy spells and mini blackouts weren't a sign of physical injury. She was afraid it was a sign that she was reaching a mental breaking point that had nothing to do with exam season stress and everything to do with being caught up in 3 murder investigations over the past 18 months. No doubt Rhys's offer to listen to her to try and understand what she'd been through was genuine. What Ginger doubted was her own ability to go poking at those memories and still be able to keep herself together. "He might be an excellent boyfriend," she said to the cats, "but I can barely handle everything going on in my head. I don't think I could explain it to him in a way that wouldn't make him give up on me." All at once, Ginger felt an oppressive sense of panic start to crawl up her spine. It had her glancing around the garden and staring back into the house, her heart pounding. The sun suddenly felt searing hot, and the quilt around her legs became a vice, pinning her in place. "There's no one watching," she told herself quietly, trying to calm her pulse as black spots started floating into the edges of her vision. "You're safe. Everything is fine." Sensing Ginger's change in mood, Nina gracefully leapt from the top of the trellis down onto the patio table. She then swiftly joined her brother, curled up against Ginger's side. Slowly, Ginger got her breathing under control. Chuckling weakly, she scratched both cats behind the ears, their familiar softness quickly grounding her. "How can I linger on anything bad when I've got you two adorable ruffians to keep me distracted?" she said in response to the enthusiastic purrs. "Well, you two and this village fete buffet my dear mother put me in charge of." Nina seemed to smirk, entirely unsympathetic. The following Saturday, 24th May, was the annual village fete for Little and Greater Chiswick. Ginger's mother, Dorothy, was part of the planning committee this year for the first time. She had graciously volunteered Ginger to not only run the afternoon tea buffet, but to also head up the team of people baking and preparing the buffet. In some ways, Ginger was excited to get to show off her skills to both villages in such a public setting, mostly because she hoped it would bring her some more opportunities to cater private events and encourage people to order custom cakes from her. However, the planning process was proving to be a logistical nightmare. Not only was Ginger trying to plan a celebration for her 30th birthday, but she had also entered into 2 categories of the baking competition: Best Victoria Sponge and Best Cookies. "I apologise," Ginger said to the cats as she gently pushed them aside, forcing herself to ignore their disgruntled mews. "I've got things to do today, or else I would definitely spend all day petting you adorable monsters." With a flick of her tail, Nina hopped down off the bench and returned to the top of the trellis. Miles simply nestled into the quilt Ginger left behind, rolling onto his back to let the morning sun pet his belly. Ginger rolled her eyes fondly. "Got a tough life, you two, don't you?" The next hour for Ginger was filled with a quick breakfast of overnight oats and fresh plum compote, getting showered and dressed, then settling down to answer some emails before she set off to the school. One email was to Ginger's dear friend and casual rival on the local baking circuit, Susan Ford. A kindly grandma in her 50s, Susan and Ginger had met during the murderous game show they had both inadvertently got trapped in at Arlington Manor nearly 2 years before. Following the press attention surrounding the case, Susan had actually stepped into the limelight, shaking off her previous shyness to become somewhat of a small-time celebrity. She even had her own YouTube show now. Ginger, however, was in touch with her to ask for tips and tricks for the perfect Victoria sponge cake, a recipe that Susan was notorious for across the whole county. If Susan arrived at the baking contest tent with her Victoria sponge, it wasn't unheard of for other contestants to withdraw their entries. "Ah, keep your secrets," Ginger muttered with a wry grin, as Susan's reply was as cryptic and vague as usual. "I'll just destroy everyone in the cookie competition with my ginger snaps." Sending off a few more quick emails to the village fete committee, asking for clarification on what kind of numbers she should expect to be baking for, Ginger turned her attention to practicing her cookies. Soon the warm, spicy scent of ginger and dark brown sugar wafted out of the open patio doors. It was accompanied by the gentle sounds of jazz trickling from the turntable in the living room. By the time noon rolled around, any hint of the worry and panic Ginger had felt earlier had completely disappeared. She set her 3rd experimental batch of ginger snaps onto a cooling rack and loaded the first, now cool, batch onto a plate. Strolling out the back door, Ginger slipped out of the tall, dark green gate set into the rear wall of her garden. It let out onto a rarely used footpath that was currently shrouded in tall spring grass. Just a few steps to the right was a second, similar gate, though blue instead of green. Knocking loudly, Ginger reached over the top of the gate to undo the bolt. "John," she called as she opened it, "it's just me." "I've got a treat for you." Ginger only made it about halfway down the delicately curling flagstone path before her elderly neighbour, John O'Reilly, came puttering out of his cottage. "Ginger, dear," he said, a lifetime's worth of lines carving around his eyes as he smiled, bushy eyebrows curling like two delighted caterpillars. "What perfect timing! I just put the kettle on. Shall I get a second mug out?" "Not today, John," Ginger said, passing over the plate filled with perfectly crisp ginger snaps. "I need to deal with some things at the academy, and then I've got a date with Rhys over in Lambington. There's a jazz concert in the park this evening." Rhys had surprised her with the tickets at the beginning of the week, and she'd been looking forward to it ever since. All the makings of a delightful picnic dinner waited in the fridge. Delicate mini quiches, crisp salads, tangy chutney, homemade elderflower and strawberry cordial, and more of the experimental ginger snaps. "Well, you youngsters enjoy yourselves," John said, taking the plate and eyeing up the cookies with delight. "And I'll keep an ear out for the kitties, don't you worry." "I never do," Ginger said, backing down the path, hoping the words didn't sound as hollow to her neighbour as they did in her own ears. After Miles nearly got poisoned the previous year, there was always a tiny part of Ginger that worried for her cats when she left the house. "Oh, will you ask your mother if they've found space for me and my watercolours at the fete?" John called after her. "I've got some precious pieces to sell." "If there's room for my little stall, that would be wonderful." "I'll ask," Ginger shouted back over her shoulder as she exited through the gate, fondly rolling her eyes as she muttered under her breath, "Can't wait to see the committee's mini meltdown when they try to find space for another stall, though." Chapter 3. "This seems like a good spot," Rhys said, surveying the ground like he was about to start panning for gold and not just settle down for a picnic. "We're up on a bit of a ridge so we can see over people, close to the band, but not so close we can't talk without distracting them. Yes, I think this is perfect." "What?" He looked at her quizzically, a smile tugging at his lips. Ginger knew that her affection for him was clear on her face, but she didn't mind in the slightest. "You're adorable when you're earnest," she said instead, spreading out the quilt she had brought from the car for them to sit on. "Come on, let's try to get the food set out before the music starts." Rhys set down the picnic basket, kneeling down beside it and beginning to unload its treasure. "I will be forever grateful to you for saving me from a life of unseasoned food," he said, setting down a pot of freshly made roasted red pepper hummus and a box of crisp crudités. "And if it means I have to run an extra mile or so, then so be it. The thought of those lunches you used to bring in of plain chicken, couscous and kale still make me cry inside," Ginger said with an over-dramatic shudder as she popped the lid off the tub of the mini quiches. "Although I do have to thank you as well for getting me out on more bike rides and hikes. Makes me feel better about the amount of butter I put in my pastry. Here's to a healthy relationship with food and exercise, dearest." Rhys passed her a bottle of the cordial and took a sip of his own. "I lived far too long treating food like an enemy, when really it's a very delicious friend." "Do you tend to eat your friends?" Ginger teased, tossing him a plate. "Well, you started out as a friend, so come to your own conclusions," he shot back, wiggling his eyebrows. Ginger half choked on her drink as she tried to laugh and swallow simultaneously. "You're a horrific flirt," she gasped, coughing uncontrollably for a moment as she wiped up the spillage with a napkin. Rhys laughed uproariously, drawing the amused glances of a few other members of the audience. Ginger flushed, ducking her head and trying not to feel watched. She didn't have the best experience of being recognised in public, especially after several brushes with gossip rag newspapers. "I'll behave," Rhys promised, scooting across the quilt to press a kiss to her cheek. "Look, the band is about to start. Come curl up against me so we can both share the hummus. Come on." Ginger did so, and soon found herself relaxing into the music and the atmosphere. Although usually a busy market town, Lambington quieted in the evening. The little amphitheatre where the band was placed and the area in front were both set well back from the road, so the music wasn't spoiled by traffic noise. Soon the warm notes of jazz were floating through the park, seeming to make the paper lanterns hanging from the trees shine a little brighter. Ginger and Rhys slowly sipped and nibbled their way through the picnic, sometimes murmuring quietly to one another as a thought occurred to them. They chatted about the cats, about the latest antics of Rosanna in her new home, of students struggling with exam stress, and of their various mutual friends. "Did I tell you that Maggie got asked to join the tech team for a show up in Edinburgh for a month?" Ginger asked, gathering up the remnants of the food while the band took a break, partway through the evening. "Apparently, the director is a pretty big deal, so she dropped everything to go and work with them." Maggie McFelder was a dear friend of both Ginger and Rhys, although Ginger had met the charmingly blunt Filipino Scot in a slightly more unorthodox manner than Rhys. Maggie had been another victim of the horrors of Arlington Manor and had been one of the main reasons Ginger and several others had been able to escape alive. When she wasn't baking or stopping homicidal maniacs, Maggie worked as a sound engineer on whatever theatre production she could in Stratford-upon-Avon, an hour or so drive from Little Chiswick. Good for her. Rhys tossed a grape into the air and caught it in his mouth. "Have you heard from her much?" "The last thing she texted me was a gif that seemed to indicate she hadn't really slept in several days," Ginger said, putting away the last of the tubs into the picnic basket. "I sent her a cookie care package." "Ah, you saw an opportunity to get rid of even more of your practice ginger snaps and seized it." Rhys saluted her with his nearly empty bottle of cordial. "I respect that." "Hey," Ginger protested. "I was doing a nice thing for a friend." "That also got rid of cookies," Rhys added with a smirk. "You're not still trying to dispose of excess ginger snaps, are you?" The voice came from just behind the ridge where Ginger and Rhys had set up their picnic. Turning, Ginger was surprised to see her brother, Valerian, or Ryan as he preferred, standing on the tarmac path that ran along the edge of the grassy area where the concert was set up. He was still in his suit, which meant he'd only just got off shift from the police station where he was a detective inspector. Beside him, looking both curious and shy, was a woman with short black hair whom Ginger hadn't met before. "If you complain about the free baked goods I drop off at the station, I can just stop bringing them," Ginger threatened playfully, clambering down onto the path to give her brother a hug. "He's not complaining," the woman chipped in, giving Ryan a sharply teasing look. "And neither is anyone else at the station, I can assure you. Although I work in the IT department and we rarely get a look in at any treats, not if the front desk and the detectives have anything to do with it." "Hey," Ryan mumbled, glancing down at his shoes almost shyly. "I saved a bunch for you last time." At this, Ginger arched a brow, all at once realising that her brother was also on a date. Apparently, things hadn't lasted with Darren. Or was it Michelle? Or Ben? "Well, I'll be sure to label a box specifically for IT next time I drop by," she promised, holding out a hand to the woman. "I'm Ginger, Ryan's sister, in case that wasn't already obvious." "Addison," the woman replied with a warm smile. "We'll leave you to your own date." "Sorry for interrupting." "Not at all." Rhys said, waving from the top of the ridge. "I'm sure you saved me from being forcibly fed more cookies." "A truly terrible fate," Ryan agreed gravely, the smirk twisting one side of his mouth, betraying his amusement. "You still on for some sparring tomorrow evening, Rhys?" "I certainly am," he replied, holding out a hand to help Ginger climb back up onto the ridge. "And I promise to go easy on you." "Oh, those are fighting words," Ryan said, now openly grinning. "I was going to be nice, but now you'll have to explain to your students Monday morning why you look like you had your arse handed to you." Ginger and Addison exchanged long-suffering looks, but the amusement quickly drained away at the sound of angry raised voices. Looking out across the other picnickers in the slowly descending twilight, Ginger's stomach tightened as she saw a familiar figure stumbling unsteadily across the grass towards her and Rhys. "Whose wife have you stolen this time, Mr. Morgan?" the tall, scrawny man sneered, his once crisp white business shirt now wrinkled and stained. It was James Fox, the disgraced former husband of one of the teachers at Chiswick Park Academy, and he looked like he was ready to cause trouble. Chapter 4. Before Ginger could fully process that James was really there, the man charged forward with a warbling yell. He crashed into Rhys, fists flailing with poorly choreographed punches. Rhys somehow stayed upright, using every scrap of core strength and grit he'd picked up in his time on the rugby pitch. "What are you doing?" Rhys snapped, throwing James off to the side, then trying to catch his balance. "We were having a nice evening here." "It was you two," James slurred, making another rush at Rhys, who quickly stepped to the side. "You turned my wife against me, made her say all those things that weren't true, got me sent to jail for nothing." Ginger flushed, feeling the eyes of the gathered music crowd shift toward the sudden scene of violence. The band stopped playing, making James's wild accusations carry in the sudden silence. "Rhys and I didn't do anything," she hissed, dodging out of the way as James tackled Rhys again, this time knocking her boyfriend back several steps. "You nearly killed Aurora and dumped her in the woods to die. If it were up to me, you'd still be in prison." Style. Text align. Left. Ryan and Addison both scrambled up the ridge and stepped into the fray. James began to curl in on himself, shrinking into a cowardly hunch as he realised that he was now outnumbered. "I only got angry with her because she was sleeping with you," James whined at Rhys. "She humiliated me. What was I supposed to do?" Rhys backed behind Ryan, leaving the conflict resolution to the professionals. "Maybe not nearly beat her to death. Besides, like I pointed out at the trial, Aurora and I weren't having any kind of affair." The hairs on the back of Ginger's neck prickled as she heard whispers start behind her. Her shoulders tensed as she glanced back and saw people taking photos and videos of the confrontation. James continued to rant and rave and fling himself around, even as Ryan and Addison tried to de-escalate the situation. Ginger hated this. She hated the feeling of being watched, of unwillingly becoming a spectacle for people. From painful, first-hand experience, she knew how cruel people could be online. People enjoyed watching other people's worst moments dragged across the vast expanse of the internet. "Okay, you're going to walk away right now, or you're spending the night in the drunk tank again," Ryan said coolly, pressing an unmoving, warning hand to James's chest. "But those two turned Aurora against me," James slurred, staggering back several steps and falling over the picnic basket Ginger had set aside. There came some scattered laughter from some of the people watching and filming. Ginger felt her pulse begin to roar in her ears, the feeling of being watched, feeling like she was being suffocated by the unwanted attention, growing unbearable. Before she could quell the urge, she whirled on the closest person filming the scuffle. "Would you just stop filming?" she snapped. hearing the desperate edge to her voice, but not being able to stop the words. "There's nothing to see. You're being a vulture. And for what?" The person, a woman a few years older than Ginger, gave a startled look and lowered her phone, but didn't stop filming. "Do you ever stop and think about how it feels for the people getting filmed against their will?" Ginger asked, knowing that her voice was getting louder, having that footage of their worst moments just out there in the world. "Have you no compassion?" Looking around, Ginger felt herself go light-headed as she saw the various phones were now trained on her like so many sniper rifles. Getting air into her lungs became an impossible task. The web of impassive electronic gazes wrapped around her, making her heart flutter and twist like a butterfly trying to escape a spider's clutches. All at once, Ginger felt her vision begin to swim, and with a feeling of sickening horror, she realised she was about to black out again. On camera, in front of all these people, tears of shame flooded her eyes. She didn't need to imagine what would happen when those who had followed her every mishap since the Arlington Manor case got wind of this footage. Warm, strong arms caught her from behind, steadying her as she swayed in place. "I've got you," Rhys whispered in her ear. "Deep breaths. Come on. We're okay." Humiliated, Ginger had no choice but to lean on him as he steered her back toward their picnic quilt that was now marred with various dirty footprints. She saw James wandering away deeper into the park, waving his arms around, clearly still talking to himself. "Are you all right?" her brother asked quietly as Ginger and Rhys got closer. His jacket was rumpled as if James had tried grabbing him. Hesitantly, the band began to play again, which Ginger was grateful for, but it still felt as if all eyes remained fixed on her and Rhys. Finally, in response to her brother's question, she shook her head. "I just want to go home," she said quietly. "I don't want to be here anymore with everyone staring." "I'll take you home, don't worry," Rhys said, and Ginger could hear the worry in his voice. On the edge of her peripheral vision, she saw Addison awkwardly standing to the side. A bitter laugh bubbled in her chest that she had to force down. Of course, the first time she met her brother's new date, some unhinged abuser came crashing into the picture, starting a fight. Tentatively, Rhys let go of her to roll up the quilt and take the picnic basket from Ryan, who had retrieved it from where James had kicked it. "Sorry, Addison," Ginger said, mustering all the strength she had to speak. "As you can tell, I'm the more drama-prone of the Burnet siblings." Addison shook her head insistently. No, please don't apologise. That guy is a nightmare for ruining your date night like that." "It's not the first time I've heard about him disturbing the peace," Ryan added, subtly putting himself between Ginger and the few people still filming from a distance. "Guy only got out of prison a few weeks ago, but he seems determined to get sent straight back." "Wouldn't be the worst thing," Ginger muttered, wishing she could still enjoy the jazz filling the night, but now the scattered piano notes only made her heart race with anxiety. "He's an entitled bully. The world would be better off without him." "Are you ready to go?" Rhys asked, sliding an arm around her waist. Involuntarily, Ginger tensed at his touch. She knew Rhys felt it too because he gave her a confused, wounded look and withdrew his arm. "Let's go," Ginger said, cursing her own twitchiness. She hoped she'd be able to find the words to explain to him that his touch didn't scare or disgust her. Right now, she didn't want to be in contact with anything, even her own clothing. Everything felt far too constricting. "I'll talk to you soon," Ryan promised, squeezing her arm quickly, the action making Ginger minutely recoil. "And if you want to get some kind of restraining order for James, I can go about making that happen." All Ginger could manage was a non-committal shrug before starting the slow walk of shame through the crowd back toward where Rhys had parked the car. A few times her vision threatened to tunnel into pinpoints again. She could feel Rhys's free hand hovering around her elbow, ready to grab her if she began to fall. With every step, the spectre of his hand began to irritate Ginger more and more. It began to make her skin twitch, as if she was constantly braced for impact. As they stepped off the grassy park and onto the cobblestones of the car park, she couldn't take it any longer. "Rhys, I'm fine," she snapped. "Just stop flapping your hand around, waiting for me to fall. Makes me want to peel my skin off." The ghostly feeling of his hand finally withdrew, and Ginger breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry," Rhys muttered, digging through his pockets for the car keys. "Excuse me for wanting to make sure you wouldn't hit the ground if you passed out." "I'm fine," Ginger said, leaning against one of the wrought iron bollards while Rhys unlocked the car. Her heart rate was finally slowing, but now she just felt achingly weary. "I just want to go to bed. Be done with today." Rhys tossed the quilt and basket onto the back seat, then opened the passenger side door for Ginger. "I'm sorry he ruined our date," he said quietly as she slid into the car. "Let's arrange something else to wipe away the memory." "Sure," Ginger said, aware she sounded disinterested, but too exhausted to summon any extra energy. The drive back to Ginger's cottage was silent. As much as she wanted to bridge the void that she could feel stretching open between her and Rhys, Ginger just couldn't summon the energy to do so. So instead, she stared out at the dark countryside, trying to tell herself that tomorrow was a new day, a fresh start, but she couldn't forget all the phones pointed at her, robbing her of her autonomy. How long until someone online figured out who she was in the video? It would be yet more ammunition for those gossip rags and blogs that seemed intent on milking every drop of misery from her life that they could. "I'll give you a call in the morning," Rhys said as he pulled up outside the gate to the cottage. "Hope you sleep well." Ginger could only nod, reaching back for the picnic basket and quilt. "Hey," Rhys said, hand half reaching for her but pausing. "Things are going to be okay, I promise." At this, something in Ginger's chest loosened, and she took her first easy breath in hours. Then, taking his hand, she squeezed it gently, pressing a kiss to the knuckles. "I know," she managed to whisper. "It's just a lot. It's been a lot for a while. I know." He matched her volume, the cloak of darkness in the car making the enclosed space feel like a confessional booth. "And although I've been there for some of it, I have no idea how it must feel to have experienced what you have. The manor, the whole situation with Callum, then all the stuff last September." The tension began to increase again, crushing her ribs, and Ginger released his hand. It was too much to think about all at once. "I'll speak to you tomorrow," she said, the weariness crashing over her again. "I'm sure I'll feel better in the morning." The insistent ringing of her phone woke Ginger. Forcing her eyes open with a groan, she rolled over in bed to look at the clock. It was 3 a.m. Phone calls at this time were never good. Picking up her phone, Ginger sat up, trying to remember how to speak. "Hello?" she mumbled, turning on her bedside lamp. "Ginger, it's me." The voice was her brother's. It was heavily weighted with something she couldn't quite decipher. "Ryan?" She sat up straighter, fear immediately making her more awake. "What's wrong? Is it Mum? Dad? Rhys?" No, it's something else. In the background of wherever Ryan was, Ginger could hear police sirens. "It's James Fox." "That was not the name I was expecting you to say," Ginger said, shoulders relaxing a fraction. "What about him?" From the silence that followed, Ginger could tell her brother was trying to find the right words. "He's dead," Ryan said eventually, "and it's pretty clear someone killed him." Chapter 5. Ginger's heart lurched, a strange swirl of emotions scattering around inside her chest. Why have you called me to tell me that James Fox is dead? I mean, it's awful, but I wouldn't say I'm at the top of the list of people who need to know. There was a long, heavy pause that made Ginger's stomach sink. What haven't you told me yet? She said quietly, staring out of her open bedroom door, but not seeing anything. There are 2 knives at the crime scene, Ryan said slowly, sounding as if he was cupping a hand around his mouth to stop his words from carrying to anyone but her, and I recognise both of them. They're from the fancy set I bought for you last Christmas. They have your initials on them, Gin, for goodness sake. It felt as if she'd been hit over the head with a shovel for the second time. They're the ones I use at the academy, she said, her voice sounding as if it was coming from far away. I washed them up and then packed them with my other stuff into my car. Now exams are over. She paused, reaching for the memory to back up the claim, but finding nothing solid. Well, at least I think I did. Don't say anything else to me, Ryan said quickly. I'm probably going to end up on this case and I can't muddy the waters any more than I already have. What should I do? Ginger asked blankly. Should I come to the station? You don't need to turn yourself in if you didn't do anything, Ryan replied, lowering his voice. Which you didn't, right? Ginger opened her mouth to respond, wounded that her brother would even ask such a thing. But then a tiny voice whispered in the back of her head, Do you actually remember coming into the house? With a sinking feeling, Ginger realised that she didn't. She remembered shutting the door to Rhys's car. She remembered stepping through her front gate. Then she remembered waking up in bed several hours later with her phone ringing. Had she gone into the house? Or had she waited for Rhys to leave, then driven back to Lambington and searched out James Fox? The knives had been in her car after all. Maybe had she put them there, or were they at the school, or had someone taken them? At this point, Ginger realised her hair was damp. She didn't recall taking a shower. Was there a chance she might have done this? It seemed impossible that she would have been able to murder someone and not know it. But why couldn't she remember coming into the house? The fact that you haven't said anything is more than a little worrying, Ryan said, his voice suddenly much more serious. But we'll figure this out, Gin. Just go about things as usual. We'll be in touch when we need to talk to you. Okay, Ginger said faintly, staying on the line long after her brother had hung up. If a watched pot doesn't boil, then a watched clock doesn't tick. It certainly felt that way to Ginger for the whole of Sunday. With the realisation that she had lost a chunk of time between stepping through her front gate to waking up in bed came a sudden obsession to always know the time. By the end of the day, Ginger became hyper-aware of every minute as it passed, and had begun noting down the time she started and finished any task. She told herself that there were lots of reasons it was good to keep a record of such things. If her dizzy spells were evolving into something more serious, having evidence to take to a doctor would perhaps speed up her chances of getting help. The little voice in the back of her head reminded her in a whisper that accounting for every minute now wouldn't bring back the chunk of time she'd lost. But Ginger tried to ignore it. When she arrived at the academy on Monday morning, ready to begin writing up the results of the exams, Ginger had her system perfected. She would record the timestamps in her phone, then write up the full day in a notebook in the evening. The final thing she would do before sleeping would be to note the time and what state she was in, what she was wearing, if she'd showered or not, where certain items were in the room, etc. Then note the time she woke up and see if the details matched from the night before. Stress affects people in lots of weird ways, she muttered to herself, wandering through the eerily quiet corridors of the academy. With exam season in full swing, most classes were over, and so students only came into school at their designated exam periods. As Ginger approached her classroom, she had to pass by the room of Bonnie Nat, her close friend and fellow art teacher. The door carried a bright red sign with white writing saying, "Quiet, exam in progress." Ginger only quickly peeked in through the window in the door. She saw Bonnie sitting at her desk in the corner of the room, her short, chaotic auburn hair partially wrapped in a blue and green scarf. The rest of the room was filled with students hunched over their easels, faces frozen in masks of intense concentration. Not wishing to disturb, Ginger moved on. Just as she was approaching the door to her classroom, however, she was stopped in her tracks by a smooth but commanding voice. "Ah, Ginger, can I have a word?" Turning on her heel, Ginger saw the new head of Chiswick Park Academy at the other end of the corridor. Miranda Morningside was relatively new to the school, only coming in as headmistress the previous October. The previous head, George Harvey, had resigned following a nearly deadly brush with the poisoner who had briefly terrorised the school at the beginning of the school year. She gave Ginger an expectant look, one neat eyebrow raising in question. "Of course," Ginger said, retracing her steps. Miranda, who was the wife of the beloved former mayor of Little and Greater Chiswick, Gregory Morningside, was a unanimous choice by the school board. Ginger had to admit that the reasons why were clear. Miranda was strict but fair, with a refreshing no-nonsense attitude. Considering the nightmare roller coaster the academy had just stumbled off, she brought everything back to an even keel in only a few weeks. But there was a focused intensity to Miranda that always made Ginger feel nervous. It made her painfully aware that this was her first time teaching a class that was more than a little experimental. As Bonnie had put it, after the first faculty meeting they'd had with the new head, "I've been teaching for years, but she's so knowledgeable and put together that it makes me feel like an imposter." An imposter was exactly what Ginger felt like as she followed Miranda into an empty study room. The expression on the headmistress's face was open and welcoming, yet there was something about her flawless, natural makeup, perfectly coordinated charcoal grey skirt and white-collared shirt, and delicate accents of golden jewellery that made Ginger feel disorganised and scruffy. "I had a peek into the classroom this morning," Miranda said, leaning easily on the edge of the table, crossing her legs at the ankle. "It looks like the students did excellently." Caught off guard, it took Ginger a moment to respond. "They all did very well," she stammered out, glancing at her watch. She made a mental note of the time. "I'm starting the final write-ups today." "It's certainly been an interesting experiment," Miranda said, tucking a strand of her sleek, shoulder-length blonde bob behind her ear. "Do you have plans for it next year, or are you looking to move on to other things?" At this, Ginger cocked her head, a sinking feeling growing in her belly as she began to suspect what this conversation was really about. "I've got a few vague plans," she said slowly, crossing her arms tightly. "Since I'll have a better idea of how to run the course next year, I'm hoping to take on more private cake commissions in my spare time. Maybe. I haven't thought about it too much, just been trying to get through exam season." Miranda nodded, her expression balanced to be interested and understanding, but not disingenuous. Ginger wondered how many years it had taken for the headmistress to perfect that look. "Is there something specific you wanted to talk about?" Ginger risked prompting when it seemed Miranda didn't have any immediate follow-up to her response. The sigh that Miranda let out solidified the roiling suspicion in Ginger's gut into a sharp, icy worry. "There's no easy way to say this," Miranda said, seeming genuinely regretful. "But I received a call from the police this morning. They are requesting access to your classroom. It would appear you are, once again, involved in a murder investigation." Chapter 6. Ginger couldn't stop the exhausted sigh that escaped her mouth. Yes, she said miserably. I don't entirely know how or to what extent. I'm still waiting for them to get in touch with me. You don't need to explain. Miranda held up a hand, gently cutting her off. The specific details are between you and the police. My only concern is how this could possibly reflect on the school. Ginger nodded slowly. I understand, she said, taking conscious note of her breathing and glancing at the clock on the wall behind Miranda. George, Mr. Harvey, suggested I take some time away from the school when there were previous issues. Yes, well, Miranda said crisply, giving a somewhat pinched smile that narrowed her pale green eyes a little. I am not my predecessor, and the board brought me in with the express instruction to handle things very differently to Mr. Harvey. While he is a wonderful individual, he's on the same bowls team as my husband Gregory, you know. He was not what one would necessarily refer to as a calm and competent head of the academy. Although Ginger wanted to speak up for George, someone she called a friend now that he was no longer her boss, she knew that technically Miranda was right. Sending you away from the academy feels more like an out-of-sight, out-of-mind solution than anything constructive, Miranda continued. The academy must come first. She sighed, and for a moment Ginger saw the woman behind the consummate professional that Miranda was while at work. Ginger saw a woman worried about the reputation of the academy, a reputation that she was no doubt under significant pressure to protect. At this point, Miranda said slowly, shoulders curving forward slightly as she stared at the floor in thought, your connection to this tragic incident is undefined. That should keep the press away from the academy for a while, but I know there are a few select publications who enjoy hounding you, Ginger. Should I expect them to come sniffing around our door too? Are you asking me if I'm going to be the cause of another PR nightmare for the academy? Ginger asked pointedly. It was clear what Miranda was trying to convey without appearing to be accusatory. As soon as Ginger asked her blunt question, however, Miranda noticeably relaxed. There was a new respect in her gaze as she looked Ginger up and down. I appreciate people who are straightforward, she said, pushing off from the table and beginning to walk a slow lap around the room. The fact is, Ginger, this situation with James Fox could be, as you so aptly put it, the beginning of another PR nightmare for us. She grimaced. The projected numbers for enrolment this coming September are the lowest they've been in the school's recent history. A lot of that, the data shows, is due to the critical, sensationalizing attention the academy has received over the past few years. I take it that multiple murders on the school grounds haven't been advertised as a selling point for the academy, Ginger said dryly, leaning back against the wall. Miranda quirked a small smile, but her eyes remained serious. The simple fact is, Ginger, you inadvertently turned a rather seedy spotlight on us when you started working here. Ginger wished she was surprised by that piece of information, but at this point, she wasn't. Look, I've reviewed the market research that the school board has poured thousands into, Miranda said, tapping the tabletop with her fingertips, as if said research was spread out before them both. Did you know that the name of the academy began appearing in articles about the Arlington Manor murders 2 days after the story broke? That's how long it took for someone to find out that you, one of these suddenly famous survivors, had been offered a job here. I mean, I put it on my Facebook that I'd been offered the job, Ginger said with a shrug. So, honestly, I'm kind of disappointed it took someone that long to make a link. Miranda brushed straight past her levity. From there, it's only spiralled. It's now at a point where it started to affect online search results. If you put in Chiswick Park Academy, the top suggestion is for murders, a paid ad for a blog that seems to focus solely on how you've been involved in various police cases comes up before the Academy's official website. Guilt began to crawl up Ginger's spine. Miranda clearly noticed as she took several quick steps toward her and held out a reassuring hand. "Please understand that I don't say any of this to make you feel bad," she said, voice and face earnest. "You've been dealt a rough hand in recent years, and I'm actually very glad that Chiswick Park Academy has been able to be there for you in some respects through what must have been some incredibly difficult and traumatic experiences, just as we shall endeavour to support Aurora through whatever media storm might land on her when news of her ex-husband's death goes public." Ginger forced a smile, even though she could feel that all-encompassing exhaustion, the feeling she'd had on Saturday that had left her practically unable to even speak to Rhys, rising up from her feet like she was sinking into tar. "But you are trying to find a nice way to say that I'm bad for business, yes?" she asked. Miranda shrugged helplessly. "In a word, yes, though through no fault of your own." Blinking back dark spots from her vision, Ginger looked again at the clock. Everything was fine. She was fine. "What do you want me to do?" Ginger asked. "If you don't want me to take some time away from the academy, what can I do?" A thought occurred to her and she frowned. "You can't fire me for this, can you?" Immediately, Miranda shook her head. "We are absolutely not going to fire you," she said firmly. "As far as I can tell, you haven't done anything unlawful or anything that would violate the morality clause in your contract." "Yeah, that part of the contract didn't make a lot of sense," Ginger muttered. Miranda pressed her palms together, bringing her fingers to her lips. "Just get through the exam season," she said. "Get to summer break, maybe go travelling for a few weeks. Get away from all the mess. It's what I'll be suggesting to Aurora as well. Then, later in the summer, we can discuss if your course will be included in the curriculum next year and what your future here at the academy might look like." At the mention of her course, Ginger frowned. "Is there a possibility I might not get to run the course next year?" she asked, stomach tightening as she thought of all the work she'd put into the curriculum. "I know this year maybe had a few bumps, but I can smooth them out now. I have a year of teaching experience under my belt." Miranda held up a hand. "I don't know anything for certain, but it's an experimental art elective," she said gently. "And, as I said, your job here at the academy is safe. What that job looks like might be open to change, however. The academy is doing everything it can to return its reputation to what it was. That often means pouring time and resources into exam results in subjects that are more traditionally valued." "I see," Ginger said quietly. And she did. It made sense that the school board might not want to fund an art elective run by the person who was a key reason their reputation was suffering in the first place. That didn't make it any less painful to know that all her hard work over the past school year to establish herself as something new, as a teacher of a subject she loved, might all be for nothing. "I'll let you get to your marking," Miranda said, her voice softer than before and with real sympathy in her eyes. "The academy is here for you, Ginger, as much as we can be. And if the board decides to discontinue your course, please know that it is not a reflection on your ability or a criticism of your output this year. It's just business." Nodding, Ginger was distantly aware that it felt like she was sinking into her own body. With several quick blinks, she took a breath, letting it out shakily when she realised that she was in her classroom with no memory of walking there. It had happened again. She'd lost time, making several notes with shaky hands in her phone to record the update. Ginger looked around the room. She looked at the posters she'd spent hours on, the carefully arranged shelves of dry ingredients and display shelves of baking and decorating equipment. Finally, she examined the creations of her students. She saw the potential, the joy, and creativity. Then she sat down on the cool floor, her back against the door of an oven, and cried. Chapter 7. For several hours, Ginger lost herself in the process of writing up the exam marks and feedback. She moved among the creations of her students, trying to keep her mind on the task at hand, but more often than not, she found her thoughts wandering. For the past school year, she'd thought this class was the next big thing in her life. Getting to teach eager young creatives the joys and wonders of artistic baking seemed like the triumphant comeback she'd hoped for after losing herself to the mindless monotony of the corporate job she'd taken to survive life in London. After the hopes and dreams of art school and culinary classes in her early 20s, her mid-20s had been lost to scraping out a living, doing a job she hated to pay for a tiny room in a cramped house with 4 other people. That had only led to a breakdown, bringing her back to little Chiswick as an empty husk of a person. Ginger paused in writing for a moment and smiled, filled with bittersweet emotions as she remembered June. Dear June Nelson, who had been as much of a carer for Ginger as Ginger had been for her in her old age, the months they'd shared as dear friends in the cottage, before a rusty nail and septicemia had taken June away so swiftly and unexpectedly, would forever be some of the most precious of Ginger's life. Staring out at the towering beauty of the cakes that her students had learned to create in just a few months, Ginger could easily admit to herself that teaching had brought her the same kind of joy as those days spent with June, remembering how to love and hope and create again. But maybe teaching this class wasn't the adventure that was going to fill her next few years. Maybe this wasn't where she was supposed to invest in her creative future. I doubt the school board will let me do this again, she said softly to the edible art of her students, as if she was speaking to the people who had created the cakes, bread, and biscuits. I can make all the pretty cakes I want. It won't make up for the damage I've done just by being here. She tapped the pen against her teeth, glancing at the watch on her wrist as her developing habit demanded. So, what do I do? She murmured. What safety net do I have? She thought of the emails that were beginning to trickle into her inbox with more frequency, emails from people who had seen the photos of her cakes online and wanted her to make one for them, for a birthday, a wedding, a baby shower, a retirement. Could she really do that full time? Could she take the risk and make that leap? Shaking her head, Ginger went back to her marking, forcing all thoughts of such things from her head for now. Things were messy and complicated right now. She was about to be dragged into another murder investigation, one that she wasn't entirely certain she hadn't done. At that thought, any hope Ginger had of being able to keep her focus for marking disappeared like gelatine in water. Setting down her pen, she grabbed her travel cup, which was now empty of peppermint tea, and set off to the faculty lounge. A drink and some human company sounded like a good idea. Stepping out of the classroom, Ginger only made it a few steps before she paused, then returned to lock the classroom. 2 of her knives had ended up stabbed into James Fox somehow, and if it wasn't her who had done something to him, that meant someone had either stolen the knives from the classroom or her car. It wouldn't hurt to keep the classroom locked, just in case. Making a note in her phone of the action and the time, Ginger headed toward the faculty lounge. There were actually some students milling around the halls at this point, all of whom had just spent the past several hours in exams or were about to step into one. The emotions in the air, anxiety and relief, swirled around one another like oil and water. Ginger smiled at those students she knew well, offering a few quick words of assurance here and there. The swell of humanity around her felt like an anchor settling her back into her skin in a way she hadn't felt all weekend. The feeling dissipated once she reached the faculty lounge, however. She was greeted at the door by the sound of crying and low, soft voices filled with sympathy. Stepping slowly inside and closing the door silently behind her, Ginger quickly found the source. Aurora, James Fox's ex-wife, was hunched over with her elbows on her knees, crying into her palms. Bonnie was kneeling by her side, her back to Ginger, gently rubbing her friend's arm and offering a box of tissues. Various other faculty members stood close by as a show of support or had peeled away into little huddles, speaking amongst themselves in low, shocked tones. One of these people was Rhys, who immediately noticed Ginger, acknowledging her with a questioning lift of his eyebrows. "I know I shouldn't feel sad about this," Aurora sniffled, breath catching in her throat. "He left me to die in the woods, but I loved him once, you know?" A painful, anxious burn started somewhere in Ginger's chest, as if she'd eaten a burning chili pepper. It seemed Aurora and the rest of the staff had only just found out about James Fox's death, as in, only minutes before. This, Ginger realised in somewhat of a panic, put her in an uncomfortable position. Not only did she need to pretend that this news was new to her, but Ginger knew she'd also have to look Aurora in the face and share her sympathies, all while in the back of her head, wondering if she had maybe been the one to kill him. Aware that she was still standing in the doorway, Ginger couldn't decide whether to slip back out of the lounge and go make her tea in the kitchens, or if she should face the problem head on. Frozen with indecision, she didn't move at all. The decision was eventually made for her. Rhys stepped away from the low-toned conversation he was having with Raquel, the maths teacher who was clearly still quietly bitter that Ginger and Rhys were together, and Brett, the startlingly good-looking RE teacher and assistant hockey coach, adored by everyone in the school. Gin. Rhys kept his voice low, hesitating before resting a hand on her elbow. "Are you okay? Did someone tell you?" "Tell me what?" she asked, telling herself that she wasn't lying by omission, but was just checking to make sure her suspicions were correct. Rhys glanced back at Aurora, his brows furrowing. "Let's find somewhere quiet," he said, ushering her gently out the door. "It's complicated." In the end, he led her outside, the two of them taking a slow lap around the ornate, ancient chapel that bordered one edge of the car park. The sun was warm, and the breeze that flowed up the hill from the farmlands that stretched out below brought the sound of lambs bleating. "Are you going to tell me what's going on?" Ginger asked, leaning against the wall of the chapel and sucking in a deep, slow breath. She resisted saying that she probably already knew. Was it so bad to want to enjoy these final minutes before having to tell Rhys that she was caught up in a murder? Again, Rhys sighed, tucking his hands into the pockets of his neatly pressed black trousers. "It's probably going to cause some mixed feelings," he said, squinting a little in the sunlight, or perhaps just in thought, especially considering the personal connection. "So, I just want to be sure you feel okay right now. No dizziness or anything." "Not at all," Ginger lied, ignoring the increase in her heart rate as she glanced at her watch. "Everything's fine. What's going on?" Taking a deep breath and then releasing it in a sigh, Rhys said, "Aurora received word this morning from the police in Lambington that James was found dead in the early hours of Sunday morning." Ginger let her eyes fall shut, focusing on her breathing. There it was. The question now was, how much did she tell him about her possible involvement? Apparently, she didn't get told yesterday since part of the divorce, and his sentence included a restraining order, Rhys continued. She was only told now because it's definitely been ruled as murder, and they need to interview her. He trailed off. "Why don't you look surprised by any of this?" Flicking open her eyes, Ginger saw the expression that she'd been expecting was already on Rhys's face. Weary disappointment and worry. "You already knew," he said softly, "which never means anything good." Slowly, Ginger shook her head. It took all her effort to keep tears back as she was forced to watch the man that she cared about go through the mental process of preparing himself for what he suspected she was about to say. "Ryan." Her voice broke and she cleared her throat. "Ryan called me early Sunday morning to give me some kind of warning, I guess, because the knives used to kill James were mine." Rhys gave a shuddering sigh, rubbing his face with his hands. Deep in her stomach, Ginger felt that burn begin again. Guilt at causing him such distress. "I can't really remember the last place I had them before the murder. I think they were either in my car or in the classroom," she said. "I don't know for sure. I don't remember exactly." "And Ryan is certain they're your knives?" Rhys asked desperately. Ginger nodded slowly, aware that everything was starting to blur a little when she did so. That disconnected feeling was starting to grow again. "They're the ones he bought me for last Christmas," she said. "The ones with my initials engraved on the blade." Rhys started to pace. "Have you spoken to the police yet?" Ginger shook her head, the motion feeling sluggish again. "They're meant to come and see me this evening, I think." The laugh Rhys let out was filled with brittle disbelief. "They're probably going to want to talk to me, too, considering me and James had that dust-up the evening before someone stabbed him." He dropped into a crouch as if being upright was suddenly too much. "Just promise me you didn't black out again and kill him in a mindless rage." The tone made it clear he was joking, but Ginger suddenly couldn't breathe or swallow. She blinked again, fixing her eyes on her watch to assure herself that she was still present. But then she realised the silence had gone on for too long and that Rhys was looking at her. Any hint of sarcastic amusement drained from his face, and for a moment, just one brief moment, Ginger saw very real suspicion in his eyes. And even though she had been questioning herself, it still hurt, like a knife to the gut, that Rhys thought her capable of murder. Just as suddenly as the suspicion had arrived, it disappeared from Rhys's eyes, and he stood up, shaking his head as if to banish the thought. "I wasn't being serious," he said quickly, but there was a subtle difference to the timbre of his voice, something more cautious. "I'm sure Ryan will figure out who stole your knives. Just try to figure out when you last had them for when they interview you, yeah?" Nodding, Ginger couldn't bring herself to speak. All at once she wanted to tell him about the blackouts, about how she didn't know what she'd done the night of James's murder, and how increasingly terrified she was becoming. She wanted to tell him that she didn't know what was going on with her, but the words were impossible to find. How could she explain everything that was trapped inside her skull, swirling in a screaming, chaotic tornado? Instead, she could only stay mute as Rhys muttered something about having an exam to oversee and walked back into the main school building. Ginger wasn't entirely sure what had changed between them in those few awful moments. What she did know was that if Rhys, dear kind Rhys, who loved her so wonderfully, thought her capable of murder, then maybe her suspicions toward herself weren't all that implausible. Chapter 8. When Ginger returned to her classroom following her talk with Rhys, the academy felt actively unwelcoming. It was as if every wall and door and window and hallway knew the threat she posed to the reputation of the academy. Even in her own classroom, the one she had designed and decorated herself, she felt out of place. So Ginger gathered up her papers, locked the door behind her, and went home. She could finish her marking there, amidst the comfort of her home with Miles and Nina by her side. She'd cycled into work that day. She didn't take the car in case she lost a chunk of time again while driving, and also because she didn't want to inadvertently contaminate a crime scene. The sun was unexpectedly warm, and Ginger was sweating heavily by the time she arrived home. Pushing the bike up her drive and wheeling it into the garage, The only thing on her mind was a glass of iced tea from the fridge. Well, iced tea and maybe a plate of deliciously mature cheddar she'd picked up on her last trip to Cheddar Gorge, some cranberry-studded Wensleydale, and some delightful brie she'd gotten from a cheesemonger in Lambington. She just needed to focus on something other than her own misery. Before she reached the front door, however, Ginger was stopped in her tracks by a cheerful voice from the other side of the low hedge. "How are you feeling today, Ginny dear?" Looking over, Ginger pushed a smile onto her face at the sight of John. "Oh, not too bad," she lied cheerfully, leaning against the doorpost. It was a pointless exercise to try to escape John and his front garden chats. "And yourself?" He waved a hand, magnanimously brushing off the inquiry. "Just fine," he said. "Just fine. Had my daughter round this morning, though, and she's worrying in the way she does. Wants me to get some help in for around the house." "You know I'm always happy to help, John," Ginger said, wondering if she should reach out to Maura, John's daughter, to ask if there was anything she could do. He flapped his hand again. "Nonsense," he said, his tone brooking no argument. Somehow he was commanding, despite his diminutive frame being half lost in a knitted sweater. "You've got your job at the school and all those fancy cakes you make too. I can tell you're already stretched thin." Ginger chuckled. "Gosh, do I really look that bad?" she teased, theatrically fussing at her hair. John chuckled along, pointing vaguely toward her car, where it was parked on the drive. "You look wonderful, dear. However, since I saw you wandering around your garden on Saturday night with a hose, fast asleep the whole time, I'm assuming you've got rather a lot on your plate." At his words, Ginger swore she felt her heart skip a beat. "What?" she asked, looking around the garden with fresh eyes. Had she really left that gardening fork in the flower bed like that? "Oh, yes," John said, shielding his eyes with a hand and surveying the garden. "It was maybe around 1 in the morning. I only remember because I'm not usually up that late. But I heard a noise outside. Thought maybe one of your little ones had got stuck outside." "But it was me," Ginger asked, trying to summon up the memory. A slow, dawning glow of hope warming her from the inside out as she recognised that this was what had occurred during her lost time the night James was murdered. "I don't remember any of it." "Then you clearly need more rest or less work," John said, raising his eyebrows knowingly. "You were out there for a good long while, drenched yourself with the hose a few times, like you didn't quite have full control of your arms and legs." Ginger couldn't help but giggle at the image, her relief sparking into laughter. "I must have looked ridiculous." Her neighbour laughed along with her, but not unkindly. "I was worried for you, lass, I must admit," he said. "Part of me wanted to go out and help you, but I remember reading somewhere that trying to wake someone sleepwalking can be very risky. So I just watched to make sure you were okay, and sure enough, you went back inside after a little while." "Thank you," Ginger said earnestly. "Really thank you. You have no idea the peace of mind you've given me." At her thanks, John's face went as pink as the prized noble rose, Beverley roses, that filled the flower beds in his front garden. "Of course, Ginny," he said, avoiding her gaze, his expression bashful. "I'm always happy to keep an eye out for you and your little ones." He waved at her living room window, and Ginger glanced inside to see Nina and Miles were now both perched on the windowsill, soaking up the afternoon sunshine. Through the glass, she saw Nina meow expressively, but the sound was muffled by the glass. "I'm all done setting up your medication for this evening and for tomorrow morning, Mr. O'Reilly." The voice was unfamiliar, and when the speaker came into view, Ginger didn't recognise her at all. It was a young woman, with pale skin, wide-set brown eyes, and mousy hair that fell somewhere in a murky middle ground between blonde, brunette, and red. Her expression was similar to that of a startled, nervous rabbit, and as the conversation progressed, Ginger realised that it was a look that remained on the woman's face almost permanently. "Ah, yes, Ginger, this is Lydia," John said, patting Lydia gently on the shoulder. "She's the sweet soul my daughter Maura has hired to come by every day or so to check in on me, help with some bits around the house. It's not necessary, of course, but it's always nice to have company." "Nice to meet you," Lydia said softly, her voice so soft and quiet that Ginger would have missed the words if she hadn't been leaning in to shake her hand. "I'm the carer who's been assigned to take care of John." "Well, it's nice to meet you, Lydia," Ginger said with a distracted smile, "and it's always nice to chat, John." "I must get inside, though, I'm afraid." There came an insistent, soft tapping, and all three of them looked over to see Nina very insistently pawing at the window pane with both front feet. Below her, Miles was giving his sister a sleepy, long-suffering look. "Yes, do go and manage the little ruffians," John said, beginning to shuffle back into his cottage, "and be sure to thank your mother for finding a stall for me at the fete." "Of course," Ginger said with a wave, backing toward her own front door. "It was nice to meet you, Lydia. I'm sure I'll see you around." Her dark mood had been thoroughly lifted, and now she was eager to strike back against this latest wave of tragedy that had tried to engulf her. Ryan had said he was coming to ask some questions about the case that evening, so she still had plenty of time to prepare. Rushing inside, energized anew, Ginger didn't look back to where Lydia was still standing just outside John's front door. However, from her spot on the windowsill, Nina watched through half-lidded eyes, noting the way Lydia stared at Ginger's cottage, unblinking. For such a small and slight human, there was an almost feral intensity to her stare. It reminded Nina of the foxes she sometimes saw, tracking through the back garden, or the weasels she would encounter when she went stalking for field mice in the evening. Lydia's eyes seethed with the same burning, wild energy. It was unnerving, threatening, dangerous. At the sound of the fridge opening, any thought Nina was in the process of forming was brushed aside. The prospect of a morsel of cheese was far more interesting. Chapter 9. By the time the evening rolled around, Ginger genuinely felt prepared to answer any questions that could be sent her way. John had handed her the certainty of knowing that, of course, she couldn't possibly have killed James Fox. There was no way, if she was sleepwalking around her garden at 1 a.m. and was woken from her sleep at around 3 by her brother, she couldn't have got to Lambington, found James Fox, killed him, and got home in time. "Stress is a brutal thing, kids," Ginger said knowingly, directing her words to where Miles and Nina perched on 2 of the chairs set up by the scrubbed oak kitchen table. "I had myself convinced for a second there that I actually killed someone." Miles chirped and licked his paw. Nina tried to sneakily reach for a crumb of cheese left behind from Ginger's earlier snack. "Remind me to call Rhys later," Ginger called to the pair, too focused on chopping up fresh rosemary from the garden to pay attention to Nina's reaching paw. "I'll tell him about the interview and tell him what I should have said this afternoon, rather than saying nothing." With a final flourish, she scraped the pulverized, fragrant herbs into her mixture for a batch of Gruyere and rosemary scones. They were one of Rhys's favourite treats, and so it seemed like a good thing to bring him to work the next day. "I'm sure once exams are done and once I can get some time off, all these dizzy spells and losing time and sleepwalking will sort itself out," Ginger said, half to herself and half to the cats, her thoughts wandering as she began to mix the scone dough. "Maybe Rhys and I should go on a trip, somewhere peaceful and sunny with good food. I wonder if he'd be willing to ask Sonia about us staying in one of her beach houses." Sonia was Rhys's sister and worked in their mother's home country of Spain as a lawyer. She and Ginger had met briefly the previous September when she had come to visit, and again when she had come to stay during Christmas. However, she and Rhys were still on somewhat strained terms, even if their relationship was better now than it had been since the death of their father, which had been a major point of contention between the two siblings for years. "I'm sure I can convince him," Ginger muttered, tipping the scone dough out onto the patch of worktop that she had already covered in flour. "I'll get through this interview, keep far away from the investigation, finish exam season, and then the two of us can go far, far away for a little while. And after that, who knows?" And indeed, after her talk with Miranda that morning, who knew what she'd be doing after the summer? Another year of teaching at the academy, losing her class, but being given a different role, or maybe something entirely different altogether. Is it tacky to be considering my future life plans while waiting to be questioned about a murder? Ginger asked Miles, before realising the cat was quietly snoring. Laughing softly to herself, Ginger instead rinsed her hands clean of flour and squishy dough. Grabbing her phone, she called Maggie, putting the phone on speaker. "Maggie's always up for a good gossip session, isn't she, Nina?" Ginger went back to cutting out the scones, listening to the tinny hum of the ringing phone. Eventually, there was a click. "Hi, this is Maggie." The bright Scottish accent of Ginger's dear friend filled the kitchen, prompting Miles to lift his head in curiosity. "Busy making magic in the theatre right now, but leave a message or send me a text and I'll get back to you." "Huh?" Ginger hung up, using her clean elbow to end the call. "That's the 4th time I've missed her. Guess she's just really busy, huh?" Nina yawned, hopping down from the chair to come and wind around Ginger's legs. "Yeah, I know you're always here for me, sweet girl," Ginger said fondly. "Mostly because I feed you, but I know there's some true affection there too." Nina mewed, butting her head against Ginger's shin. "Been with me through the highs and lows, huh, kids?" Ginger placed the first batch of scones on a tray and slid them into the oven. "Remember that tiny little house we shared in London for a while, just before I moved back here? Who was that woman we shared with? Karen? Carol? Carrie? I think it was Carrie." Miles blinked sleepily, hanging one back leg off the chair. Ginger started to make a second batch of scones, these the classic fruit variety. "I never thought I'd be where I am now when we were in that house," Ginger said, glancing down at Nina. "Never thought I'd be anywhere, really. My dreams of being an artist were dead. I was exhausted, hated my job. Well, you remember." Nina cocked her head in a way that confirmed she did indeed remember the many long nights of Ginger crying in her mould-riddled room. "The question, sweet girl," Ginger continued, "is whether I stay at the academy and fight to keep my class, or embrace it as a lesson and move on to whatever is waiting for me next. Maybe I'll be able to go freelance with the cake decorating full-time, or maybe open my own bakery." The thought dropped into her deepest thoughts like a pebble into a pond, sending out ripples as it broke the surface and changing the shape of the pool as a whole as it plummeted down. Ginger shook her head, putting the lid back on her glass, mason jar of flour. "Feel like that's something to explore when I'm not implicated in a murder." Yet again, as if in direct response to her words, there came a knock at the front door that she recognised as Valerian's. Clearly Nina did too, as she went scurrying to her usual hiding spot on the bottom shelf of the boot rack, ready to spring upon her prey. Wiping off one of her hands on the front of her apron, Ginger hurried to the door, nerves that she'd managed to ignore for a few hours, bubbling up to the surface again. Opening the door, she was surprised to see not only her brother standing outside, but another man she didn't recognise. He was small and skinny, with a very sharp chin and deeply set eyes. A magnificent moustache that was far too large for his face drowned out most of his other features. "Hi," Ryan said with a tight smile. From the frosty energy between the two men, it was clear that Ryan had not chosen to have this individual join him for the visit. "This is D.I. Wirral. He's been sent along with me for this interview to ensure there's no conflict of interest or favourable treatment." "Everything needs to be above board, you see," Wirral added, a slight lisp to his voice that, curiously, seemed to be caused by the moustache. "Can't have any favourable treatment because of family ties." "Of course," Ginger said, opening her eyes a fraction wider as she looked at Ryan. The action was a visual question mark they had been using with one another since they were children. It was an action that said, "What is even going on right now?" when it wasn't possible to say so verbally. Her brother could only give her a helpless look. In response, Ginger shrugged, opening the door wider and stepping back. She had nothing to hide, so this strange, uncomfortably intense man wouldn't be any kind of problem. "Come on in," she said. "I've got some scones in the oven, so I might need to pop in and out if we're going to talk in the living room, but you're welcome to come sit in the kitchen with me or even on the patio." "Have you got any iced tea made up?" Ryan asked, giving the boot rack a wide berth based on experience. "Or maybe some of that elderflower cordial you said you were making." "As a reminder, D.I. Burnet, this is not a social visit," Wirral said crisply, mere moments before Nina sank her claws into the tiny scrap of ankle flesh exposed between his sock and the bottom of his trousers. Wirral let out a shriek of surprise, leaping away from the source of the pain. "What in the devil was that?" he demanded, his eyes wide with indignation. Once again, Ginger exchanged a look with Ryan, but this was more of a wince. Things weren't off to the best start, it seemed. Chapter 10. "I did warn you about the cats, Wirral," Ryan pointed out, scooping up a far more relaxed Miles when he came wandering in from the kitchen. "Try not to shriek. It's unprofessional." Ginger turned away to hide her smile. Wirral made a choked noise of indignation, then sharply cleared his throat. "Where would you prefer to conduct the interview, Miss Burnet?" he asked stiffly. "Since this is about us gathering some missing facts, ideally, we want you to feel relaxed and comfortable." "The living room will be fine," Ginger assured him, ushering them into the neat, homey space. It was a room she was very proud of, with its smoke-stained, exposed wooden beams, wall of bookshelves packed with ornaments, records, and sentimental items, and the pleasantly squishy leather sofa. The big armchair angled toward the wood-burning stove that had belonged to June, and although the upholstering direly needed to be replaced, Ginger had no intention of ever getting rid of it. There were too many memories, from both her childhood and her time as an adult, as June's carer, attached to it for her to replace it, which was why she experienced a slight twinge of annoyance when Wirral settled down into the armchair. He immediately reached into an inner pocket of his light grey suit jacket for an electronic notepad and stylus. "If you wouldn't mind taking a seat, we can begin whenever you're ready," he said, crossing one of his long, spidery legs over the other. Ryan lingered in the middle of the room, glancing through into the kitchen. "Do you want me to help you get the drinks?" he asked, patting a wildly purring Miles on the belly as he cradled him like a baby. Ginger shook her head. "I'll get them, don't worry." "Would you like a hot or a cold drink, D.I. Wirral?" Wirral looked up from his notepad, not quite focusing on her face, his eyes darting around the room like flies caught in a jar. "Just water is fine, thank you," he said, quickly making several notes. Despite the breakthrough earlier in the day that assured her that she hadn't in fact killed James Fox, the way Wirral was acting was almost enough for Ginger to wonder if she was wrong after all. "Actually, Ryan, would you mind coming to grab a few things for me from the kitchen?" she asked her brother. "Just leave the cat there." At the mention of the cat, and realizing he'd be alone with the felines, Ginger was amused to see a hint of nervousness creep into the lines around Wirral's eyes. "Where's, He cleared his throat. "Where's the more aggressive one?" "Nina's not aggressive," Ginger said firmly. "Stalking you from under the sofa," Ryan said at the same time. "Don't worry, she'll just chew on your shoelaces for a minute or two, then go and sleep on the windowsill." "And she's not aggressive," Ginger repeated, "just playful." "She won't bite or scratch you, that I can promise. Actually, here." Crossing to the corner, she searched through a large brass umbrella stand, now filled with various cat toys. In the end, she chose a long, flexible willow rod with a piece of twine tied to it that was adorned with bright feathers and sparkling streamers. Jamming the base of the stick into a bracket fastened to the skirting board for this very reason, Ginger quickly stepped aside as Nina burst from beneath the sofa in a blue-grey blur of motion. "That will keep her busy for a while," Ginger said with a smirk as Nina began leaping and batting at the toy. "Now, I'll get us some drinks and then we can talk." Once she was alone with her brother in the kitchen, Ginger waved her arms wide in question. "Who is this guy?" she hissed in a muted whisper. "He looks at me like he personally saw me standing over the body of James Fox. Why didn't you warn me?" "I'm sorry, okay?" Ryan responded in a similar tone, digging around in the fridge for a bottle of elderflower cordial. "I didn't know he was coming with me until I was literally heading out to my car. Turns out he'd talked to the higher-ups and asked to come along, said the interview needed some objective balance. I mean, he's not wrong," Ginger said, filling one of her handled mason jars with water, then retrieving several ice cubes studded with mint leaves from the freezer and dropping them into the glass. "But does he usually act like he thinks the person you're interviewing is guilty of something? Or is that an honour just reserved for me?" Ryan muttered something Ginger didn't quite hear. "What?" she asked, getting 2 more glasses and ice for the cordial. "Nothing," Ryan said. "It doesn't matter. It'll just stress you out." Just then, there was a loud snap, a bark of alarm from Wirral, and Nina came zooming into the kitchen. Behind her trailed the twine from the cat toy, feathers and streamers shivering. Ginger groaned, instinctively stamping a foot down on the twine, jerking Nina to a stop. "Another one broken, girl. Really?" Nina flattened her ears and tugged on the twine, determined to flee with her prize. "Take the drinks," Ginger said to her brother, moving slowly to try and minimise the chances of starting a tug-of-war with her cat. "Let me get this out of the clutches of Miss Nina, and then I'll be in." It took some careful unhooking of streamers from Nina's fangs, plus a few new scratches on Ginger's forearm. But eventually, the twine was safely stuffed in a drawer. Nina was banished outside onto the patio, a consequence she was not amused with as she immediately began to meow plaintively, her nose pushed against the glass. "Sorry about the delay," Ginger said, trying to keep her voice bright without sounding brittle or tense. "Cats are worse than children sometimes." "Do you have children, D.I. Wirral?" "I do not," Wirral said, his posture stiff while eyeing Miles. "This one isn't going to be as energetic, will it?" "He hasn't moved, except to breathe the whole time we've been sitting here, Wirral," Ryan said, settling down onto the brown leather sofa. Not wanting to disturb the sleeping Miles, Ginger instead perched on the arm of the sofa, sipping from her drink. "I think I'm finally okay to get started," she said, quelling a flutter of nerves and steeling herself to answer whatever Ryan and the more aggressive Wirral might ask. "Excellent," Wirral said, tapping on his electronic notepad for a moment and then looking up at her, stylus poised at the ready. "If you would give the introductory summation, please, D.I. Burnet." Sighing, Ryan set his drink on the edge of the stone hearth. In the early hours of Sunday morning, someone stabbed James Fox with 2 knives that have been identified as belonging to a special engraved set you received as a gift last Christmas. Ginger nodded minutely. This was all information she already knew, but she didn't know if Wirral knew that. Better to act like it was news to her. The method was deliberate. Ryan continued, here taking out his notebook and flicking through the pages to refer to his notes. There were only 2 wounds, one from each blade on either side of the neck. Death would have been immediate with the severing of the vagus nerve. Here Ginger swallowed convulsively, the details making her stomach dip. What we're trying to ascertain, Miss Burnet, Wirral said, jumping in, is how your knives ended up in James Fox's neck. Can you enlighten us at all? The question reminded Ginger of when she was blind, baking a pastry case. Innocuous on the outside, but with a heavily weighted second layer. She wanted to glance at Ryan for support, but didn't want to look as if she was holding anything back. Perhaps my question wasn't clear, Wirral said, leaning forward into her silence. Please tell us where you last recall seeing your specialist, engraved incredibly sharp knives that ended up in James Fox's neck mere hours after you were seen having an altercation with him in a park in Lambington. We're not here to spout our suspicions, Ryan quickly said, glaring at Wirral. Ah, Ginger said, almost relaxing now she could tell that Wirral definitely thought she had something to do with the murder. No, I understand very well, and I'll tell you all I can. At that point, Ginger realised she could smell the scones in the oven. Right after I check on my scones, she said, with a smile she hoped was disarming. I'll be right back. Wirral let out a poorly concealed huff of annoyance, but Ginger intended to keep to her word. Once the scones were out of the oven, she returned and detailed everything she could that might be useful. So, I'm afraid I can't give you an absolute answer regarding where I last remember seeing the knives, Ginger said, scratching Miles on the top of his head to keep her anxiety in check. Things have been stressful and manic at the school in recent weeks, so the knives could have been taken or mislaid at a variety of times. The security footage might help with identifying anyone going into my classroom who shouldn't be there. Other than that, the knives were possibly taken from my car in the last day or so. I can't say for sure. It was clear from the tension in his jaw that Wirral didn't like this answer, but he scribbled it down dutifully. And, as a final formality, Ryan said, swirling the final remains of ice in his glass, you did not personally bring James Fox harm, either by providing someone with the weapons used or using them yourself. I did not, Ginger said, more firmly than she thought she'd be capable of only a few hours earlier. I was here at the time of the murder, and my neighbour can attest to it. She didn't mention the blackouts, or lost time, or the suspicions she'd briefly held about herself. At this, Ryan's eyebrows rose. A dalliance with John, he teased, the professional facade slipping momentarily. How scandalous! Wait until I tell Rhys. Ginger tapped him on the head, mock scowling. Is your involvement with this neighbour applicable to the report? Wirral asked, visibly caught off balance at the interaction. There is no involvement, Ginger said with a chuckle. John O'Reilly, my neighbour, saw me in my front garden, sleepwalking and watering my plants at like 1 a.m. Wirral only made a small noise of acknowledgement, eyes still looking Ginger up and down with some distrust. I have a few questions regarding the altercation in the park the night before Fox was murdered, he said, tapping insistently on his notepad. Which can be saved for a formal interview if one is required, Ryan said firmly. We were sent here to find out about the knives, Wirral. Don't push it. Would you excuse us for a moment, Miss Burnet? Wirral asked after a beat of tense silence. Maybe some of that iced tea would be lovely after all. Of course, Ginger said, taking his glass. "If you want to confer privately out of my earshot, the garden is right there." Ryan coughed to swiftly disguise his laugh, and Wirral at least had the grace to look slightly embarrassed at the transparency of his plan. Ginger flashed him a wink. "I'll be right back with that tea." As soon as she stepped into the kitchen, she heard Wirral begin whispering. "I'd argue it's all applicable." Wirral began to argue. "Don't cut off a good line of questioning because you're protecting your sister." "It's got nothing to do with her being my sister," Ryan hissed back. "We have absolutely no evidence that Ginger was at the crime scene. And if her neighbour saw her in her garden at 1 a.m, there's no way she could have been in Lambington at the time of death." Ginger made a point of rattling the ice straw extra loud to make them think they weren't being listened to, so she missed the next few words. "I know we're looking at the ex-wife most closely at the moment," Wirral was saying, the mention of Aurora making Ginger's stomach sink, "but I don't think it's unreasonable to look closer at the person who owns the knives that ended up in the guy's neck." Ryan began to make some reply, but was cut off by the chimes of 2 text alerts. Coming back into the living room with the glass of iced tea, keeping her face carefully neutral, Ginger found both detectives frowning intensely at their phones. "Everything all right?" Ginger asked. Ryan looked up at her, blood drained from his face, as Wirral began quickly preparing to leave. "No, actually," her brother said. "There's been another murder. Whoever did it killed her in the exact same way as James Fox." Chapter 11. In the cool quiet of her classroom the next day, the projects of her students now on full display on the workstations, Ginger sat hunched over her laptop. Today she wasn't writing up exam marks, however. Instead, she was deep in a rambling rabbit hole on the internet, trying to find all she could about this latest case her name had been pinned to. There wasn't much information available about either of the recent murders, and what she could find wasn't perhaps what could be called reliable. However, even these few scraps were enough to send Ginger's mind whirling. What her brother had said about the second murder being exactly the same as James Fox's was a detail that wouldn't leave Ginger alone. There was coincidence. And then there was a pattern. It didn't take a genius to recognise that 2 identical murders mere days apart were probably done by the same person. So what Ginger wanted to know was how her knives, James Fox, and this second murder were all connected. The second victim's name was Caroline Williams, a 28-year-old woman from Mulsey, a tiny village located between Lambington and Greater Chiswick. These were details Ginger had gleaned from a somewhat suspicious true crime website that kept close tabs on local crime in this area of the county. However, after a rigorous search through social media, Ginger had verified the identity and the location. She felt a twinge of unease as she began looking through the Facebook profiles of Caroline's family, scrolling through all the posts and comments filled with such raw grief. Shock and pain made her feel like a vulture, or one of those people who slowed down as they passed lethal traffic accidents on the motorway. "I'm not just here to gawk, I promise," she whispered to herself, pausing on yet another photo of Caroline. It was attached to a short post about what a wonderful person Caroline was, how she was gone too soon, and how it was such a shock to lose her like this. The expressions were all ones that Ginger had read before across the many profiles of Caroline's friends and family. But here, Ginger paused, really taking a look at the woman who had lost her life at the hands of an unknown assailant. Caroline was small, with a heart-shaped face and blonde hair in a soft pixie cut. Her brown eyes held a spark of mischief. In every photo where she was smiling, there was a hint of self-consciousness to her expression, something that Ginger knew from a post written by Caroline's mother stemmed from the bullying Caroline had experienced as a teen about her crooked teeth. But Ginger also knew how strong Caroline had been. She knew that she'd loved to rock climb and go bouldering. She'd worked at a dog rescue as a volunteer walker. There were many photos of her at protests for the environment, for women's rights, for Black Lives Matter. She had been a woman filled to the brim with life. So what on earth did Caroline have in common with James Fox? A man known for his selfishness and violence. Ginger remembered, back before James nearly killed his then-wife, how Aurora had told a story in the faculty lounge of how he had embarrassed her at a fancy restaurant on their anniversary, how he'd been rude to the server, criticised every aspect of the decor, demanded their meals be discounted, and then not left a tip. James Fox seemed like the kind of person that Caroline would despise. So why, Ginger murmured, clicking through the friends list of yet another acquaintance of Caroline to see if James Fox was there, would someone target them both, killing them in the exact same way, and within only a day or so of each other? A gentle knock at the door brought Ginger out of her deep state of focus. Blinking a few times as she realised she'd been leaning in close to her screen, Ginger looked towards the door. "Just me," Bonnie said, closing the door behind her with a relieved sigh. "It's so much cooler in here than the main art studio." Sitting back, Ginger pushed aside the twinge of disappointment that it wasn't Rhys at her door. The scones she'd made for him were currently in one of the classroom fridges, although she'd planned to hand them off to him first thing, along with an apology, an explanation, and a kiss. He hadn't been in his classroom when she'd gone to find him. She just hoped she'd be able to catch him around lunch, as he wasn't answering her texts. "Surviving out there?" Ginger asked, resting her elbows on the desk, as Bonnie began to circle the room, admiring the baking creations. "Just about," Bonnie said, wryly. Her hair was wrapped in a deep green floral print bandana that looked more like something her wife Mariah would pick out than Bonnie herself. "I've been around so much teenage anxiety this past week, I'm starting to internalise it. Mariah had to help me get dressed this morning because I burst into tears during the process of choosing whether to wear dungarees or harem pants." Ginger winced. "At least it's nearly over." "Oh, yes, and then I just have to do all the marking," Bonnie said darkly. "But, actually, I didn't just come in here for the cool air and the cakes." "Everything all right?" Ginger asked, leaving her desk to go refill her water. For a second, as she stood, her heart rate rose and her vision swam, black creeping into the edges of her vision. Just as quickly as it started, however, it stopped. "I was actually going to ask you the same question," Bonnie said carefully, sidling up beside Ginger to lean her hip against the worktop. "You've seemed a bit off lately. And when I saw Rhys this morning, he looked like he hadn't slept a wink last night. Are you two okay? Are you okay? I ... Ginger trailed off, not sure where to begin. It hurt her heart to think of Rhys pulling away from her, spending a sleepless night with his own thoughts. "He's not talking to me right now, I don't think." Bonnie frowned, and Ginger saw up close, for the first time in a while, how exhausted her friend was. "That's odd for him," Bonnie muttered. "Doesn't seem like the silent treatment type." Ginger sighed, not looking forward to having to break the news to someone else. "I think he's a bit overwhelmed, maybe. Well, it turns out I'm kind of connected to James's murder." "I'm sorry. What?" Bonnie asked, blinking rapidly in confusion. "I know the police were looking at Aurora as a suspect, and then suddenly they weren't. But you. How are you tied into it?" Ginger took a breath. "Someone used my knives to kill him. And since Rhys and I had a fight with James in the park, literally hours before he was killed, it kind of stands to reason that they'd want to know if those two things were connected." "Oh, God! You didn't drag Rhys into this as well?" Bonnie groaned. her eyes then immediately going wide. Not that it's your fault. I didn't mean it like that. For a long moment, Ginger didn't speak, her friend's words wounding her deeper than she thought possible. I don't choose to end up in these situations, you know, she said, leaving Bonnie by the sink. You think I enjoy being suspected of murder or wondering who has it out for me, enough to steal my knives and try to frame me? Well, you do, Bonnie began, but trailed off, shaking her head. Never mind. Not the time. Oh, no! Ginger snapped, hurt, flaring into anger. Please tell me what I do that won't make it sound like you think I deserve all this. Bonnie let out a harsh sigh and threw up her hands. Fine, she said. You go poking around in things that should be left alone. Everything you did during the investigation with Callum and Gus. You nearly got yourself killed. Not to mention the hits the school took that year when the story went viral with your name at the front of it. I didn't ask for that attention, Ginger pointed out. And excuse me for not wanting a friend's death to be dismissed as a suicide. Ginger, Bonnie said, almost desperately, you're a baker. This isn't what you're supposed to do, and now Rhys is getting caught in the edges of your trouble. He's worked so hard to get here, and as a teacher, he faces risks that you don't. We're both teachers, Ginger said, tensing her jaw. Bonnie gave a frustrated sigh. It's not the same, Gin. You've been doing an art elective course for 1 year. He studied for this, worked for years to land a place here. If he gets attached to a murder, there's a good chance it could ruin his career within the school or even get him fired thanks to overzealous parents. But that's not my fault, Ginger insisted. But it kind of is, Bonnie snapped. I saw the video of your fight with James in the park. You didn't have to start shouting at people. You could have just walked away. Video? Chills ran down her spine as Ginger realised her fears had come true. Some random person online sent it to Aurora, Bonnie said, letting out a heavy sigh and rubbing her head. Look, I didn't want to come in here to fight. I'm just worried about your habit of charging into dangerous situations that could be avoided. And now, you might be pulling Rhys in with you. For a moment, Ginger felt every painful thought and feeling she had attached to the deaths and distress she'd had to face in the past years come rising up like a tsunami. The desire to speak it all aloud, to explain to Bonnie just how helpless she felt each time she found herself in the middle of some new horror, to tell her about the blackouts, the chilling paranoia, the fact that she trusted herself so little that she'd actually thought she might have killed James. All the words stuck in her throat like ice picks, leaving only silence. We can talk about this another time, Bonnie said, clearly irritated by Ginger's lack of response. I've got exams to go oversee. As Bonnie left the classroom, Ginger sagged down into her seat. Curling forward over her laptop again, she tried to ignore the pain and hurt burning in her chest, instead losing herself in the digital ghosts of Caroline's face. Chapter 12. Ginger greeted the sun, groggy and frazzled in her garage. On one side was the newly decorated cake she was making for a customer in Lambington, and on the other was her laptop. From the closed door, she could hear the demanding yowls of Miles and Nina waiting for their breakfast. Groaning, she pulled a fondant rose petal out of her hair that she had accidentally fallen asleep on top of. She checked her phone. There was one short text from Rhys saying he was swamped with exam work right now and asking whether they could talk about things at the weekend. Ginger hesitated for a moment, wondering how much of his silence was genuinely caused by work and how much of it was his own reluctance to talk to her. Sure, she typed back. Whatever you need. I've got the fete during the day, but could we find time in the evening? She nearly added, I didn't kill anyone, by the way. But it seemed too flippant and almost a moot point by now. Waking up her laptop, She squinted, still half asleep, as she took in what she had been looking at the night before. The trajectory of her research had changed after a brief call from her brother the night before. He'd been calling to formally let her know that she was off the suspect list in light of this second identical murder, but that her knives would have to remain as police evidence for the foreseeable future. "And you're sure it's the same killer?" Ginger had asked. "Do you have any idea what they look like? I'd like to know if I need to be looking out for someone." "We're pretty sure," Ryan replied. "Same method, same kind of knife, and—" He paused. "Well, probably shouldn't share this, but I want to assure you that Wirral isn't going to come hammering on your door." "Yeah, he really seemed to think I was guilty of something," Ginger had said, yawning as she'd continued blending the edible gold paint with the deep blues and greens she'd already applied to the cake's exterior. "Pretty sure he's got one of those cork boards with the string trying to piece together how you've secretly been the killer in every case you've ended up a part of," Ryan said dryly. "Anyway, we're pretty solidly sure it's the same person as they've left a calling card at both scenes." "Like a literal calling card?" Ginger asked, deciding a patch on the top needed some more blue applied. "It would make my job an awful lot easier if murderers would just drop their business card at scenes," Ryan muttered. "But no. It's weirder than that. There's been a tiny plastic baggie of houseflies found on the bodies. I won't say where." Ginger winced at the final detail. "I don't want to know." "Any idea where the flies are from?" "Not a clue." Ryan sighed. "They're at the lab now, trying to get some kind of data from them, but it's a shot in the dark. I just hope there isn't another death waiting for us." Following the call, Ginger had continued her decorating. Each stroke of her brush transformed the flawless, smooth surface of the white fondant-covered cake into a glittering, edible jewel. However, the little detail of the flies had tugged at something deep in her brain. Something about bugs and a string of murders. The web page that greeted Ginger when she awakened her laptop told her that she'd followed the thread of the web. "The recluse killer murders," she murmured, eyes skipping along the paragraphs carrying some of the details she needed. The recluse killer was a serial killer who had operated in Cardiff and Newport during the early 2000s. The name had been given to him by the press when it had come out that he'd left a resin pendant containing a preserved brown recluse spider at each of the murder scenes. That was the detail that had tugged at Ginger's subconscious when her brother had mentioned the bag of flies. However, she remembered now why she'd ended up falling asleep. The information online regarding any more details of the recluse killer was sparse at best. To be clear, she explained to Nina and Miles as she set down their breakfast bowls, "I'm not doing what Bonnie says I do. I'm not sticking my nose in where it's not wanted." Miles looked up, licking scraps of food from his chin. He didn't seem to contradict or agree with her assertion. "I'm just saying," Ginger said, starting to make her own breakfast of a multi-seed bagel, poached eggs, bacon, and flash-fried tomatoes, kale, mushrooms, and onions. "If, as I'm beginning to suspect, this killer is paying homage to the recluse killer in some way, then I want to know as much about the recluse killer as I can. If they took my knives, who knows if they'll be coming after me? I need to know what to look out for." For the first time, the reality that whoever took her knives to kill James Fox might possibly come after her settled over Ginger. She paused, partway through making a smoked paprika hollandaise. It was suddenly kind of irrelevant that the butter she was slowly pouring into the blender began to congeal once more. "I don't know when this person took my knives," she murmured. "I don't know if they know my name or if it was random. I don't know if they were watching me, or—" Nina wound herself around Ginger's ankles, purring intensely in reassurance. "It'll be fine," Ginger said quietly, continuing to make the hollandaise. "I'm sure it'll be fine." There was no need for her to be at the academy that day, so Ginger decided to take the opportunity to go to Lambington. The cake she had been working on all night needed to be delivered to a florist business celebrating their 10-year anniversary, so Ginger decided to take advantage of the Lambington Research Archive while she was in town. Securely boxing up the cake, Ginger put it into a cooler bag for safekeeping. She decided to take the bus and enjoy not having to drive. Public transport in the heat with a cake was risky, but the weather was pleasantly cool and slightly overcast, and it was a quiet Wednesday morning. The closest bus stop was about half a mile from her cottage, and Ginger felt some of the tension ease from her shoulders as she walked there. She'd only been waiting a few minutes when she was surprised to see Lydia walking up the road from the cottages too. "Oh, hi," Ginger said, pulling out one of her headphones to let the muted notes of jazz leak out into the open air, not wanting to appear rude. "How are things?" Lydia momentarily looked startled at being addressed, then gave a small nod. "Good. Things are good." Ginger waited several beats, expecting there to be some kind of follow-up, but Lydia only stared blankly down at the cracked tarmac. Giving a mental shrug, Ginger put her headphones back in and continued listening to her music. The bus wound its way through the green, narrow roads of South Gloucestershire. Throughout the journey, Ginger found her mind drifting, finally in a position where she didn't need to do anything but sit. She tried to enjoy the rolling countryside view, the fields filled with grazing lambs, and the many fields of cows and horses that stood by hedges, watching the bus go by. Soon, however, she found herself reaching for her phone, a sudden wave of isolation washing over her. Her fight with Bonnie the previous day had left her hurt and reeling, and now she stared at her text conversations, wondering if she should be the one to reach out first. But what was there to say? It had all happened so quickly, like alcohol burning away bright and hot in a pan. Now Ginger didn't entirely know what to say. Instead of messaging someone, she found herself flicking between her conversations with Rhys, Bonnie and Maggie, rereading old messages as if they could give her some magical insight into why all three people were now unyieldingly silent. The bus arrived in Lambington, and Ginger gave up trying to compose a text to any of them. Careful not to knock the cooler bag with its precious cargo, Ginger exited the bus, giving Lydia a little wave as she did so. The streets of Lambington were the lulling quiet of a midweek morning. Ginger knew well that come lunchtime, all the tiny cafes, sandwich shops, bistros and pubs would be filled with people leaving their jobs for lunch. The walk to the florist was short, punctuated with a delighted interaction with the shop's owner, thanking Ginger profusely for the cake. From there, now unburdened, Ginger hurried to the large, beautiful stone library nestled just off the main market square. The building promised cool, quiet, and most importantly, answers. Chapter 13. For the rest of the morning and well into the afternoon, Ginger lost herself in the newspaper archives and research room of the Lambington Library. With the help of the librarian who made a few calls, she was even able to get access to court reports, articles, and resources from the library in Cardiff. A lot of the information Ginger found, crawling through the dozens and dozens of articles, was things she already knew. Daniel Lind, aka the Recluse Killer, had been arrested for 7 murders in 2003. However, it was later suspected he might have committed as many as 5 more that lacked sufficient evidence for prosecution. He had operated around the Cardiff and Newport area. Between 2000 and 2003, the frequency of his killing increasing and his cooling-off period decreasing each year, bringing him into the territory of a classic serial killer. Lind had no specific victim type. His parameters were based on the setting, not the person's attributes. all murders took place at night in quiet, unobserved places such as docks, train yards, industrial parks, and multi-storey car parks. The victim was always alone and, as far as the police could tell, came to the location of their own volition. The local newspapers gave more detailed accounts than the national newspapers, and time slipped away as Ginger delved deeper into the serial killer career of the Recluse Killer. She read how he became known as the Recluse Killer, not only for the resin-embalmed spider he left at each crime, but also due to his method of killing his victims with two short, sharp knives. He always gave the killing blow by stabbing one on each side of the neck, like the spider sinking its fangs into its prey. The name also stuck due to his antisocial nature and general disinterest in human interaction. However, although she was looking for answers to tell her definitively one way or another if this new killer was a copycat, there were no absolute answers to be found. The method of murder was the same, and the bag of flies seemed like an attempt to be a matching pair with Lind. The seemingly random selection of victims also seemed to lean toward a copycat, but there were coincidences that Ginger couldn't dismiss. It all came back to the knives. The fact that someone stole her knives in Little Chiswick, then went all the way to Lambington to murder James Fox, didn't speak to a random selection. It felt very deliberate and personal indeed. Ginger jotted down some final details in the notebook she had brought specifically for that purpose, then leaned back with a muted groan. Stretching her arms above her head, she reviewed the notes she'd made over the past few hours. There were a lot of question marks and links drawn between things that she'd then crossed out. The few details she knew about the murders of James Fox and Caroline Williams, she'd written in a different colour ink, trying to find any applicable similarities. The librarian who had been so helpful all day drifted over from the desk, the patent brown leather flats clicking quietly on the wooden parquet floor. "Sorry to disturb you," she whispered, tucking her softly curling dark blonde hair back behind her ears. "But we're closing soon." "Not to worry," Ginger replied, immediately closing up the notebook and beginning to gather her things. "I think I've done everything I can here today. Need some fresh air to blow away the cobwebs." Once outside, Ginger let her feet lead her. She had no destination in mind, her thoughts bubbling like boiling water, but when she found herself outside the Lambington police station, she wasn't surprised. "Hello there! How can I help?" asked the desk sergeant. She wasn't someone Ginger recognised from previous visits, but her pleasantly round face exuded warmth. "Is D.I. Burnet around today?" she asked, resting her forearms on the desk. "I'm his sister, Ginger. If he's here, I'd really like to talk to him." "Oh, you're the sister who bakes," the sergeant said with a beaming smile. "I think he's in his office." "Do you know where that is?" "I do," Ginger said, gesturing in the vague direction. "If he's not in there, I'll come back out here and just leave a message for him." Even if she hadn't known, it was easy to tell which office was her brother's. Curled in the open doorway was a large, more black than tan, German shepherd, who, upon seeing Ginger, began to wag his tail insistently and whine with delight. "Hi, Archie boy!" Ginger crouched to pet the huge dog, paying special attention to just behind his left ear, the spot that always sent his back leg twitching. "To what do I owe the pleasure, dear sister?" Ryan asked, leaning out from behind his computer monitor. "Is everything okay?" He looked tired, and the wrinkled state of his white shirt suggested he might have slept at the station the night before. "Okay is not the word I'd necessarily use." Ginger shooed Archie into the office and closed the door behind her. "I got thinking, and then I started some digging." Ryan leaned back in his chair, running a hand through his hair. "Well, that usually doesn't mean anything good." "Yeah, well, Having my personal knife stolen and then used to murder someone isn't what I'd call a good thing, Ginger said dryly, dropping into the empty chair on the opposite side of the desk to her brother. Archie immediately came and rested his large head on her knee, gazing up at her with huge brown eyes. "So, what have you been digging into?" Ryan asked. "Knowing you, it's either going to be useful or sound completely insane." "Bit of both, maybe," Ginger said with a shrug. "Remember the little bags of flies you told me about? Well, it reminded me of something. You heard of the recluse killer?" Her brother frowned, quickly typing on his keyboard and scanning the results of his search. "I remember something about this," he said slowly. "We were just kids, so I'm guessing Mum and Dad wouldn't have let us see any of the news coverage. But I remember older guys on the force talking about it when they wanted to freak us newbies out. He used to leave a brown recluse spider preserved in resin at each of his kills," Ginger said. "Well, as far as I could tell anyway. I've scoured everything I can get access to, but there's probably a lot that wasn't released to the public." Turning away from his screen, Ryan sighed, giving her a searching look. "I don't want to have to remind you, Gin, but solving this is not your job." Ginger held up a hand, as if to push back whatever else he was going to say. "I'm not trying to solve anything," she assured him. "If it was up to me, I wouldn't be anywhere near any of this. I've got my birthday to plan, all the catering for the fete to get ready that I've got Mum breathing down my neck about, or enjoying the fact that I survived my first year of teaching." "But someone took your knives," Ryan said quietly. "And you don't feel safe because you don't know who it is." Ginger looked down at Archie, focusing on the malted swirls of tan and black on his big, soft head, as she suddenly struggled to breathe. "Exactly," she eventually managed to whisper. "Part of me is kind of hoping that this person is a copycat of the recluse killer, because everything he did was random. Knowing that someone might have just taken my knives because they happened to be there is far less terrifying than the thought that someone chose the knives deliberately because they were mine." Her brother reached a hand across the desk, and she took it, enjoying the momentary connection of human touch. "I wish I had answers to give you," he said softly, "but honestly, we have no idea who is doing this, why they used your knives, why they killed Fox and this other person." "Caroline," Ginger said quietly. "Her name was Caroline." Ryan nodded slowly. "It takes time for us to gather information and try to find links and patterns. If it would make you feel better or like you have some kind of control, you're welcome to keep looking into things on your own time as long as—" He leaned forward, his gaze intense. "You don't go and start poking around in person. This recluse killer link is a good thread for us to tug on, confirming the similarities that will help us identify a pattern. But research is all I want you to do, and no running off to crime scenes or going to talk to people alone. Understand?" Ginger nodded. "Times like this, I wish pepper spray was legal here," she said wryly. "Think I'll just keep all the doors and windows locked for now. Stay around people whenever I'm out somewhere. Carry an alarm." "I could get in touch with Klimek if you'd like," Ryan offered. "Ask him to send someone to check on you now and again." DCI Klimek was the head of the police force for the Greater and Little Chiswick area, and an old friend of both Ryan and Ginger. She shook her head at the offer, however, taking a deep breath to clear her vision. "I think someone coming by the house at random times is going to spook me more. I'll be fine. There's nothing so far that would suggest I'm in direct danger. All it takes is a phone call, and I can have someone come to help you, okay?" Ryan said, releasing her hand. "And, although I'm neck-deep in these murder cases, send me anything you think might be useful to my email and I'll get to it when I can, okay? I'll set some of the team looking into the recluse killer, see if there was anyone around at the trial who paid just a bit too much attention or has tried contacting him in prison." "Don't worry about me," Ginger said, forcing a smile as she stood and headed for the door. "I've literally survived worse. This is just some anxiety. Understandable anxiety, being connected to a murder and all, but anxiety nonetheless." "Stay safe," her brother said softly as she closed the door. "And let me know if you need help with anything." Back out on the street, Ginger took several deep breaths. There was a tightness in her chest that she couldn't seem to get rid of. She thought that telling Ryan everything would help alleviate some of her fears, but it seemed to have only compounded them. His admission that the police had no idea who they were looking for made her feel all the more vulnerable. Walking back to the bus stop, Ginger slipped her keys between her fingers in her pocket, even though it was still daylight. Every twitch of movement in her peripheral vision made her flinch. It was only because she was on such high alert that she noticed the slight movement behind her and to the left. Looking back, she caught a brief glimpse of the person. Lydia seemed startled to have been spotted, immediately turning on her heel and hurrying down a different street. However, Ginger couldn't help but find it odd. Was Lydia following her? And, if so, why? Chapter 14. Ginger didn't sleep well that night, even after double-checking all the doors and windows were locked before she went to sleep. She still found herself staring blankly at the ceiling as the hours rolled by. Each and every noise outside sent her creeping to the window, heart hammering in her chest. Both of the cats seemed to sense her simmering unease, as neither of them would settle down to sleep, instead zooming around the house in the dark. As a precaution, she'd tied one ankle to the leg of her Victorian iron bed frame, but the strap quickly became a focus for the cat's nighttime energy, with both of them pouncing on every little twitch it made. In the end, Ginger abandoned the idea, and indeed abandoned the hope of sleep, and went downstairs. Setting up her phone on the little tripod she'd bought, she began to take short videos. Later, she'd edit them into a video for her rapidly growing baking Instagram. Soon the kitchen was filled with the warm scent of browning butter, dark chocolate, and coffee as Ginger began to create the base for another client cake that was due in a few days. Mixing dark cocoa powder and espresso into the gently bubbling browned butter, Ginger then slowly added sugar, whisking the mixture together until it was a slick, shiny syrup. "There's nothing quite as beautiful as something this delicious gleaming in a copper pan," she said into the impassive eye of the phone's camera, making sure it was picking up every ripple of the mixture as she gradually folded it into the bowl of dry ingredients. Once the cakes were in the oven in 2 large rectangular tins, Ginger set about hunting for the moulds she was planning to use for the decorative design. The client, who had ordered the cake for their geologist brother's 60th birthday, had asked if Ginger could make the cake look like the interior of an amethyst. It was an eye-catching, popular design that she'd seen done by many of the professional bakers and decorators she followed online, but not a technique that Ginger herself had tried before. "I bet I took them with me to the academy," she muttered to herself, putting away the large plastic tub where she kept the vast array of moulds she'd collected for various past designs. "I'll drop by tomorrow." Setting a timer for the cakes, she drifted into the living room, curling up in June's old armchair. With her laptop on her knees, Ginger began to search for any new information on the murder cases. The need for information was becoming a craving, one she didn't entirely know how to satisfy, except by hunting down new details. There was nothing to be found, however, except for a few new posts on a forum she'd found discussing British serial killers. It was from a poster who claimed to be the foremost expert on the recluse killer, but after only skim-reading the rambling paragraphs, Ginger quickly dismissed them as a morbid wannabe pathologist. Shifting to her various social media feeds, Ginger noticed that Maggie, for the first time in days, was online. Fingers hovering over the keyboard, Ginger hesitated for a minute before sending a quick message. "How are you doing? Are they working you hard up there?" The message was sent, delivered, and then read. "Working us to the bone," came the reply. "Going to have my phone off for the next few days. I'm also really sorry, but I don't know if I'll be able to make it to your birthday. I'll try to give you a call next time I can spare a few minutes." Ginger blinked, rereading the message. "What higher being did I get on the wrong side of recently?" she asked the silent house. "Rhys is giving me the cold shoulder, Bonnie and I got in a fight out of nowhere, and now Maggie is cancelling on my 30th. Just then, the timer went off. The sound made her startle, eyes immediately scrambling to the door and the windows. Ginger sighed, pressing a hand over her racing heart. At least there's always cake. After getting a paltry hour or two of sleep, Ginger stepped out into the morning and walked to Chiswick Park Academy. The day promised to be a hot one, the sun bearing down oppressively to burn off the scanty shroud of mist clinging to the fields. The glare was already beginning to give Ginger a headache as she cut across the grass that sat in the serpentine curves of the drive leading to the academy. When the school itself came into view, however, the pain flared as her pulse began to race. Parked in front of the school were several police cars and an ambulance. It was a sight that was becoming distressingly common at the school, but it still filled Ginger with horror. Running the rest of the way, she slowed as she reached the door, jumping aside just in time as two paramedics carried out a sheet-covered stretcher. Ginger averted her gaze, thoughts tumbling over one another. What had happened here? Rushing inside, she was thankful to find the hallways clear of students. However, it was easy enough to follow the sound of voices and the scattering of police and forensic staff moving toward or away from a common point in the school. Ginger's breath began to stick in her throat as she drew closer to where her classroom was, a kind of hysteria like needles under her skin driving her on. The door of her classroom was crisscrossed with police tape, and a small group of the faculty were gathered just outside. It didn't escape Ginger's notice that several of the faculty gave her cautious or slightly suspicious looks. It also didn't escape her notice that there were several other people lingering on the edge of the scene, the cameras and general hawk-eyed look on their faces, betraying them as journalists, and probably not the most reputable kind. The sense of needling panic continued to grow, gathering at the base of her skull. Miranda Morningside was there speaking to a tall, lean figure with a shock of red hair that Ginger instantly recognised as DCI Jacob Klimek. Rhys and Bonnie also lingered at the edge of the chaos, quietly whispering to one another. No one seemed to notice Ginger until she was already hurrying towards the door, the empty room drawing her like a magnet. "Ginny!" Rhys's voice sounded strange, and not just because she hadn't heard it for several days. "Wait!" He lunged to grab for her elbow, but Ginger quickly avoided his grasp and ducked under the police tape. Immediately, she had to clasp her hands over her mouth to hold in a sob. Every single one of her students' exam pieces had been deliberately, violently destroyed. Nothing else in the room was damaged or out of place. Only the beautiful work that represented everything the students had worked toward. The even more horrifying implication was the rough tape outline in the middle of the room on the floor. Ginger's mind flashed back to the shrouded stretcher, and all at once her legs refused to hold her up. Her knees melted like butter, and black spots flared in her vision like a blowtorch was being applied directly to her brain. There was no mistake now. Someone was targeting her. This location, this act of violation, was a personal attack, not just on the latest victim, but on Ginger. The blood roared in her ears. The breath wouldn't enter her lungs. All she could think about was how the person could have got in. Who was it? What had she done to draw their attention? Distantly, Ginger heard Rhys's voice raised in argument, followed by Miranda's calmer tones. However, the hand that settled gently on her shoulder a few moments later was Clemek's. Ginger looked up at him, the tears in her eyes briefly distorting his face, like she was looking at it through a sheet of homemade sugar glass. "Come with me," he said softly. "The head mistress thinks it's a good idea to have you off the property for now, for your own good." "Are you arresting me?" Ginger asked, her mind not fully grasping the layers of his words. "No," Clemek said, giving her a strange, sad smile. "We're just going to keep you safe for a bit." Still not entirely sure what he meant, but still too lost in her shock to really resist, Ginger allowed him to gently lift her to her feet and steer her out of the room. For a moment, Rhys stepped into her line of vision, looking as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out, and he was looking at her with that strange, shuttered expression again. In the end, he watched in silence as Clemek steered her away. For some reason, to Ginger, that hurt more than anything else. Chapter 15. For a moment, Ginger thought Clemek was taking her to the station to calm her down in an interview room. Instead, however, he drove them away from the school, out of Greater Chiswick, and up out of the valley into the hills. Looking out the window, Ginger stared down at where the village nestled among the verdant woods and languorous fields filled with crops and grazing livestock. It looked so peaceful, so idyllic. How did so much trouble find her in such a place? This was where she had come to escape from the cruelty of the world, yet still it hunted her down time and time again. What did she have to do to be free of it? The narrow road wound up the edge of the hill. The many loops and bends suggested that this had once been a cart track simply tarmacked over to keep up with the times, rather than a planned road. Eventually, Clemek took a left turn off the road, pulling into a small car park edged with slowly rotting wooden railings. "Know where we are?" he asked, turning the engine off. Pulling herself from her thoughts, Ginger leaned forward to see fully out of the windscreen. The car park they were in was small, unpaved, and looked like it hadn't been populated in some time. Directly in front of them was a towering cliffside of creamy Cotswold stone, studded with determined bushes and patches of wiry grass. "The Devil's Footstool?" Ginger asked, coming out of her fugue state for long enough to give Clemek a questioning look. "I don't think we've been up here since." A blush unexpectedly overtook her face as she recalled exactly the last time she had been up here with Jacob Clemek. It had been during their brief teenage fling the summer before she went off to university and he had gone travelling. "Since we were teenagers looking for somewhere quiet to make out far away from our parents' houses?" he asked with a wry grin. "I'm not going to make a move. I promise." "Come on. We're walking." "What?" Ginger asked, feeling several steps behind Jacob, both figuratively and literally, as he clambered out of the car and strode toward the edge of the car park. "Hold on, wait for me." As she slammed the car door and hurried after her old friend, Ginger slowed momentarily as an insidious thought trickled into her head. What if it was Clemek? Serial killers were drawn to positions of power, and he certainly wouldn't be the first member of the police force to have a violent, secret identity. Clemek had been one of the people responsible for prosecuting James Fox, following what the man had done to Aurora, and Ginger knew he had been furious at how short Fox's sentence had ended up being. What if he'd brought her out here to the quarry for a reason? Everyone had seen how upset she was at the school. If she were to suffer an accident and fall out here, people would be quick to believe Clemek's version of events. Just as quickly as the thoughts arrived, Ginger banished them, horrified that she'd even conceived them. Of course, Clemek, Jacob, her friend, since she was a teenager, wasn't going to shove her off a cliff. Of course he wasn't terrorising her and committing multiple murders. What was she thinking? Jacob, for this was definitely more her friend than the professional DCI Klimek, looked back from where he apparently stood, waist deep in a bramble patch. Are you coming? With a nod, Ginger wandered after him, finding the tiny animal track he was following through the tangle of spiny undergrowth. All was quiet for a while, except for their harsh breathing as the two of them clambered up the steep, rocky trail that years of rainwater had carved into the side of the hill. Ginger's t-shirt soon clung to her back, and her shins bore the prickle of cuts from thorns even through her jeans. By the time they reached the peak of the hill, her fringe stuck to her forehead and she was gasping for breath. Looking over at Klimek, she saw he wasn't in much better shape, putting his hands on his hips as he breathed deeply. We must really have been dedicated to that snog to climb all the way up here for it, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead and taking off his suit jacket. I think we both thought it would be romantic looking out over the valley, Ginger said, waving away a fly. If I remember correctly, we just got eaten alive by midges, and you accidentally headbutted me. Jacob laughed, offering his hand to pull her up the last few feet to be level with him. Ah, we truly are the most romantic of star-crossed lovers, he teased, then dropped her hand, gesturing up ahead. Come on, let's go find that bench, and then you can talk out everything you need to. And, to be clear, I'm listening as a friend, not just as a police officer. The bench was similar to how Ginger remembered it, if now slightly more weather-worn and crumbling. It still looked out directly at the single square column of hillside that was eroding at a far slower rate than the stone around it, dubbed the Devil's Footstool by locals. Jacob sat down, draping his suit jacket over the back of the bench. Ginger hovered at the side, the whole situation catching her so off guard that she didn't feel like she could sit. The vision of her classroom reduced to a crime scene sent discomfort scuttling under her skin like spiders. Was your plan to use cardio to make me feel better? She joked weakly, not sure what she wanted to say. Jacob's face softened and he leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees. You can say anything you need to up here. It's just me, and I'll listen to whatever you have to say. So, he gave her a searching look and then asked gently, Are you all right, Gin? Ginger swallowed sharply, tears threatening at once. No, she said simply. No, I'm not. I've got dragged into another murder, and I'm not okay at all. That seemed to release a dam somewhere inside her, because Ginger took a deep breath and finally started to talk. Chapter 16. The sun was beginning to lower in the sky by the time Ginger ran out of things to say. She felt the good kind of empty, like she'd been a pressure cooker right on the edge of exploding, but had been pulled back from the brink at the last moment. By this point, she was seated on the ground, legs hanging over the edge of the hill, body half turned towards Klimek, but her gaze trained on the hazy horizon. She hadn't told him absolutely everything. There were some things she didn't know how to put into words. The idea of digging back into how past cases had affected her seemed like more than he could handle, especially when the two of them had only recently got back to being on good terms again. However, it was enough for now. She'd told him about her dizziness and blackouts, about the sleepwalking, about her fear that she might somehow have been the one to kill Fox, how she was borderline certain that the recent murders had something to do with the recluse killer, but she didn't know what yet. I just worry, she said softly, tugging at some strands of wiry grass that made its home in the limestone-rich soil. It feels as if I'm slowly losing people around me and I don't know how to stop it. She hurled a handful of grass seeds off the hill to be snatched away by the breeze. I don't know how to explain it to people like Rhys or Bonnie or my parents. Ryan understands a little. After all, he heard me out yesterday when I went to him about the research I'd done, but I don't want to rely on him to be my tether when I feel like I'm floating away from everyone else. He's trying to solve a double murder, for goodness sake. Technically a triple murder now, Klimek said softly, stroking his reddish beard. And though this one was in Greater Chiswick, it's the same pattern as the other two. There's going to be a combined effort needed, that's for sure. Ginger gave him a look over her shoulder, slightly narrowing her eyes. That really helps alleviate my guilt. Thank you. He gave a sympathetic smile, raising his hands briefly in surrender. I'm not a therapist, Gin. I'm just pointing out facts, and that you're right. Ryan can't help you with all of this. Neither can I. Neither can Rhys or Bonnie or Maggie. We can all listen to some degree. We can offer support and love and empathy when we can. But the truth is that none of us have lived through the experiences that you have. Ginger frowned, his words sounding like a rejection, but his expression saying quite the opposite. So, I should shut up and keep it all to myself. Klimek rolled his eyes fondly, sliding off the bench to come and join her on the ground. No, you dunce. You go to therapy. You find someone who will be able to not only listen, but who can help you learn how to manage these thoughts and fears and memories. Someone who can help you become proactive in managing what you've lived through. Someone who can help you explain to people like Rhys what you're struggling with and how they can help. Biting her lip, Ginger stared down at her hands, twisting the remains of the grass stalk back and forth between her fingers. I've thought about therapy. For the first time in my life, I'm actually in a place where I could afford to go to it regularly and not have to be on a wait list. But, Jacob prompted, bumping her shoulder with his own, what's holding you back? Ginger shrugged, struggling to find the exact words. It feels like I'm barely holding things together right now, she said eventually, testing each word before she said it. But I'm still holding things together. I'm still keeping up with my job, taking on commissions and building a brand for myself, and having a relationship with Rhys, and seeing friends and going to dinner with Mum and Colin every other week. Like, I'm able to keep all those plates spinning even with everything I've had to live through in the last year or two. She paused, trying to find the exact phrasing before softly continuing. My fear is that if I really start digging into that trauma, if I start talking about the stuff that keeps me awake some nights, then all the plates will fall. Then where does that leave me? When Jacob didn't immediately reply, Ginger looked over at him, suddenly wanting him to have every answer she needed. At least right now, things are staying together, she said, aware of the tears creeping into the corner of her eyes. I've hit rock bottom once already, Jacob, when I had to move back from London. I don't think I can come back from there again. With a deep sigh, he slid an arm around her shoulder and pulled her close to his side. I know, he said quietly. Well, maybe I don't know exactly, but I know that feeling of keeping things together through sheer force of will, especially right now, with these murders. I'm going to come down off this hill, go back to the station, and be expected to have answers for an awful lot of people. Answers that I don't have right now. He looked down into her face, and Ginger felt an unexpected surge of warmth in her belly, her mind unhelpfully reminding her of what the two of them had done together the last time they'd been on this hill. For a moment, it seemed he thought of the same thing, his eyes momentarily darkening and an almost sad smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. When he lowered his face toward hers, Ginger didn't find herself immediately pulling away, caught in some confusing space between the past and present, between wanting some kind of human connection and the part of her brain reminding her that she cared for Rhys. Klimek pressed a soft kiss to her forehead. The action was gentle and, while not totally platonic, There was no expectation of anything more. It was more of a recognition of what they had once shared and of the struggle she was currently facing. Ginger allowed herself to relax. For once, she wasn't going to tie herself in knots, questioning exactly what it meant. "You should probably also talk to a doctor about these dizzy spells," Clementine said, resting his chin on top of her head. "You did get clobbered over the head with a shovel after all." Ginger snorted. "Yeah, nearly a year ago. I don't care when," Clementine said, his voice becoming firmer. "Look after yourself, Ginger, or you and I are going to have a problem." "Fine," Ginger grumbled, the scrappy banter reminding her of being a teen again. "I'll see when the hospital can fit me in." "Good." He removed his arm and scrambled inelegantly to his feet, brushing dust and grass from the seat of his trousers. "Now, I want to hear more about this recluse killer you researched. I agree with your brother in thinking that there's definitely a connection. We just need to find out if it's a new one, or one that's been established for a while and this copycat moved into the local area when Lind did." "What?" Ginger frowned, also getting to her feet. "I thought Lind was in Broadmoor." Clementine shook his head, taking his jacket off the back of the bench and shaking off the lichen. "He was, for the past few years, but he got moved to a smaller specialist prison about an hour or so from here. I can't remember the exact details, but he's got a real issue with people being too noisy around him. One of the other inmates got on his nerves and Lind, bit the other guy's ear off, I believe. So they moved him to this other prison so he could be in better managed isolation." "Well," Ginger blinked. "Yikes. So, if it is a copycat," Clementine said, offering a hand to pull her to her feet, "then they might have been operating closer to where Lind was before and moved with him, alternatively. They already lived locally, and it was Lind moving to the area which triggered their kills," Ginger asked, wobbling for a moment. Her legs were unsteady after sitting for so long. "I take it you're going to be in touch with Ryan and the Lambington force." Clementine nodded. "Most likely. We'll have to double-check the method of death, but even from the most basic initial assessment, it would look like it's the same killer. The fact that they targeted your classroom specifically, especially after your knives have been used for one murder already, is also a strong suggestion there's a link." Ginger groaned, dropping into a crouch as she recalled the wreck of her classroom once more. For a brief, blissful moment, I'd forgotten that I'm somehow tied into all this, that this killer has some kind of personal issue with me. Clementine crouched down in front of her. Deep breaths. "We're going to keep you safe, I promise. I know you told Ryan you don't like the idea of having someone come to check on you once or twice a day, but at this point, I'd say it's the wisest course of action, at least until we can confirm if you're in any direct danger." Reluctant, but knowing he was right, Ginger nodded. "Just make sure I know who's coming and have some way for them to confirm their identity. I've listened to a lot of true crime, Jacob. I know how many killers pretend to be police." "We'll figure something out," he promised. "For now, I'm going to drop you home so you can get some rest. Keep the doors and windows locked, obviously, and try to have people around you as much as you can." On the drive back to her cottage, Ginger revelled in the sense of peace that filled her chest. Things were bad. There was no denying that. 3 people were dead, after all. But maybe this time, by taking the help Clementine offered and keeping herself safe, she'd managed to not get pulled as deep into this case. Her sense of peace didn't last long, however, shattering within moments of Clementine dropping her off at her cottage and driving away. Approaching her front door, Ginger froze in the process of digging her keys out of her bag. There were footprints pressed in the soft, loose soil of the flower beds in front of her living room window. It was as if someone had stood there for quite some time, staring in through the glass into her home. Her stomach roiling with fear, Ginger reached for her phone and for the small baton she always kept in the bottom of her bag. That was when she heard a noise coming from her garage, and it felt like time stopped. Chapter 17. Phone in one hand and stooping to pick up a fist-sized rock from the flower bed in the other, Ginger crept across the front garden towards the garage. The front door was closed, the green paint smothered with dust after so many days without rain. As Ginger peered around the side, however, she could see that the smaller side door was open a crack. The noise from inside was barely audible. All Ginger could hear over the sound of her pounding heart was some slight shuffling. For a moment, she paused. Had she left the door open herself, and a small animal had gotten in? But when was the last time she'd left the side door open for more than a few minutes while she was inside? The garage was her cake decorating studio. It had to be kept cool and clean. Had she ended up sleepwalking again after she'd finally dozed off in the early hours of the morning? Her questions were answered when there came a clatter and then the distinctly human sound of someone muttering to themselves. Creeping up to the door, Ginger told herself that she could close and block the door if whoever had broken in became threatening. Rock and phone at the ready, she crouched to peer through the slight space of the open door. Her first reaction was confusion, followed by a healthy influx of suspicion. Rising to her full height, still cautious and tense, Ginger opened the door to her workspace. "What are you doing in here?" she asked, steering her voice away from sounding hostile, but making it clear she was not pleased. Lydia glanced back at her, giving barely any reaction to being caught. Her expression was blank to the point of being unsettling, eyes flat and empty, like a muddy pond under a grey sky. Somehow the pastel purple carer's uniform she was wearing only made her lack of reaction or response all the more strange. Ginger stayed by the door, keeping the rock loosely clenched in her fist, trying to keep her face flat and neutral. "You should be more careful about making sure all your doors are locked," Lydia said, fingers skimming over the groaning shelves, stacked high with neatly arranged boxes filled with decorating supplies. "There was another murder, you know, up at the school. Another woman. Emily Cameron." Ginger tightened her grip on the rock, shifting onto the balls of her feet in preparation. Why would Lydia know about the murder already? More importantly, how did she not only know it was another woman, but also what her name was? As if hearing her tumbling thoughts, Lydia shrugged, turning to fully face Ginger for the first time. "I came from the village." It's buzzing with the news already. She was apparently one of those rich London types, recently bought a house on the edge of Greater Chiswick. She was so small and fragile, yet somehow her diminutive stature only made Ginger more nervous. It was creepy in the same way that children in horror movies were creepy. For all her sweet and harmless exterior, there was something under the surface of Lydia's skin that set the hairs prickling up the back of Ginger's neck. "I'll make sure I double-check all my locks then," she said slowly when Lydia made no other move except looking around the garage. "You should," the smaller woman replied, the first sign of nerves peeking through as she nibbled on her ragged lower lip. "You don't have the look of the other victims, so you might be safe. But you can never be too careful, particularly you with your history." "Excuse me?" Ginger was genuinely taken aback. "What is that supposed to mean?" Lydia flinched at the sharp edge that appeared in Ginger's voice, but quickly flattened out her expression. "It means that there are people who pay attention to you. It means you're caught in a web you can't see, can't touch, and can't escape from," she said quietly, fussing with the buttons of her shapeless brown cardigan. "And that you should make sure to lock your doors." "You need to leave," Ginger said, no longer attempting to be polite, now just trying to hide the shake in her voice. "Get out of my house. And I'd suggest letting your manager know that you won't be coming to see John anymore. I don't want you anywhere near him or me." Without a word, Lydia walked out of the garage, her plain black ballet flats not making a sound on the floor. Ginger followed her to be sure she left, watching until the nurse drove away in her tiny, generic car. Then, shaking, Ginger locked the garage door. "What just happened?" she whispered, staring at the door for several minutes, double and triple checking that she had indeed locked it. She couldn't stop thinking over Lydia's odd choice of words, remembering the details she mentioned so casually. The other woman had seemed strangely confident in her assessment that Ginger didn't have the look of the other victims, and none of the implications of such a statement were good. Was this killer not working alone, or was Lydia hiding some murderous intent? It wouldn't be the first time Ginger had seen an apparently innocent face concealing something horrifying. Heading for her front door, Ginger set her teeth, anger rising to protect her from the panic. There were questions she needed answered. If Lydia wanted to talk in mildly threatening half-riddles, then the game was on. And Ginger hadn't lost yet. The heat in the house was oppressive, but Ginger couldn't bear to have any of the windows open, even a crack. Instead, she holed up in the garage where she'd set up a proper cooling system. She spent the rest of the day and most of the night trying to find out everything she could about Lydia and Emily Cameron, the latest victim. Part of her process was calling Clementine, quickly telling him about Lydia's casual trespassing. "The name Lydia hasn't come up in any of our digging so far," Clementine said slowly, thinking as he spoke. "Do you have a last name?" "I don't," Ginger said, "but she's the carer for my next-door neighbour." "I could find out the company she works for if you need to find her." "That won't be necessary," Clementine said, a firm edge coming into his voice. "Investigating people is my job, Gin. I'm grateful for the tip, especially since I don't know how she got hold of the latest victim's name so quickly, however." "You need me to keep clear of things and stay safe?" Ginger asked ruefully. "I know the drill by now. Don't worry." "As do I," Clementine said, the hint of a smile in his voice, "which means I know you'll no doubt be calling me, and probably your brother, up soon enough with more leads and more info." "Can you blame me?" Ginger asked, gently petting Nina, who was asleep against her thigh. "It helps me feel useful and slightly less vulnerable, to feel like I have some kind of control, although," she grimaced, "if I want to feel useful, I should probably be prepping for the fete, and then my birthday." "Always have to have a dozen plates spinning at once, huh?" Clementine teased, but there was something affectionate to his voice. "Do I have an invitation to said birthday?" Ginger hesitated for half a breath. She couldn't help but flash back to that moment on the hilltop when she thought Clementine was going to kiss her. She thought of Rhys, who had barely spoken to her in days. Rhys, who she missed so deeply, it felt like she was bruised. For whatever reason, she and Rhys weren't in a good place. With that in mind, was it the wisest decision to have Clementine and Rhys in the same space? "Did I lose you?" Clementine asked, sounding uncertain. "It's just, I've got to go investigate this murder, so just let me know at some point if there's space for me." "No, there will be," Ginger said quickly, regretting the words as soon as she said them. "I'll let you know the when and the where. And don't worry about a gift. It's short notice, and I don't really need anything anyway." "Great," Clementine spoke to someone briefly, the sound going muffled as he covered the phone. "I've got to go, but I'll let you know when one of the lads will be coming by to check on you, give you all the info you need to know they're legitimate." "Thank you, Jacob," Ginger said softly. "Any time," he said, matching her tone. "Now go kick-ass prepping for the fete, and I'll get back to my murder investigation." Despite her best efforts to focus on the paperwork and planning the buffet for the village fete that weekend, Ginger found herself digging back into true crime message boards, taking deep dives into social media in search of any links between Emily Cameron and the other victims, while trying to find anything she could about Lydia. The constable sent by Clementine came and went, doing a quick tour of the cottage and garden, before wishing Ginger a good evening and leaving her alone again. Before she knew it, the little clock in the corner of her screen told her it was after midnight. Blinking, Ginger sat back, guilt filling her stomach as she looked over the abandoned paperwork for the fete and the wrapped sponge cakes that she hadn't even begun assembling into the client commission she should have been working on. "I'm sure I can get the crumb coat on before I go to bed," she muttered to herself, getting to her feet and stretching until her back cracked in complaint. Let it firm up in the fridge overnight. However, as she got down her favourite rotating cake stand, a pinging sound caught her attention. It was a notification for a county-wide group chat filled with people who kept track of crime. She joined under a fake name and lurked to see what she could digitally overhear. Most of it was nonsense. A lot of it was unsurprisingly racist, but she'd found a few people who knew bits and pieces about the murders. "Our favourite conspiracy theorist strikes again," the message read. It was from someone she hadn't interacted with before, but who gave off a creepy energy that said they enjoyed the murders just a little bit too much. So, when Ginger saw the link they'd added into the chat to a true crime blog, she wasn't surprised. What did surprise her was when she clicked through the link and saw the title of the article, Ginger Snaps. Under the flashing red headline was a picture of Clementine leading her away from the classroom at the academy that morning. She looked like an unhinged wreck with red-rimmed eyes. With the police tape in the background and the follow-up image of her getting into Clementine's car, the author of the blog was making it very clear they thought she had something to do with the murder. A quick scroll through the blog made it clear that this wasn't the first time this particular publication had written about her. Ginger felt her rage growing as she flicked through story after story filled with nonsense. "Forget the crumb coat," she said aloud to the empty garage, slamming her laptop closed. "That's enough of the world for today. Time for bed." As she crawled into bed a little while later, already sweating in the unmoving heat of the room, Ginger swore she was going to keep as far away from this case as she could. She'd been dragged in against her will, but she could do her best to stay out of the ugly limelight as much as possible. Chapter 18. Somehow, and mostly through no choice of her own, for the next few days, Ginger kept away from the insidious pull of the murder investigation. She even managed to stay off the true crime blog site, with its unsettling number of posts dedicated to her. Instead, she recorded every post as a screenshot and hyperlink, putting it all into one document to pass on to the police for a defamation suit when things were slightly calmer. After a short chat with John, she even managed to convince him that he should ask the care service to replace Lydia as his helper. Whether or not he'd done so, Ginger wasn't sure, but she hadn't seen Lydia around at all. The only vehicles that drove down the narrow country lane to the row of cottages where Ginger lived belonged to the constables that Clementine sent at least once per day to check in on her and patrol the property. However, for the most part, the preparations for the village fete completely consumed her every waking moment. The tents, rising like shivering ghosts from the village green, followed Ginger into dreams on occasion. She couldn't help but wonder if Ryan had mentioned something to their mother, as Dorothy was constantly fluttering around her during the day, double-checking details, asking her to help with various tasks that stretched beyond preparing for the buffet, and in general being the epitome of a stressed, endearingly self-important member of the village event committee. The real world intruded on Ginger's bubble of focus a few times. The first was when Amelia and Sam, two of her favourite students from her class, came wandering into the marquee on Friday afternoon. Seeing them from behind a teetering stack of crates filled with glasses, teacups and little plates for the finger food, Ginger was immediately tempted to slip out the back. Both students wore such glum expressions that it broke her heart in a way she wasn't sure she could handle. But instead of bolting, she took a deep breath and waved them both over. "How are you two doing?" she asked gently. "I can't tell you how sorry I am about your projects." Sam cocked their head, giving Ginger an odd look. "Someone dumped a body in your classroom, vandalised our exam pieces, but you're the one apologising? Come on, Miss Burnet, it's not your fault." "We came to see if you were okay," Amelia said, earnest. "There's been some talk that you kind of had a breakdown, which would be entirely understandable. And," she shared a glance with Sam, "well, there's been some whispers that you and Mr. Morgan might be breaking up. I'm sure Raquel will be delighted to hear those rumours," Ginger muttered to herself, knowing the fashion-conscious maths teacher had always been resentful that she hadn't been the one to snag the hot, eligible Rhys when he'd first arrived at the academy. "You know I can't talk about personal things with students. I mean, your class is technically done, so are we really your students now?" Sam asked with a teasing smile to prove they weren't pushing in earnest. "We've just been wondering how you are, is all." "I'm doing okay," Ginger said with a smile, trying to convince herself that she wasn't completely lying. "Right now, I'm busy trying to get ready for the fete, so if you want to lend your young, strong arms to help me carry these crates into the back, then I would very much appreciate it." "What's this?" Ginger's mum, Dorothy, poked her head into the tent, giving off the same frazzled energy she'd been emitting all day. "More helping hands." "Run while you can," Ginger whispered with a grin, shielding the students with her body while her mother started scanning her clipboard for somewhere to send them. "It's too late for me, but you can save yourselves. Bring these through with me and then slip out the back." The second reminder of life outside of the village fete came in the form of a phone call. Ginger was briefly putting her feet up on Friday evening, proudly surveying the buffet tent all set up and ready for the crowds of people who would appear the next day. When her phone buzzed with an unknown number, she carelessly thought nothing of it before answering, assuming it would be one of her clients calling to make an amendment to an order. Instead, she was greeted with Wirrell's nasal tones. "Good evening, Miss Burnet," he said, the sounds of shuffling paperwork and ringing phones filtering in from the background. "I wondered if I could ask you a few questions." Ginger took a deep breath, resisting the urge to say that she did mind. Instead, she forced a smile, hoping it would show up in her voice. "That's fine with me. What can I help you with this evening?" Her mum staggered into the tent, pulling behind her a small cart full of ceramic vases bearing fronds of summer greenery. "Where do you want these, Ginny?" she asked in a stage whisper, gesturing around the marquee filled with tables and chairs. "I see you finally got the paper bunting to stay up. Good job." "I'm on the phone, Mum," Ginger hissed, half covering the mouthpiece. "Give me a minute." Dorothy raised her hands, beginning to wander around the marquee, fussing at tablecloths, straightening signs, and generally hovering in a way that had irritated Ginger since her teen years. "I can call back another time if you don't want to talk now," Wirrell said, something unpleasant and suspicious in his tone catching Ginger's ear. "If you're going to ask me additional questions about where I was at the times of all the murders, D.I. Wirrell, I have already provided those details." Ginger leaned back in the chair, rubbing her temples. "You can also double-check with DCI Klimek since I gave him the same information." There was a long pause. Briefly, Ginger thought the call had dropped out, or he had hung up on her, but she could still hear the background noise. "I am not your brother," Wirrell said eventually, his voice softer but somehow sharper. I spent my years of training in London, encountering horrors you couldn't imagine. I'm not willing to turn a blind eye or overlook information in this fluffy little country village. Ginger couldn't help but release a bark of disbelieving laughter. And what exactly do you think you see? I see too many coincidences, he immediately responded. I see you inserting yourself into cases time and time again. I see you appearing on suspects' lists more often than the average person should. I see the trail of death that follows you, Miss Burnet. I see Occam's razor hanging over your head. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Anger pulsed in her chest so forcefully, Ginger lost her breath for a moment. She leaned forward, her body feeling tense and tight as a bow. Maybe, instead of reading too much Conan Doyle and then calling up innocent people to harass them with half-baked theories, you should do your job, she hissed, and hung up. She knew her hostility would likely only fuel Wirral's conspiracy theories, but by now, she didn't care. There was a blog on the internet almost entirely dedicated to spreading misinformation about her. Wirral was small fry in the scale of things. Come to think of it, she'd bet good money that Wirral was the one running the blog. "Everything okay, love?" Dorothy asked softly, and Ginger looked up, startled, to see her mum standing in front of her. "Just police stuff," she shrugged. "Nothing I haven't handled before." Dorothy gave an unusually sad smile as she placed a hand to Ginger's cheek. "I'm just sorry that this kind of thing is so familiar to you," she said, stooping to give her a gentle kiss on the forehead. "Does being busy with the fete help to distract you?" Ginger immediately nodded, not stopping to think if it was accurate or not. From the helpless worry in her mother's face, she just knew that it was what she needed to hear. "Wonderful," Dorothy said, falling back into planning mode. "In which case, let's helpfully distract you some more by getting these plants all set up. The place needs to look perfect for tomorrow." "It'll be perfect," Ginger said, looking around the tent and trying not to think of all the places it would be possible for someone to hide and wait for her. "I promise." Chapter 19. Finally, it was Saturday, the day of the fete. Ginger woke up early, but this time with a frisson of real excitement. The night had been cooler, and so she hadn't sweated the night away. Instead, she stretched luxuriously, careful to avoid Miles and Nina sleeping in a tangle of limbs and tails on the other set of pillows. Making sure the cats were fed and all the doors and windows, apart from the cat flap, were locked. Ginger loaded up her car with boxes and boxes of food for the buffet, scones of both the sweet and savoury variety, both Victoria sponge and chocolate cupcakes, macaroons, delicate shortbread, several large Bakewell tarts that would be cut into thin slices, and about a dozen jars of homemade gherkins that would be put into ploughman's sandwiches. Arriving at the village green, there was already a bustle of activity, even though it was barely 9 in the morning. Parking her car behind the buffet marquee, Ginger began carrying the boxes inside and beginning the arduous process of prepping the food. Only about 15 minutes after she arrived, a round-faced, middle-aged man poked his head through the back door of the marquee. "Got a bread delivery for you, love," he said, the rest of his body appearing to show he was carrying several crates. Fresh, fragrant bread, both stone-baked, crusty white loaves and fluffy, seed-studded granary balls, was piled high in the crates, and Ginger took a deep breath through her nose, letting out a sigh of delight. "I think I've found breakfast," she said, signing the delivery slip, then looking up at the man. "Are you going to be coming to the fete later? There's going to be a lot of good stuff out there today. Games, stalls, a charity raffle, dancing, the buffet, then a big bonfire out by the edge of town to end the day." "Well, I was thinking of swinging by when I was done with my other deliveries, but I will for certain now," he said, then shot her a wink, his ruddy cheeks making the action genuinely charming. especially if you let me nick one of those scones before I go. I'll pretend I didn't see you take it, Ginger said with a laugh, turning away and opening a loaf of bread. When she turned back, both a scone and the delivery man were gone, spreading the heel end of one of the granary loaves with butter and then some of the strawberry jam that was going to be put into bowls for the fruit scones. Ginger took a large bite. Groaning with delight, Ginger took a break from prepping food to wander around the marquee. She straightened a few chairs, smoothed some tablecloths, and added some more water to the vases of greenery. The next hour or so passed quickly, especially when the 2 volunteers who were going to be working with Ginger in the tent arrived. They set up an assembly line, making stacks of sandwiches, cucumber, ploughman's, egg and cress, tomato and pickle, and cheese and ham. I don't think I want to make another sandwich again, Ginger groaned, stripping off her food prep gloves and tossing them into the bin. Let's load these sandwiches into the fridge on trays to keep them fresh, and then get all the other stuff set out on the covered trays in the tent. Can one of you turn the mini boiler on for the tea and coffee, please? By the time the first early visitors tentatively made their way into the marquee, the tables all groaned under the weight of food, pots of tea and coffee, and pitchers of cooled milk. Leaving the customers in the trusted hands of the volunteers, Ginger decided to head out for a walk around the village green, taking in the fete as it began ramping up into a day of celebration. The stalls around the edge of the green were slowly coming to life as the sellers began to set out their wares. Off in one corner, Ginger saw her neighbour John and his daughter unloading stacks of prints of beautiful, delicate watercolour renditions of local scenes onto the table in the stall. She waved in response to John's cheery good morning, making a mental note to go by the stall later in the day. For now, she wanted to continue her slow loop of the stalls, knowing it would help soothe her mother's nerves if she was able to report that all was going well. The morning air still had a pleasant nip of coolness to it, but the sun promised to turn it into a delightfully warm day. A slight breeze tickled the bunting, flags, and ribbons that adorned the trees, lamp-posts, and tents on the green, sending the fabric dancing. Pride in her mother's efforts filled Ginger's chest as she took in the full scope of the event. Every seller was local, showing off the full range of the artistic and culinary skills of the inhabitants of Little and Greater Chiswick. On one side of the green, the first of the scheduled musical performances began to get underway, and soon the air was bright with the sound of fiddles, penny whistles, accordions, and drums. The middle of the green was filled with picnic tables and chairs, and a large tent for Stu, the landlord of the Fox's Den pub, to sell pints of his home-brewed beers, ales and ciders. Ginger waved to Stu as she passed. "Good morning, Ginny," he called, pointing for his assistant to take several metal kegs to the back of the tent. "Fancy a pint before things get busy?" Ginger laughed. "It's not even 11 in the morning yet, Stu. It's a bit early for me to be getting boozed up. Well, be sure to come by later and I'll give you something on the house." He winked. "It's going to be a long day for you in the buffet tent." "You'll need it." "No doubt I will." Ginger grimaced. "Don't tell my mum, but I'm going to be using the fact that I agreed to do the buffet as leverage next time I want to win an argument." Stu tapped the side of his reddish nose, eyes twinkling. "I won't say a word," he said. "Best of luck out there. Oh, and I hear you're entering some of the baking contests. Any judges you want me to get tipsy?" No need to compromise any judges. Tapping her forehead with the heel of her palm, Ginger began to back out of the beer tent. "I completely forgot to take my entries over to the competition tent. Thank you for the reminder." Fingers crossed, Susan Ford doesn't show up for the Victoria Sponge category, or else we're all done for. Just hoping my ginger snaps do well in the cookie category. "Well, best of luck, dear girl," Stu called as Ginger stepped out of the tent then turned to his assistant. "Did I tell you to stack the kegs like that? Damn it, boy, do you want them all to fall?" Ginger grinned as she hurried away, Stu's chastisement of the poor lad following her for a few steps. Swinging by her car, she took out the 2 cake boxes that contained her competition entries and headed for the other large tent on the green. This was where all the culinary competitions would be taking place, although for now it was still rather sparse. After registering her entries and taking a sneaky look at her current competition, Ginger continued her circle of the green. The band was playing a perky and light-hearted reel on the stage. A few little children, all of whom looked under 10, were dancing with artless enthusiasm on the grassy space in front of the stage, left open for this very purpose. The parents were taking photos and videos, laughing and smiling at each other as they watched their children. It was a sight that warmed Ginger's heart, but also brought an unexpected punch of sadness. While children weren't something she necessarily wanted, she missed Rhys and the intimacy of being a couple. Only a few days ago, she would have confidently seen a future with him, where they'd take Ryan's children out for the day and share moments just like the one that she was watching unfold in front of her. Now, however, she wasn't so sure. She was supposed to be talking to Rhys later that day, but who knew when that would be? For a moment, the day of excitement and fun at the fete suddenly stretched out before her as something to be endured, a purgatory to suffer through in order to see Rhys later. Shaking off the feeling, Ginger set her shoulders. No, her mum and the committee had worked too hard on this day for her to ruin it for herself by moping. The family she'd been watching began to move toward the buffet tent, reminding Ginger that she had a job to do, taking in a last deep breath of the cool morning air, enjoying the crisp, spicy scent of cooking sausage and bacon coming from the food truck parked at the edge of the green. She turned her steps back toward the buffet tent. It was going to be a good day. She would make sure of it. Chapter 20. The sun grew hotter, and the fete became increasingly busy. Ginger took a brief break from running the buffet to go to the judging of the various cake and confectionery contests. Her ginger snaps came second in the cookie category. However, since the winner was a batch of the most delicious lavender and milk chocolate cookies anyone had ever tasted, made by a delighted, blushing 15-year-old, Ginger wasn't even disappointed by the outcome. The buffet of afternoon tea treats shrank repeatedly, every tray of cakes, scones, sandwiches and other goodies needing to be replenished several times. Ginger lost count of the number of pots of tea and coffee she made, and it seemed like the milk jugs needed to be refilled every other minute. "It looks absolutely incredible, darling," Dorothy said, when she dropped by in the early afternoon, having to raise her voice to be heard over the hubbub in the marquee. "I can't tell you how many people have come up to me to say how incredible the afternoon tea was." Ginger wiped her face free of sweat using the tea towel on her shoulder, then tossed it into the bag designated for laundry. "I don't think I've worked an event this intense since I worked as a server for that catering company in London." She reached under one of the tables and passed her mother a lockable cash box stuffed so full that the lid wouldn't close anymore. "I'm assuming you're the one I need to give this to." Dorothy clasped her hands to her chest, eyes going wide with amazement. "Oh, well done, darling. No, that will need to go over to Colin in the announcement box. He's got the strong box in there." That made sense. Ginger knew her physically imposing, but rather shy stepfather wouldn't have wanted to be in the thick of running any stalls. Giving him a quiet space to spend the afternoon relaxing in, with his only responsibility to make a few announcements and watch the strongbox, would be the perfect place for Colin. "I'll run it over to him in a minute." "Hang on," Ginger said, turning away from her mother for a moment to take another series of payments from people carrying plates loaded high with scones, cake, and sandwiches. Handing over tiny pots of local jam and clotted cream for the scones, she waved to the group as they headed for a table. "I don't know how much longer we'll be able to keep the tent open," she said to her mum, leaning back against one of the portable fridges. "We're running out of pretty much everything now. If I could access a large enough oven, I could whip up some more scones. They won't be fancy or anything, but they'll be fresh. We could also probably make some sandwiches if someone went to buy us the ingredients. But the cake is running low. The Bakewell tarts are almost gone. The macaroons disappeared in about half an hour, and we're down to maybe 1 or 2 loaves of bread for making fresh sandwiches." Dorothy took out her phone while Ginger was speaking and started rapidly texting. "You take the cash to Colin," she said. "I'll arrange for someone to get you more sandwich supplies, and I think I saw the guy who runs the bakery on the high street hanging out in Stu's beer tent. He's called Mike or Mick or something. See if you could use his ovens for a few batches of scones. Where has this military level of organisation come from, dear Mama?" Ginger teased, taking off her food safety gloves and her apron. "I thought you were all about that artistic, relaxed expression, experiencing life at its own pace rather than being controlled by the march of the clock." Dorothy swatted at her, a rueful smile on her face. "That was before I decided I wanted to smash the record for the largest amount of money raised at the fete." Ginger gave her mother a look as the two of them walked out of the marquee. "For the good of the community, of course," Dorothy hastily added, waving at 2 people manning a stall. "Oh, of course. It's got absolutely nothing to do with the fact that Marion Nestle made a comment about how her fete had been the most successful in years the last time you two played tennis," Ginger said dryly, also waving when she realised she knew the 2 people. One was George Harvey, the former headmaster of Chiswick Park Academy, and the other was Katrina Blythe, the owner of a large fruit farm on the edge of town, who had provided all the jams used on the buffet. "That might have a tiny little something to do with it," Dorothy said, her expression overly prim. "But I also want to raise plenty so we can help the community. Didn't George and Katrina just get married?" "Smooth change of subject, Mum," Ginger teased, nudging her mother with an elbow. "Let's have a chat and find out." Keeping the cash box securely tucked under her arm, Ginger led the way over to the stall. As she got closer, the smell of fresh fruit immediately filled her nose. Bees buzzed around the jugs of fresh flowers, tucked between stacked jars of jam, pickles, conserves, compotes and jellies. "Well, look who it is," George Harvey beamed. "The ruler of the fete and magician of the buffet." Ginger couldn't help but immediately grin. His energy was so infectious. She barely recognised the former headmaster. Gone was the pinched, anxious expression and hunched shoulders. Now he looked strong and healthy, sun-tanned skin revealing a smattering of freckles across his nose. The tan contrasted nicely with his thinning, greying hair, the perfect representation of a new retiree enjoying his time outside. Glancing subtly toward George's left hand, Ginger's heart leapt when she saw a new gold band shining on the ring finger. "I see congratulations to you both are in order," she said with a grin, nodding toward his hand. "When did this happen?" "Only a few weeks ago," Katrina said with a soft smile, coming back from the car with another crate of jam just in time to hear the question. Ginger gave the older woman a genuine smile, though the 2 of them had been at sharp odds at one time, with Katrina thinking Ginger had slandered her and Ginger thinking Katrina might have poisoned Miles. Time had washed away any animosity. So Ginger listened with genuine delight as George and Katrina told of their spontaneous wedding while on holiday, followed by the 2 of them signing the paperwork when they returned. "None of it was planned, you see," George said apologetically. "If we'd had a big event, I promise that you and the rest of the faculty from the school would have been invited." "Don't worry about it," Ginger said, waving away the apology. "How could I be petty about not getting to come to the wedding when you 2 look so happy?" Just be sure you and Rhys don't do that when you get married, Dorothy said with a wink. I won't be so forgiving. Mother, Ginger hissed, mortified. You're acting like a Jane Austen mother again. George beamed. Are you and Mr. more sorry, you and Rhys heading towards tying the knot, do you think? Ginger felt her smile waver, but kept it ruthlessly pinned in place. Oh, who knows, she said, trying to sound breezy. Lots going on at the moment, so it's not exactly the first thing on either of our minds. Yes, George grimaced, leaning in a little closer, while Katrina sold several more jars of jam to a young couple who had the look of social media influencers visiting the village for the authentic English experience. I heard a bit about that horrible business up at the school. Needless to say, I'm glad I'm not the one at the helm anymore. He gave a wheezy little chuckle that Ginger couldn't echo. The brightness of the day had been suddenly tarnished, and all she wanted to do was sit down somewhere cool. She sensed her mum was giving her a concerned look, but she didn't have the energy to address it. Well, it's been lovely to catch up, she said, finding a final smile from somewhere for the couple in front of her. I need to drop this off with Colin, but I might see you later. I want to snag some of that blackberry conserve you've got there if I can. Dorothy took out her purse. How many jars do you want, love? She asked. I'll put them in my car for you. 2 is fine, Ginger said distantly, already stepping away. Thanks. Nice to see you, George. Katrina. She left the stall behind, trying not to think of her ruined classroom, of her missing knives and James Fox, of Caroline and Emily in the morgue, of Lydia's odd warnings, of Rhys's look of strange suspicion, but it seemed as if some cruel power was determined to encroach on her day of enjoyment. Weaving through the crowds, marquees and tents, Ginger couldn't shake an unsettling feeling of vulnerability. It would be so easy for someone to pull her out of sight of everyone. The music and chatter would cover any sounds of struggle. Her heart began to pound, and she struggled to keep her breath under control. The tinny sound of the penny whistle began to grate on the inside of her skull, and the now familiar black dots began to crawl into the edges of her vision. So, when a hand landed on her shoulder, Ginger acted on instinct, letting out a shriek and sending her elbow slamming backward. Chapter 21. Her unwitting assailant stumbled backward, letting out a grunt of surprise. Whirling regret flooded Ginger like a tidal wave as she saw Rhys clutching his nose. I'm so sorry, she panted, holding up the cash box as some kind of excuse. I was kind of on high alert, and I thought. He waved away her words. A few tears of wincing pain gathered at the inner corners of his eyes. It's fine, he said, pressing tentatively on the bridge of his nose. Really, it's fine. I should have known better than to approach from behind and touch you while you were spiralling. Ginger clutched the cash box to her chest, crossing her arms over it. I wasn't spiralling. I was. Rhys gave a weary sigh. Okay, sure. I was just going to ask when you'd like to talk later, but maybe we'd better do it tomorrow. Ginger shook her head, desperation rising, taking a step forward. No. We can talk later. The buffet will close in a few hours, and then we can go somewhere more private. Rhys lingered, and Ginger could see him considering it. The words, I miss you, hovered on her lips, but she couldn't bring herself to say them. Putting words to the distance that hung between them seemed like too much of a death knell for something that she very much wanted to keep alive. When Rhys gave her a soft but sad look, Ginger felt something cold and sharp twist in her gut. I think tomorrow will be better, he said, hands slipping into his pockets and his shoulders curling forward as if he was trying to shrink his towering size. I know we need to talk, and I want to, I promise. These past few days have given me time to really think, and There's a lot we need to figure out. Ginger's stomach sank, and she numbly nodded. From the way Rhys was avoiding her gaze, it didn't seem like the things they needed to figure out were good things. "Tomorrow, then," she said thinly. "Maybe I could come to yours. I'll bring food if you want." He shook his head. "No, I'll make something. Ma finally gave me the family frittata recipe, so you'll get to be my first victim." They shared a weak smile, things momentarily feeling almost normal, until Rhys suddenly blinked in realization, looking apologetic. "Sorry," he mumbled. "Victim is not a good choice of word considering, things." Ginger couldn't help but wonder if this was what it was going to be like now, Rhys treading on eggshells around her, feeling as if he had to pick every word carefully so as not to upset her. She appreciated the attention to detail, but it felt less like care and more like he felt tense and gagged. But what did she know? He was an unknown cipher to her right now, and she was going to have to wait until tomorrow to see if she could decode him. "Tomorrow, then," she said quietly, starting to back away before her worries manifested as tears on her face. "I need to get this cash to Colin and then get back to the buffet." "You did a great job on the food," Rhys blurted, the olive branch making Ginger crack a smile. "But that's to be expected, I guess. If you want to nick one of the last pieces of Bakewell tart, I'd suggest you hurry," she said, clinging to the fragile thread of connection between her and Rhys, as he gave a quick wave and stepped back into the main crowd, immediately disappearing. Ginger stumbled the rest of the way to the announcement box in a slight daze. As she stepped inside, her stepfather, Colin, hurriedly took his feet down off the desk, built into the wall. "I was just stretching," he said quickly, then saw it was Ginger and relaxed. "Ah, your mother chewed me out earlier for having my feet up. You won't tell her, will you?" The deep, bass rumble of his voice, seasoned so warmly with a Jamaican accent, wrapped around Ginger's shoulders and brought them down from up by her ear. "I won't," she said with a smile, brushing a few flecks of dried mud and a small twig off the desk where his feet had been. "Got the first load of cash here from the buffet." Colin gave a whistle of surprise as he opened the box, quickly counting the cash. "I'm sure your mother will thank you for helping to break Marion's record," he said dryly, separating the notes into 5s, 10s and 20s, then bundling them with rubber bands. "She's been monologuing like a cartoon villain for weeks." "Ah, yes," Ginger said with a soft smile. "Mum and all her talk of pacifism and the community is more important than any one individual. Until she wants to crush someone in competition and then all bets are off," Colin said, his voice filled with fondness. "She's terrifying, and I love her for it." "I do too." Ginger picked up the empty cash box. "Well, better get back to it." She paused at the door of the announcement booth. "You don't happen to know the guy who owns the bakery on the high street, do you?" "Mum said his name is Mick or Mike or something. She wants me to ask if I can use the ovens to make some more scones for the buffet." Colin thought for a moment, then snapped his fingers. "Mitch Lenner," he said triumphantly. "In his 60s, maybe, balding but has fluffy hair on the sides and a massive silver beard. I suggest looking in the beer tent and Stu should be able to point him out." "Perfect." Ginger blew a kiss to her stepfather, trying to ignore the part of her that wanted to stay in the booth with him, away from people and noise. But she stepped out anyway, knowing there would be time for quiet and rest later. For now, there was too much to be done. She did indeed find Mitch in the beer tent, mildly tipsy, but more than happy to open up the bakery for her. He admitted that he wasn't open much these days and was actually in the process of selling the building to some rich developer who lived in one of the fancy houses on the edge of Greater Chiswick. As Ginger stepped into the building, she had the strangest sensation. Of course, she'd been in the bakery many times in her life. She remembered her father, Ian, bringing her here on weekends when he wasn't working to get gingerbread people and a milkshake as a treat. But it had been some time since she'd been inside, and now she looked at the space with an entirely different eye. She saw the potential of the kitchen, how the counter and the display cases could be reorganized and repainted to put some life back into them. The walls flickered between colours and patterned wallpapers in her mind's eye as she wondered which would best serve the space. "So you just need to watch the heat with these ovens," Mitch said, taking a drink from the plastic cup of beer he'd brought with him. "They take a while to heat up and can quickly overcook if you don't keep an eye on what's inside, but they haven't failed me yet. Use whatever ingredients you need and lock up when you're done." He passed her a bunch of keys, and Ginger couldn't help but notice how right they felt in her palm. "Thank you," she murmured, long after he'd walked out, her thoughts whirling. Maybe she could talk to the developer that Mitch was selling to and ask if he was going to be renting the building. Several batches of scones later, Ginger finally called a close on the buffet. The sun was beginning to sink in the sky, and the cash box had been filled to bursting again. There wasn't a crumb of food left anywhere. As she crossed the green once more to drop off the money with Colin, she heard her stepfather announcing that the bonfire was going to be starting soon. "There will be sparklers available to buy for when it gets dark," he said, stammering just a little as he spoke. "There will also be a hog roast, s'mores, and drinks to purchase over by the bonfire. Fireworks will begin once it's dark. So, if you would like to begin following the signs and the bunting toward the edge of town, please do so. The stalls and food tents will be closing in 10 minutes. Thank you." People started flowing off the green like water, chattering with one another about the promise of more good food and fireworks. The streetlights began to come on, and the strings of lights wrapped in the trees flickered to life like fireflies. After handing off the cash box to her impressed stepfather, Ginger headed back to the buffet tent once more to help with the cleanup. She was exhausted. Her feet and back ached, and she couldn't remember the last time she'd peed. "What a day, huh, Gin?" John O'Reilly yelled from his stall, waving at the empty baskets and stands. "You sold every single one of them." "That's fantastic, John," Ginger called, giving him an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Now go celebrate with some hog roast and cider." Slipping between the quickly emptying stalls, Ginger wandered down the empty street that led to the public toilets. Her footsteps didn't make any sound in her tennis shoes, but her shadow was stretched out in huge, odd shapes on the walls around her. Making the trip as short as possible, Ginger washed her hands, then hurried back toward the village green. Despite growing up in Little Chiswick, the rapidly swelling shadows were all at once unfamiliar and menacing. Coming back onto the green and sidling between the stalls and tents, Ginger came to a halt as a strange scent reached her nose. It was somehow familiar but entirely foreign to her, distinct yet generic. It smelled like pine needles that had been soaked in chemicals, and something strangely musky and bitter that made her think of anger. There was a sharp, acidic undertone that made Ginger think of cologne. But why would she know that? It plucked at a thread in the complex web of her memories. Something from a long time ago. Something not good. Before she could define it any more than that, the wind wiped the scent away, leaving Ginger with nothing but the smell of the bonfire rising to life on the edge of town. Shaking her head, she couldn't help but shiver as she hurried back toward the buffet tent. It was getting properly dark now, the sky reminding them all that summer wasn't totally here yet, despite the wonderful weather of the day. When Ginger stumbled over something in a particularly dark patch beneath one of the trees that hadn't been adorned with lights, she swore as her ankle twisted. "Darn tree roots," she muttered, looking back as she picked herself up. The blood froze in her veins, however, when she quickly realised it wasn't a tree root she'd tripped over. Rather, it was the motionless figure of a woman sprawled on her back. 2 knives lay on either side of the body, and when Ginger spotted a small bag filled with dark pellets, she didn't need to look closer to know what it was. Somehow, more unsettling than all of this was the sight of Lydia, wild-eyed, hovering in the patchy light at the edge of the shadows. Chapter 22. "What have you done?" Ginger asked in a horrified whisper, stumbling back from the body, desperately trying not to hyperventilate. "It's been you this whole time." The lights seemed to dim as black spots skipped across Ginger's vision, but she forced the feeling away. A moment like this was not the time to panic. This was when she had to be her sharpest, smartest, and quickest on her feet. "Give me exactly one reason why I don't just restrain you and call the police," she asked sharply. "I've just found you standing beside a freshly murdered woman, and now you're insisting I flee the scene with you." Lydia stepped out of the shadows, and Ginger was caught completely off guard to see her face filled with something that was almost pleading. "I didn't do this, I swear," she said earnestly. "You know what it is to be accused of something because of proximity or happenstance. All I ask is that you don't jump to the same conclusion with me." "Why not?" Ginger hissed in an incredulous whisper, eyes darting to the surrounding tents and trees. Was there someone watching? If the killer wasn't Lydia, then were they still close by? "You broke into my home and then spouted off some creepy, cryptic insight about how I wasn't the killer's type. How would you know that if you weren't involved in all these murders somehow?" She could see Lydia flailing for an answer, but it genuinely seemed to be caused by trying to find the right words, rather than trying to come up with a lie. "I haven't done anything," she said eventually, "but the man who has could still be close by. We need to leave. Quickly." The fragile tone of Lydia's voice was so completely out of place in the situation. "And people are going to be asking you the very same question if we don't leave now. He used knives covered in your fingerprints, took them from the buffet marquee." "Who is this he?" Ginger asked, her stomach sinking as she realised that Lydia was right about the murder weapons. "Who are you talking about?" Her stomach twisted as she briefly caught a look at the woman's face, taking in the short blonde hair, the heart-shaped face, something in the back of her mind insisting that she knew this woman. "Do you know who the recluse killer is?" Lydia whispered, eyes huge. Ginger couldn't immediately answer, taken aback by Lydia speaking the name she'd been researching for days. They both jumped in surprise as the night sky exploded with colour. The fireworks released gold, red, and green light that bathed the horrifying scene in a glittering veneer that felt so deeply wrong to Ginger's eyes. "I can explain everything," Lydia begged, "but we can't stay here. He might come back." Torn, Ginger looked between Lydia and the body. Distantly, she felt the lump of the bakery keys still in her pocket. She needed to know how Daniel Lind was still claiming victims from behind bars. Making a decision, she pointed firmly at Lydia. "You alert the police about this poor woman, then we'll talk," she said, "and I want to know everything." The distance and the glass of the window kept out the noise, but Ginger caught glimpses of the flashing lights carried by the police and ambulance vehicles from inside the bakery. Fireworks still lit up the sky in dazzling patterns, and the shrieks, crackles, and explosions reached the bakery despite the distance. Lydia flinched with each explosion, pop, or squeal of a firework. Perched on a stool, she looked so small and fragile, almost childlike. Ginger wondered how she'd thought for even a moment that Lydia might have been the one doing the killings. Then again, she reasoned, she had been misled by appearances before. Better to be safe than sorry. Taking up a position that gave her easy access to the door, Ginger folded her arms. Talk. And you'll need to make it very clear why I don't walk out that door and go straight to the police. Because one of them might be involved, Lydia said very quietly, gripping the stool. Going to need something more specific than that, Ginger said, keeping her voice flat even as her thoughts started to whirl. Involvement between the police and a serial killer is not the big plot twist you think it is. Ed Kemper used to hang out in police bars talking to the cops who were investigating his murders, for goodness sake. Do you know who the recluse killer is? Lydia started again, trying a different tack. Ginger nodded. I do. And it's clear from several aspects of these latest murders that he's either got someone killing for him or there's a copycat murderer. Daniel wouldn't have anyone killing for him, Lydia said, the pitch of her voice rising in protest. All that is behind him. He's trying to become a better person. Ginger blinked. The fact that Lydia referred to a feared serial killer by his first name was too big of a question not to ask. Daniel, she asked, is there a specific reason that you just called the recluse killer by his actual name, as if you're on close terms with him? At this, Lydia took a breath and squared her shoulders, colour flooding her face, and Ginger sensed that things were about to get a whole lot more complicated. Daniel and I are involved, Lydia said in barely more than a whisper. I met him when I was working as an on-call nurse for the secure facility where he lives now. He likes my company, and I like him just as much. Although we're denied the chance to be together at all, we still care for one another deeply, and I do what I can to help him from the outside. Ginger let out a groan, leaning back against the wall. She knew well that hybristophilia, a paraphilia applied to those who were romantically and sexually drawn to violent offenders, such as serial killers, was a thing that existed. She knew of the tasteless Tumblr blogs dedicated to Ted Bundy, who spoke of him as if he was a charming high school crush and not a misogynistic piece of dirt who had murdered nearly 30 women and girls. If Lydia operated under the same deranged fantasy, then could anything she said really be trusted? As if sensing her thought process, Lydia got to her feet, her expression firming into something more insistent. Yep, okay, this definitely just got more complicated, Ginger said before the other woman could speak, rubbing her eyes as she screwed up her face. Please, continue. I'm just adjusting my brain for the number of unexpected things I'm now thinking this conversation is going to contain. I know what kind of things you're thinking about me, Lydia said. Anything you could say, I've heard before. We're not here to talk about the ethics of my connection with Daniel or about how you perceive my state of mind. So, what are we here to talk about? Ginger asked. You just said that you think someone in the police is involved somehow, yes? But how am I supposed to trust you? I found you by a dead body this evening and only have your word that you didn't do it. Lydia furrowed her brow, pursing her lips. You of all people should know that such things aren't necessarily an indicator of guilt, she said pointedly. But I can give solid alibis for all of the most recent murders. I work night shifts at a nursing home. Ginger couldn't help but wonder what was driving Lydia to reach out to her like this. And what did she know about this killer? Was it a trap? Or was this odd woman in earnest? Are you saying, she said with a sigh, deciding to go with it for now and decide later whether to go to Clementine with all this, that you've been tracking this killer? Lydia nodded quickly. I don't know who he is yet, but I've been doing some research and keeping an eye on things for him. Well, at least I now know what I sound like when I talk to Clementine, Ginger muttered to herself as Lydia scurried away to dig through her tiny handbag for an even tinier notebook. Daniel came to me, asking for help to find out more about this killer, she said, flicking through pages covered in packed lines of neat handwriting. He's the one who started to suspect that he was going to have a copycat killer and wanted me to find out if that was the case. So I started researching all the cases Daniel pointed me towards that have the hallmarks of this copycat. So far, she checked her book, I have 12. Wait, how would Lind be the one to think that? How would he even know? Ginger's heart lurched uncomfortably as she processed the number Lydia had said. 12? Which would suggest that this person has been killing long before he came to Gloucestershire, Lydia confirmed. In fact, the killings here only started shortly after Daniel was moved to a facility not far from here. That little detail is one that causes Daniel significant annoyance. I have so many questions, Ginger said incredulously, about why a 20-something nurse is playing private investigator for a convicted serial killer who had to be moved out of Broadmoor because he bit someone's ear off. At that, Lydia winced, her tiny hands tightening around the little leather-bound notebook. This isn't about what Daniel has done in the past, she said, her voice quiet but firm. I can't and won't deny the terrible things he has done. But he asked me to help make sure, somehow, that his name doesn't become further tainted by being connected to these deaths, which he calls sloppy, inelegant, and pointless killings. He wants nothing to do with this copycat, and he wants to stop them from targeting you. Ginger blinked rapidly, several times. I'm sorry, but you saying that he wants this copycat to stop targeting me implies that Daniel Lind, the recluse killer, knows of my existence. Lydia gave a strange little smile, and Ginger couldn't decide if it made her feel unsettled or not. Oh, he knows plenty about you, she said, closing up the notebook. And actually, he wants to talk to you if you're willing. He wants to help you. Are you free for a video call tomorrow? Chapter 23. I can't believe I've agreed to do this, Ginger muttered to Nina, dashing about the kitchen while the cat watched impassively from the doorway that led to the patio. I mean, I've read everything I can about Daniel Lind and what he did. I'm supposed to be planning my 30th birthday party, but instead I'm going to sit down for a casual video chat with him and his hybristophile groupie. Nina cocked her head slowly, as if to ask why Ginger was doing that exact thing. I don't know, Ginger yelled, exasperated. She threw a tea towel into the laundry room with more force than was strictly necessary. Nina twitched an ear, her golden-eyed expression unimpressed. On the patio, Miles snored on, not listening at all. Sorry for yelling. Ginger took a breath. Honestly? I don't think I entirely believe it's going to happen. All this stuff Lydia is saying about how she knows the recluse killer, how they're involved somehow, it doesn't sound possible. She rubbed her forehead. I was scared enough by all the things she said last night to run from a crime scene with her, but now, in the light of day, none of what she said sounds like it has any weight to it. But if I go through with this ridiculous charade this morning, I'll at least know what kind of delusions Lydia has. I'll be able to pass them on to Klimek. Nina flopped down on her belly, apparently satisfied with the answer. Ginger smiled and chuckled slightly, forcing some of the tension from her shoulders. There was a lot to be afraid of right now. After all, there had been a murder committed right in the heart of Little Chiswick. The killer was still on the loose. It would be a lie if Ginger said she wasn't still scared, but right now, the best thing she could do was find out how much merit there was to Lydia's story. Did she truly know something important? Was she really in touch with the recluse killer? Did the recluse killer really want to help her? She still had a few hours until the time Lydia had said she would come by, so Ginger set to work making a sea salt, rosemary, and black olive focaccia. If she was going to see Rhys later, she wanted to bring something with her to contribute to the meal, a peace offering of sorts. A cool jazz record spun in the background in a forced attempt to create some sense of peace. Since she was in the kitchen, Ginger allowed herself to have the doors to the patio open, mainly so the cats could wander freely in and out. But even as she kneaded the dough, adding finely chopped fresh rosemary and diced black olives, she couldn't help listening for any sign of disturbance or intrusion. Klimek had, of course, phoned her the night before, asking if she was safe, and promising that he'd send an officer around the next day, as usual. "I can't tell you much about what's happened here," he had said, and Ginger had bitten her lip as she was racked with guilt, glad he couldn't see her face. "But I'm going to make sure you're kept safe." Just as she put the focaccia into the oven, there came a knock on the front door. Closing the patio doors and locking them, Ginger padded up to the front door as quietly as she could, carefully looking through the peephole before making any acknowledgement of the knock. Seeing only Lydia standing outside, she took a breath to prepare herself, then opened the door. "So, we won't have long with Daniel," Lydia said in place of a greeting. "There's only a few minutes between guard rotations that he's able to make a call, so we need to be ready." "How often do you talk to Lind?" Ginger said, closing the door. She wasn't quite able to bring herself to say his name as if she knew him. "And I'm assuming he's not supposed to have a phone he can video call on." "I smuggled it in for him so he could have some way to interact with the outside world a little." Lydia set a small, flimsy laptop on the table in the kitchen, and we don't talk often. I pay for the mobile and calls eat up a lot of data. Even as it slowly dawned on her that she was actually about to speak to the recluse killer, Ginger couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for Lydia. It sounded like a miserable existence, the worst kind of long-distance relationship. "He'll be very glad to see you, I expect." Lydia waited patiently for the laptop to load up. "I think he knows something that will help keep you safe. Now, remember, he's very sensitive to noise, so speak quietly and clearly. He doesn't like shouting, sharp tones, sudden exclamations and things like that. He told me once that too much noise makes him feel like he's got fire ants burrowing under his skin." Ginger sat down very slowly on the chair opposite Lydia on the other side of the table. It was only just striking her how unnerving it was that a serial killer not only knew her name, but also apparently wanted to help her. "I don't know if I can do this," she said suddenly, feeling the words to be true as she spoke them. "I thought I could, or maybe I thought you weren't serious, but now we're here and I can't do this." "But don't you want to know what Daniel has to say?" Lydia asked, her muddy brown eyes with their childish expression going wide. "He said he can help." Ginger leaned over the tablet toward her. "You are aware he could be lying, yes. That he could be manipulating you for some unknown, twisted reason. He killed a lot of people, Lydia, and you only have his word that he hasn't been involved in all the recent deaths. I read everything I could about him when I started seeing the similarities between the recent murders and Lynn's back in the early 2000s. He does not strike me as a giving and generous individual. I understand your biases, Miss Burnet, but I can assure you that I have neither untoward motives nor simple, sappy altruism." The voice coming from Lydia's laptop speakers reminded Ginger of freshly whipped meringue, if it was freshly whipped meringue in a glass bowl that had just shattered on the floor. Turning the screen toward Ginger, Lydia sat back with her hands clasped quietly in her lap. With no time to prepare, Ginger found herself face to face with the recluse killer himself, Daniel Lind. "Hello, Ginger," he said softly, thin lips pulling even thinner into something resembling a smile. "I'm so glad we are finally able to meet." Chapter 24. Although she'd seen plenty of photos of the recluse killer over the past several days, the man Ginger saw now on the screen didn't feel familiar. Despite the cold rock of fear that had dropped into her stomach, she couldn't look away. The angle of the camera gave no details of the room he was in. In fact, The only detail that Ginger could see was a high, barred window just visible in the top left corner of the screen. The screen quality itself was excellent, meaning she had a clear look at his unsettlingly blue eyes set in deeply carved eye sockets. He looked older than in photos she'd seen, but not as old as he was. Daniel Lind was one of those men who'd gone bald early, but who had embraced it. The lack of hair suited him, bringing out the sharp jawline softened only slightly by a tasteful layer of stubble and the sedentary life of prison. What caught Ginger off guard was the sheer force of presence coming through the screen. It felt like being face to face with a shark, or more aptly, how she imagined a fly felt caught in a web in the moments before the spider struck. She found she had to force herself to blink and that her mouth had suddenly gone completely dry. "I'd say it's a pleasure to meet you," she said, voice raspy and hiding her shaky hands under the table. "But a pleasure is not exactly what I'd call this." Daniel chuckled quietly, but nothing in his expression changed to express any kind of real amusement. "I don't have very long to talk," he said, "so if we're going to help one another, then we'll need to do it quickly." His voice held a softly Scandinavian edge, despite the fact that he'd been born and raised in England. From her research, Ginger knew that, according to interviews with school peers and teachers, it was an affectation he'd adopted as a teenager. Many argued it was in reference to his Swedish ballet dancer mother who had abandoned her husband and son when Daniel was only 5. Others were of the more cynical opinion that he did it simply to set himself even further apart from the everyday world, to cultivate a persona which was different, reclusive, and independent. "Then, before we get down to brass tacks," Ginger said, forcing herself to try to sound confident, "why do you care if these murders are solved or not? And if you truly want to help, why not do it through official channels? Surely it would make your life easier in prison if you helped them catch this killer." The recluse killer lifted one thin, dark eyebrow. Across the table from her, Ginger watched Lydia's face fill with worry as she began to chew on her lip. Was she worried about inciting his rage, or was it more that she didn't want to let him down? Was it both? None of the options made Ginger feel good. "If there was someone stealing your cake designs, Miss Burnet," he said, "someone who then attempted to recreate them in a poorer, messier, ugly manner, you would want to put a stop to it, yes?" "Are you comparing cake design to murder?" Ginger asked, incredulous. He winced at her slightly raised voice and, despite her mounting anger simmering beneath her fear, Ginger lowered her voice when she spoke next. It wasn't out of any sense of respect, but because she recalled Lydia's advice about just how sensitive to noise Lind was. Ginger remembered reading something about this, about how the courthouse had been eerily quiet during his trial, because otherwise Lind would launch into great fits of rage, foaming at the mouth and shaking. He claimed it was the primary cause of his kills. That incessant noise had driven him temporarily insane. This had been rejected by the judge. Although Ginger didn't know for sure if Lynn's claims were true or not, it seemed better to be safe than sorry. "I'm talking about reputation," Daniel replied sharply. "I'm talking about being connected to ugly, inelegant things. My life prior to prison was dedicated to the creation and cultivation of quiet, elegant, effortless beauty, be that the complex embroidery of my clothing designs or the swift, flawless performance of my killing career. Yet now there is some noisy, messy oaf crashing around out there trying to attach his name to my brand. I cannot stand the noise he makes, even just in the communications we've had." "And what communications are those?" Ginger asked quietly. "What makes you so confident that this person is the killer?" "As I said, I must be brief," Daniel said, dark eyes darting toward some unknown point beyond the screen. But I will be sending you a link to a folder that contains all the information you will need to track this man down. Who is he? Ginger asked. It made her feel exposed and vulnerable to ask, as if she was placing Lind at an advantage, but she was unable to hold back the most pressing question of all.
You say you have what you need for us out here to track him down, but why not start with a name? That would make things faster. There are already 4 victims.
3, Lind corrected. There have only been 3 proper victims. The incident with Mr. Fox was a slip of judgment, an impulsive act of rage that he quickly tried to work into his plan as a red herring, but that remains a glaring mistake. Lind huffed. Yet another reason I don't want this slapdash spree killer spoken of in the same breath as me. Ginger took a deep breath, her head spinning with all the information. As she did, the oven timer pinged, and she laughed. Lydia gave her a look of deep concern. To make this meeting even more bizarre, she said, please give me a moment while I step away to get some focaccia out of the oven. I'll get it, Lydia said, springing to her feet like a puppy eager to please. Daniel needs to keep speaking to you. I'll get it out. Thank you, Lydia, Daniel said, his tone becoming as soft as thistledown. The smile that Lydia gave in response made something deeply uncomfortable swirl in Ginger's stomach. Mentally, she made a note that in the very near future, very likely that evening, she needed a large, strong, alcoholic drink. To answer your original question, Miss Burnet, Lind continued, I don't know his name or where he is from, but I know he is intent on intertwining my name and his in the public eye, which is something I will not stand for. So what do? You know? Ginger asked, allowing the tiniest slip of frustration to slip through. Is there anything you know that could make the process of going through all this evidence you're going to send us any faster? Lind sat back, face shuddering, and Ginger cursed internally. He held all the cards here. While it was true that he might just be playing with both her and Lydia, there was a chance he was telling the truth. Just in case his information was real and he could help lead them to the killer, she needed to step more carefully. I want to catch him as quickly as possible for everyone's sake. Every murder is another that he uses to be compared more often to you, she said very softly. I assume you know that he leaves bags of flies at the crime scenes as a homage to you. That elicited the reaction she was hoping. Lind clenched his jaw. Ridiculous, he hissed. I made those pendants by hand, shipping the brown recluses from the States, pouring the resin, lovingly polishing the finished products, and discarding any that weren't flawless. Him? He stuffs houseflies into a baggie and compares the 2 of us. There came a noise from his end of the call, and he tensed, listening carefully. Must you go? Lydia asked from where she was now hovering behind Ginger so she could see the screen. So soon. Do you at least know what my involvement in this is? Ginger asked desperately. Or why he is targeting the women that he has? I only have a moment or 2 left, Daniel said, voice barely a whisper. I'm sure you will find what you seek in the information I have gathered, Miss Burnet, but perhaps look specifically for references to a woman in London. I don't have a name. He spoke of her in very unsavoury terms and attributed the beginning of his career to her. From what I could glean, you knew her. I hope that helps. A link popped up on the screen, and then Lind was gone, leaving Ginger staring at the reflection of her own shocked face. Chapter 25. I've never wished for the ability to bleach my brain more than I do now, Ginger groaned, pushing her laptop away and rubbing her eyes. These might just be the worst people that exist. Lydia, looking equally sickened, tried to bury herself even deeper into the leather sofa. I'd never heard of the term incel before today. If only I could have stayed in that blissful ignorance. I couldn't agree more. Ginger returned to scrolling through posts and message boards filled with content that made her stomach roil. The link which Lind had sent in the final moments of the call led to a folder filled with links, screenshots, screen recordings, and saved photos. At first glance, it was an incoherent mess with no unifying links. But slowly, as the hours ticked by, Ginger and Lydia started to find common threads. The beginning of a pattern was starting to emerge. In the back of her mind, Ginger knew that she would need to pass all of this on to both Clemek and her brother. But first, she needed to be sure there was something of value in it. And it was not just an elaborate waste of time Lind had given to her for his own amusement or to waste police time. Found another username that sounds like it might be him, Lydia said. Same writing style and language patterns. I'll put it into the shared doc. Ginger saw another username appear in the shared document the two of them were using to organise information. Variations of the same username, Webmaster, kept popping up over and over again, all attached to content either talking about Daniel Lind or eventually directed toward Lind himself. Doesn't it make you wonder how this guy and Lind got in contact? Ginger asked slowly, skim-reading another post filled with the rambling, impotent rage of men who blamed the world for never having a meaningful relationship but keeping half her attention on Lydia. What if Lind was posting on these forums too? I know what you're asking me, Lydia said without looking up, and I know you think I'm blind to his flaws. I'd call being a convicted serial killer a bit more than a character flaw, Ginger said dryly. You could get in serious trouble for helping him, you know? Lydia sighed heavily, closing her eyes for a moment or two. I know, she said, looking at Ginger with an expression of earnest pain, but I think I can help him, that I can show him kindness and help him heal, help him grow into a better person. Ginger's heart broke as she looked at the younger woman curled into the corner of the sofa in front of her. Miles, who was resting his head on Lydia's ankle, blinked slowly. It's not your job to do that, she said gently. You don't have the training to treat someone like Daniel. You leave yourself so vulnerable to manipulation, don't you see? Lydia shook her head. He's kind to me, she said stubbornly. I know there's good in him, because he's kind to me. He didn't have to be, but he was. I'm not saying people can't change, Ginger said, knowing that she was fighting a losing battle, but feeling like she needed to keep trying anyway. But there's no denying that he's not a stable, safe person, even if you argue that he's no longer the person he was when he murdered all those people. That part of him is still there. It wasn't that long ago that he attacked someone so violently that he was moved to a new prison. From the look of these screenshots, he's partaking in conversations about all kinds of violence. I'm sure it's just for research into this other killer. Lydia was no longer making eye contact, and her body language indicated she was no longer listening. Ginger wondered how many other people had talked to Lydia about this, how many others had tried to save her. Perhaps trying to save Lydia from her obsession was just as futile as Lydia trying to change Daniel Lind's nature. Do you have any idea who this woman could be that Lind was referring to? Ginger asked, changing the subject as she skimmed through another of the dozens of screenshots of encrypted emails and private messages, the one that both the killer and I were supposed to know. There are references to a lot of women, Lydia said with a wince, and none of the references are good or pleasant to read. I have seen quite a few mentions of blonde women specifically from our webmaster, which would make sense considering his type of victim. There was even... Hold on. She clicked back through several tabs, pulling a particularly disgusted face as she found what she was looking for. There's this one post he wrote on a forum that seems to exclusively be for discussing how awful and selfish and shallow he thinks women are. There's some vague mention to the one who started it all or something like that. Lydia's face brightened with an idea. Maybe you know one of the victims. Ginger shook her head. I looked into all three of them. None of them were familiar. But there were more than three, remember? Lydia set her laptop aside and went to her handbag to dig out the notebook. See if any of those names are familiar, and see if you can look up their old social media. I'll go deeper into this filth to see if there are even any vague references to the victims. I doubt he'd be that careless, but we can hope. Briefly, Ginger thought of Addison, the IT woman she'd briefly met on a date with Ryan the night James Fox caused trouble at the jazz concert. There were, no doubt, layers of data to be found by someone like her that Ginger and Lydia had no idea about. We'll have to pass all this on to the police at some point, Ginger said, taking the notebook from Lydia. Once we know it might at least have something useful in it, we need to give it to them. I learned my lesson a long time ago about withholding evidence because I thought I could do something with it. And how do we tell them we gathered all this evidence? Lydia asked, a note of caution in her voice that hadn't been there before. I imagine they'll be interested in how we stumbled across these particular threads of the web. Ginger took a moment before replying, pretending to be engrossed by the notebook, even though her eyes were taking in none of the words. I imagine you want to keep any mention of Daniel out of it, she said. Lydia nodded. Ginger couldn't deny that she wanted to expose Lind, to let the police know that he had access to a phone and the internet. This time he'd chosen to help, but who knew what harm he could cause if he wanted to? What if next time he chose to create a copycat killer who met his aesthetic standards, rather than help to catch one? But she dared not openly tell Lydia that. Not only was Ginger certain the infatuated woman would be against the idea, but she would tattle straight to Lind. Ginger didn't like the idea of making an enemy of Daniel Lind, not when he knew her name and had access to the internet. Well, Ginger said slowly, both Ryan and Climac know that I was doing some digging of my own as a coping mechanism. Maybe I tell them I found all this myself. It's not entirely implausible. Her phone buzzed on the arm of the chair, and for a moment Ginger's fight or flight instinct kicked in. Seeing a text from Rhys didn't help settle her heart much. She swore quietly to herself. I'm supposed to be seeing Rhys in only an hour or so, she said to Lydia, and it is a meeting I refuse to miss or reschedule. So if we're going to find anything today, it will need to be soon. Otherwise, we'll have to revisit this tomorrow. Then we'd better get on with it then, Lydia said, turning her attention back to her screen. Go over those names. I'll go and dig into some of his profiles more. One by one, Ginger started searching the names scattered through Lydia's notebook. None of the women were immediately familiar to her. However, there was a niggling sense of vague familiarity to them all, although their names, jobs, countries of origin, and interests differed greatly. Each of the women had the same blonde hair, in roughly the same style, a similar face shape, same dark eyes, roughly the same build. Something began squirming in the back of Ginger's mind, demanding to be remembered. I feel like I know every single one of these women, but I don't know why, Ginger murmured. But Lind said he thought there was one that I knew well. What did he say? The one who started it all? I can't remember who the first victim is in the timeline, Lydia said, cringing as she apparently read something particularly unpleasant. I only found bits and pieces over the last few months. I don't even know if all of them are technically victims of the copycat. They just fit the pattern enough that I added them as possibilities. Well, he very clearly has a type, Ginger said, coming face to face on her screen with yet another small, slight blonde woman with dark eyes. I feel like I get déjà vu every time I look them up, but I don't think I know any of them. Maybe I do. A name hovered on her tongue, one from years ago. She remembered a conversation with a woman. Had it been a university housemate? A face floated into her mind's eye, the face of a young woman, barely 20, who was small, slight, blonde with dark eyes. Could this be the person Lind was referring to? The person that both she and the killer knew. Carrie, she said out loud, grabbing the name from the faintest corners of her memory. Carrie Marshall. She looked exactly like these women. As Ginger processed this revelation, mind whirling with the new information, she looked over to Lydia to find her equally wide-eyed. I think he's written about you, Lydia said in a horrified whisper. You might not know who this man is yet, but I think it's safe to say that he knows you. And he does not seem to like you at all. Chapter 26. Swap with me, Ginger said, steeling herself for whatever new horrors waited for her as Lydia passed over her laptop. It might be nothing, but see if you have the name Carrie Marshall written down anywhere. Maybe she became a victim, maybe she's mentioned in passing as some other aspect of a case. I'll find out what some entitled monster thinks he can write about me. As Ginger began to read, Nina came to drape herself across the back of the armchair just behind Ginger's head, as if she was planning to read over her shoulder. Ginger didn't mind. It was like a comforting wall of purring fur protecting her mind from the cruel and disturbing things she was reading. The writings were rants on some obscure hidden blog deep in a dark, disgusting web of racist and misogynistic posts, memes, and videos. Ginger scrolled up and down for a moment or two, nauseated, trying to decide where to start. It was all terrible, and so, eventually, she just began to read. He never used her name, but it didn't take long for Ginger to recognise herself in his words, although it was a hideously twisted, false version of her. The posts painted her as a manipulator, a liar, and heavily implied that she was responsible for many of the murders she'd been connected to. For a moment, she thought of Wirral, of his unmoving conviction that she was hiding something. Was his focus simply that of a detective who'd convinced himself that his theory was true despite the evidence? Or was it something darker? Could Wirral possibly be the man behind these words on the screen? But no, she'd only met Wirral a few days ago. This mystery man spoke confidently about how he'd known her for years, how he'd experienced firsthand the damage her selfish manipulations could cause. Several times he linked to articles on the true crime site Ginger already knew was doing its best to defame her. Are you doing okay? Lydia asked. Ginger glanced up, aware of the grimace she'd been holding on her face for some time. It's sickening and scary to know that someone I'm unaware of is out there writing these things, nurturing such a hatred for me. However, she couldn't help a triumphant grin. He's digging his own grave with every word. How so? Lydia asked, flicking to another page of the notebook. It's horrible to read, but what he doesn't seem to have considered is that such personal details narrow down the number of people who could have written this. Ginger scanned a particular line. There's so much evidence here of digital stalking and defamation. These things he says, these moments he describes, put him in particular places at particular times, and I'm sure there's so much more I haven't read yet. He's creating a breadcrumb trail to his identity. He's making it very clear in these recent posts that he fully intends to deliberately ruin my life, to try to frame me for murder, to torment me. She shivered as the full reality of this killer's plan struck her. Getting to her feet, Ginger wrapped her arms around herself. I'm just going to check that all the doors and windows are locked, she said. Reading all that has given me the creeps. I can't wait to pass all this on to Klimek and my brother. Doing a quick circuit of the house, Ginger took several deep breaths, trying to think over everything she'd learned without letting it overwhelm her. The most frustrating thing was, she could feel herself getting close to putting together who this guy was. If Carrie, her old London housemate, turned up on the list of early victims, then it would suggest that both she and Ginger had known this man. Double-checking the patio doors, Ginger sighed, suddenly feeling achingly alone. There was no one from her time in London that she had stayed in contact with, and even if she was on good terms with her friends from here, this wasn't a question Maggie, Bonnie, Mariah, or Rhys could help her answer. Lydia couldn't help. For now, for just a little while longer, she was on her own in this. Glancing at the clock, Ginger noted that there were several countdowns reaching their conclusion. Soon she was going to have to call up Clementine and tell him what she'd found. She'd have to decide when, or rather if, she mentioned the involvement of Daniel Lind. She'd have to be ready to face a whole host of questions from a lot of people, and possibly push very hard to get her theory heard. But more immediate than that was that she would have to head out to see Rhys soon, to fight for whatever it was that they had between them. If she was honest with herself, she wasn't entirely sure she could, with all this new horror floating around inside her head. What other choice was there, though? If she cancelled or rescheduled, she got the feeling that there wouldn't be a relationship for her to come back to. There was no chance that this unknown killer was going to succeed in his plan to ruin her life. She wouldn't let it happen. "I just wish I knew who this guy was," she said, coming back into the living room to find Lydia still engrossed in her previous notes. "I obviously made a real impression on him, but I have no idea who it could be." A dry chuckle simmered in her chest. What does it say about me that this man says I ruined his life, or opened his eyes to the true callous nature of women, or whatever other nonsense he's spouting, but I seem to have forgotten his existence? "I think it says more about him than it does about you," Lydia said, closing the notebook with a sigh. "I don't find any mention of a Carrie Marshall. Are you sure that was her name?" Reluctantly returning to her reading, Ginger shook her head, not totally sure. Her name was definitely Carrie, but the surname might be wrong. "Wasn't there a Caroline who was killed recently?" Lydia asked. "Maybe that was her and she stopped going by Carrie." For a moment, Ginger paused, summoning up the mental image of Caroline and the ghostly memory of her housemate. Her memory was clearly flawed, and although they looked similar, she shook her head. "The Carrie I knew had a really distinctive mouth," she said with as much certainty as she could muster, "and I spent a long time the past few days staring at photos of Caroline. I'm pretty sure they're not the same person." "Do you think there's any more we can really do here?" Lydia asked, stretching with a groan. "I feel like we've got a lot of jigsaw pieces, but no real way to put them together ourselves. We should be figuring out how to explain to the police how we found all this, in a way that keeps Daniel out of it. Don't you kind of want this copycat to know that it was his hero who turned him in?" Ginger mused. "I mean, assuming any of this info leads to someone and he gets arrested, wouldn't it be wonderful to watch his face as he is told that the man whom he went crawling to for approval about his sick schemes was so unimpressed that he helped catch him?" "That's a lot of hypotheticals and unknowns," Lydia said with a weary chuckle, "but hey, maybe it would teach him that if he wants to play a dangerous game, then he should expect to lose." Before the words had even left her mouth, Ginger found herself mentally propelled back into the past. The phrase had released whatever little detail had been needling at her deep in her memory, and now she found herself remembering a conversation from years before, a conversation in a tiny London house with Carrie, her housemate. It had been about someone Carrie had dated, a wannabe stockbroker with no idea what he was doing. A guy of whom Ginger had only the haziest memory. White guy, brown hair, trying to look fashionable with stubble, but just coming across as unkempt. She had a flash of memory of this man yelling, throwing something at Carrie. Rage, sharp and chemical in the air, but also the scent of pine, like at the fete the night before, only moments before she'd stumbled over the dead body. "I think I know who he is," Ginger said slowly, a growing sense of certainty filling her. "And if we get all of this info to the police, they might be able to prove it for us." Chapter 27. Ginger could feel her hands shaking as she stared at Rhys's front door. She knocked tentatively, barely making contact with the red-painted door, then again more firmly. This wasn't a conversation she was looking forward to, but nevertheless, it was one that needed to happen. Rhys needed to know everything that was going on. A warm rush of affection and familiarity washed over her when he opened the door. He was dressed in the way she liked best. Simple white t-shirt, faded jeans, and bare feet. A smudge of red that looked like paprika clung to his cheekbone above the dark softness of his beard, and his curls clustered in an unruly group on his forehead. "You're early," he said with a little frown, rubbing his hands on the tea towel he had slung over his shoulder, hurriedly adding, "Not that it's a bad thing. It's just that the food isn't ready yet, so you might have a bit of a wait." "That's fine," Ginger said, tangling her fingers together, as she knew she did when she was nervous. "The extra time will be good. I've missed you, and we need to talk. I've missed you too." Rhys's face softened and he stood aside, ushering her into the house. Ginger stepped inside, breathing in the scent of Rhys's home. She could smell the frittata in the kitchen, with an underlying hint of coffee lingering from breakfast. In the living room, which was where he guided her, it smelled more strongly of sandalwood and incense, telling her that he'd meditated that morning. The fragrant ash still remained in the little brass holder that Bonnie had given him as a birthday present the year before. "Do you want some tea while we talk?" Rhys asked, suddenly seeming fidgety and uncertain. "Or I have a bottle of the cordial that you made still in the fridge somewhere." "Tea would be nice," Ginger said. "It's been an awful day, actually, and something soothingly warm would be nice." At this, Rhys immediately frowned, concern filling his dark eyes. "Is everything okay?" he asked. "Are you okay? Did anyone hurt you?" From nowhere, tears threatened to overwhelm her, and Ginger had to take several deep breaths. Rhys took a step closer, not quite sure if he should touch her or leave her alone. Eventually, Ginger managed to give him a watery smile. "To answer your questions," she said. No, and not yet, but it's only a matter of time." Rhys cursed quietly under his breath, pulling her into a hug. Just for a moment, Ginger tensed up, but quickly relaxed into his embrace. She burrowed deeper into the crook of his neck, letting herself relax properly for the first time in days. "I've got a lot to tell you," she murmured, turning her head so she could press her cheek to his shoulder. "It's going to take me a while, and a lot of it is going to upset you. But we need to have this conversation now because there's a dangerous man out there who has killed people and is going to kill more people. I can't face him alone. I need you with me. Do you think you can handle it?" Rhys pulled back to look into her eyes, and Ginger could see the conflicting emotions in his face. He wanted to help her, protect her, support her, but he was also afraid. "It's okay to be scared of all this," she whispered, slipping her fingers into the curls at the base of his neck. "I'm terrified right now. With good reason. You know that I don't expect you to be some kind of fearless bodyguard for me, right? I just need you to listen to me." "I know you don't expect me to be your emotionless bodyguard," he said, slowly shaking his head. "And even though I haven't done the best job of it recently. I want to always be there to listen to you when you're struggling, but—" He paused, as if not sure how to phrase his next words. "You can say anything you need to," Ginger said softly. She hadn't planned for them to get so deep into the conversation so quickly, but here they were. "Tell me." "You're possibly the strongest person I've ever met," he said eventually. "I'm just afraid that you'll ask me to help you and I won't be strong enough." He gave a small chuckle. "I've been working on the physical muscles for a while. The emotional ones, still very much working on those." Ginger nodded, trying to remain calm, to not react out of fear and push him away. "Are you willing to try?" she asked. "Because honestly, I need you today, Rhys. I've got what might be the fight of my life coming up today, and I can't do it alone. I need you by my side at the police station. Please." He looked at her, reaching up to gently move a strand of hair off her face. His thumb lingered on her cheekbone, and Ginger leaned into the touch, trying to tell him with her eyes just how much she needed him right now. Finally, Rhys nodded, setting his jaw as he made up his mind. "I'm here for you," he said firmly, pulling her closer. "However, wherever, and whenever I can. I want to be there for you, Ginny. For a while last week, I thought I was going to lose you, that I was going to take the coward's way out and let you go. But I can't do that. I won't do that. I'm not going to leave you to face whatever new horror has found you alone." He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and Ginger finally let the tears slide free. "Let me tell you everything," she said softly, "about a man who wants to ruin my life." It took several long, confusing hours, but Ginger eventually told Rhys everything she knew about the killer who was intent on making her life a nightmare. On occasion, she had to double back to fill in a point with more detail or go on a tangent when Rhys had a question. She even told him about the video call with Lind, about the link he had sent, and how it had led to the vile morass of content that might have revealed the killer to her, and Rhys listened. Sometimes he asked questions or made some low noise of anger or disbelief, but for the whole time Ginger was speaking, he listened. She could see the cogs turning in his brain, watched him come to the unsettling understanding that he'd had no idea of the full extent of the life she had been living. When Ginger started tentatively speaking about older cases, about how she sometimes still woke up shaking from memories she wished she could forget, she watched Rhys's eyes fill with tears. As she revealed more, he took to alternating between gripping her hand so tightly it was as if he was afraid that she was going to disappear at any moment, and holding it so softly she might as well have been made of porcelain. "I didn't know," he kept saying over and over. "I'm so sorry, Ginny. I didn't know." "It's okay," she replied every time, often pressing a kiss to the back of his hand. "It's okay. I didn't think I could tell you." They continued talking over food, sitting on the floor in the living room with plates of frittata, fresh salad, and the fragrant focaccia that Ginger had brought with her. There were more tears, but eventually there was laughter too. There was anger from them both, directed at each other, but also at the narcissistic killer intent on making Ginger's life a misery. "And you're pretty sure you know who this guy is?" Rhys asked. They were lying on the sofa, Ginger almost entirely sprawled on top of Rhys. The food was gone, the tears had been dried, and an emotional catharsis had occurred for each of them. "I do," Ginger said softly. "Once I take all the info to Clementine and Ryan, I'm hoping they'll be able to solidify my evidence into something workable. It turns out Carrie, my old housemate, is very much alive, although she got married a few years ago, which is why I couldn't find her at first under her old name. But I found her in the end on Facebook through other people I knew in London. I sent a message asking if she remembers the name of the guy so I can at least take that to Klimek along with the screen names. still waiting on a response. Rhys draped an arm over her back, trying to pull her closer, even though it was impossible at this point. Even if this guy isn't the copycat killer, you know that Clementine and your brother are going to do everything they can to find him, right? He's threatened you with harm. If I wasn't just some history teacher, you know I'd be out there doing everything in my power to find him and turn him to dust. Ginger chuckled wearily, pressing a kiss to his chest. I know, but you don't need to. You just need to come and sit with me while I tell that whole saga again to Clementine. Whatever you need, he said. But what about Daniel Lynn's involvement in all of this? What are you going to do about that? Ginger hummed in sleepy thought, the emotional toll of the day catching up with her as she started to doze on Rhys's chest. I told Lydia we wouldn't mention him, she said with a yawn. And, to be frank, I don't like the idea of snitching on a serial killer who knows my name and frequents the types of forums I've been digging through today. But you also don't like the idea of him having access to Lydia and the internet via that secret phone, Rhys guessed, starting to rub gentle circles on Ginger's back. Whatever you want to do, I'm behind you, okay? We'll figure it out. Together. Ginger hummed in peaceful delight, feeling her eyes starting to slip closed. Let's just stay here for a little while longer, she murmured. I haven't been sleeping very well. Just let me rest my eyes. She felt Rhys's chuckle vibrate in his chest under her ear. You rest for a bit, he said, then we'll call Clementine and Ryan. With those two, as well as you, on board, we'll have this stain on humanity behind bars in time for you to have a proper birthday. Oh, but I don't have anything planned for the party yet. Ginger found herself thinking moments before she slipped into deep, blissful sleep. Chapter 28. Ginger slept for the rest of the day and then the whole night, curled up beside Rhys in his bed. It was a deep, dreamless sleep that left her feeling genuinely refreshed, something she hadn't felt in quite some time. When she awoke, it was early. Rhys snored gently beside her, one arm thrown up over his head, his curls a chaotic mess on the white pillowcase. Slipping out from under the duvet, Ginger found a t-shirt in the chest of drawers to pull on. By the time Rhys awoke about half an hour later, she was just finishing putting together breakfast for the two of them. Veggie scramble? He asked, voice still husky with sleep, as he stepped into the kitchen. Ginger hummed the affirmative. While Rhys made tea, she loaded 2 plates with fresh granary toast and a heaped helping of mushrooms, tomatoes, red bell peppers, spinach, onions, and scrambled egg, all cooked in bacon grease. The bacon itself was crisp and still sizzling under the grill. So, Rhys said, pressing a kiss to the top of Ginger's head as he set down her cup of tea and took a seat beside her at the breakfast bar that ran along one wall of his kitchen. Today is the day, huh? Ginger nodded, taking a sip of tea. I've already texted Clementine and Ryan saying I have a bunch of information for them. All I need to do is go back to my house to get changed and pick up my laptop with all the evidence on it, as well as Lydia's notebook that she's given me, and then we're off to the Greater Chiswick police station. Her phone buzzed on the worktop, and she checked it as she kept eating. An email from Ryan, she explained when Rhys raised a questioning eyebrow, saying he'll be here by 10 and that he's bringing Wirral with him. The Weasley guy who is convinced you're a murderer, Rhys clarified. Doesn't seem like the best choice. Ginger shrugged. I don't care. It will probably help, to be honest. He'll get to see all the evidence for himself and won't be able to whine about biased opinions or me being shown favourable treatment. Rhys raised his mug, a charmingly chipped thing with roses on it that was clearly a leftover from his mother's time living in the house. Then, let's go to war. Well, after we've eaten all this, of course. The large meeting room at Greater Chiswick Police Station was full of people. As well as Ginger and a protectively hovering Rhys, there was Ryan, D.I. Wirral, Clementine, and Addison from the Lambington branch. A young constable had been pulled in as a note-taker and sat in the corner with a notebook and laptop at the ready. There had better be an excellent reason for indulging this nonsense, Wirral growled, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall. We could be out there following actual leads. Would you just look at what I've got here before you jump down my throat? Ginger asked, exasperated. I spent hours going through all this gross traumatizing stuff to make sure there was something useful. Rhys gave her a tiny thumbs up that no one else could see, and she smiled. All right then, Clementine said, taking a seat and gesturing for her to begin. Let's see what you think you've found. Ginger took a deep breath. Okay, to be clear, I know I don't have the whole picture. I have a strong suspicion and enough connections that I felt it was worth bringing this in, but I'll need you to help me prove it. Basically, I've found a breadcrumb trail, but now I need the experts to follow it back to the witch's house. I assume that's why I'm here, Addison asked, loading up several laptops. That's the plan, Ginger said, nervously nibbling on her lip. I'm assuming there will be some way to find out if the posts and accounts are made by the same person, some way to follow his digital breadcrumb trail, so to speak. There might be, Addison said. Let's see what you've got. And so Ginger did just that. It took some time. She showed them the post and writings in all their twisted malice. Ryan, Clementine, and Rhys practically vibrated with anger when they read the posts about her and the damage the killer planned to do to her life. As a group, they all silently scrolled through pages and pages of forum posts where their copycat laid out ideas that would soon become reality. Ginger brought up the list of women Lydia had compiled, women who were possibly older victims. Clementine immediately had someone reach out to the applicable police stations, asking for any info or leads. The only place where Ginger bent the truth was with the emails, messages and screenshots that the copycat had sent to Lind. I don't know what the exact source was, she said, trying to keep her body language the same, not wanting to give off a hint of guilt or that she was hiding something. Apparently, he shared his sick ideas with someone he thought was on the same level as him, and they didn't like that. Exposed him. And this Carrie that you knew? Her brother asked, the coffee by his elbow cold and untouched. You're saying that you think one of her ex-boyfriends might be the killer we're looking for? That's where I need your help, Ginger admitted. All I have is my very imperfect memories of some guy named Adrian who had a terrible temper and wore a horrible pine cologne that I'm pretty sure I smelled at the fete the night of the latest murder. Are you seriously telling me that you think he's been wearing the same cologne for almost 10 years, and that is the basis of your hunch? Wirral asked with a bark of laughter. I said I brought you breadcrumbs, Ginger snapped in response. Not the whole loaf freshly baked. And that might be enough, Addison said. It'll take some digging, but whoever this guy is, he wasn't smart enough to hide or cloak his IP address. Might not be a lot, but it'll be enough for me. DCI Clementine, do you think we can get permission to track a phone location from over the past few days if I can get a name? I should think so, Clementine said, getting up from his seat. Let me make some calls. Ginger heaved a huge sigh of relief as she felt the responsibility leave her hands. She collapsed into a chair beside Rhys and watched in delighted disbelief as her vague threads were woven together into an elegant spider web that would be used to trap this particularly odious fly. Soon they had a full name, Adrian Blair. When they found an image, Ginger immediately recognized him. I remember him, she gasped, even if he hasn't aged well. What do you remember exactly? Ryan asked, clicking at Wirral. Take this down, Wirral, and then get in touch with Carrie to see if she had a similar recollection. It might not be submittable solid evidence, but it will help paint the full picture of this guy as the violent misogynist he is. He was older than us by quite a lot, Ginger said, thinking back to her very early 20s, like 6 years or something, but I think he lied about his age so it would seem less creepy that he was trying to date Carrie, who was only like 18 or 19 at the time. Wirral, who seemed to begrudgingly come around as the evidence mounted, noted down the details. He was a wannabe stockbroker, I think, always talking about his portfolio and how much he was going to make any day now. Ginger frowned, vaguely remembering the uninteresting face of Adrian. Only he lost everything he'd put in and found us while we were on a night out at the pub. Started yelling and swearing at Carrie, calling her all kinds of things, and somehow making it her fault. She broke up with him on the spot, and we never saw him again. "Wait," Addison said, clicking back through several tabs. "I swear he wrote something like that on one of his blogs. Only in his version, he lost everything to a bad investment, and his shallow girlfriend C broke up with him because all she wanted was his money. If this was in London, and he has a history of this kind of violence, I can see if I can pull some strings on my old force," Wirral said, giving Ginger a reluctant nod of respect. "Seems you might be onto something after all, Ginger." More hours passed. More coffee was consumed. Ginger made lunch in the tiny break room, going through 3 dozen eggs to make omelettes for everyone who was now working on the case. Rhys left to proctor an exam, returning several hours later with several large boxes of scones made by Ginger's students and a long, warm hug that he said was from Bonnie. Clementine was able to get access to Adrian's phone location over the past several days and weeks. It didn't take long to place him in the proximity of each of the murders at around the time of death. Wirral came back with the information that there were several open murder cases in London that had Adrian Blair's name on the suspect list. The case was growing stronger with each passing hour, and the sense of fear and isolation Ginger had been carrying around with her was shrinking every minute. "Wait a second," Addison said, forehead furrowing as she double-checked something on her screen. The most recent location for Adrian's phone just came in. "Where is he?" Clementine asked, mouth half full of scone, jam and cream. "You taught those kids well, Gin. These scones are excellent." Ginger winked in thanks, not allowing herself to think of the moment she and Clementine had shared on the hill, not with Rhys right beside her. It hadn't meant anything. She had just been alone and nostalgic. "These are not words that I want to say, but..." Addison looked over to Ginger, turning her screen. "Is this your address?" Ginger felt her blood freeze in her veins as she nodded in confirmation. Adrian had been close to her house several times in the last several hours. It was as if he was circling his prey. "If he hurts my cats," Ginger growled, gripping the table until her knuckles turned white, "I'll kill him myself." Chapter 29. The energy in the room was all at once tense and deadly serious. "So, he's making his final move on Ginger," Ryan muttered, slowly getting to his feet. "Going by the house several times over the course of the day suggests he's waiting for her to be home." He looked around the room. "We could just go out there and pick him up now." "And hold him on what charges?" Clementine asked, steepling his fingers in front of his mouth. "Our evidence is still mostly theoretical right now. We need time to get something more solid. We'd just have to let him go again, and who knows where he'd go or do from there. Unless," Ginger said slowly, glancing sideways at her brother. "Nope." Rhys held up a hand. "I don't want you to finish that sentence."
"You want to play bait, I take it?" Ryan asked. "I hate to even consider it, but I can also see the merit in the plan."
Rhys looked between Ginger and her brother, his face filled with disbelief. You can't be seriously thinking about this. I know none of you like it, Ginger said, forcing the fear from her voice and replacing it with unwavering certainty. I promise you that I'm not leaping with excitement at the idea of putting myself at that kind of risk. But we can find a way to keep me safe, yes? Body armour, having all of you close by, and a wire to make sure that if he implicates himself, it's on record. She crouched down by Rhys's side, placing a hand on his. This could be our chance to stop him, a way to end this. And what if it goes wrong, and he kills you? Rhys asked, directing the question at her, for the moment completely ignoring the rest of the room. I know you've survived events that most people couldn't even imagine, but throwing yourself into the line of fire like this, doesn't that feel like tempting fate to you? Ginger held his gaze, seeing the fear in his eyes and feeling it match her own fear, but she held his hand tighter, not looking away. Maybe it is tempting fate, she said, but I would rather have control over how I finally come face to face with this monster. He has stolen my privacy and my peace of mind for too long, with his stalking in the shadows, and he's taken far more from too many women before me. If I can help stop him and make sure he goes to prison for a long, long time, then I will gladly take the risk. We'll do everything we can to make sure she's safe. Surprisingly, it was Wirral who stepped forward with this assurance. From the most recent location update from his phone, he's not close to the house right now. That will give us time to get armed officers stationed around the property, make sure the neighbour is protected, and be prepared for any eventuality. You can even be the one to drop her home so you're right there for when it's all over, Ryan said, coming around to place a hand on Rhys's shoulder. I wouldn't be agreeing to this if I didn't think I could keep Ginny safe. Neither would I, Clementine said, looking at Ginger with an unexpectedly guarded expression that she struggled to fully read. She is precious to many people in this room in addition to yourself, Rhys. We won't let any harm come to her. Rhys never stopped looking at Ginger, the turmoil obvious in his face. Finally, however, he nodded. If you can be brave enough to go out there and face this monster, then I can be brave enough to stand by while you do it, he said, nodding firmly. Ginger pressed a kiss to his forehead, determination filling her. It's time to swat the fly, she said with conviction. I'm sick to death of his buzzing. The cottage was in almost complete darkness as Rhys pulled up in front of Ginger's front gate. Next door, no lights glowed behind half-drawn curtains in John's house. This would have been unusual, but Ginger knew he wasn't home because she'd told him to go to his daughter's for the evening. In her front garden, Ginger could see the solar-powered lanterns marking out the paved pathway to the door. We can't linger for too long, Ginger said quietly to Rhys, letting her hand rest lightly on his. She could feel how tightly he was gripping the steering wheel, but this should all be over pretty quickly. It had better end with you coming back to me in one piece, Ginger Burnet, Rhys said, his voice shaking ever so slightly. You have no idea how badly I want to get out of this car with you and walk you to the door myself. I know, Ginger replied, quickly bringing his hand to her mouth so she could press a kiss to his knuckles. And I promise that I will let you do that every time you drop me home from now on. Okay, but I've got to do it by myself this time. Not that I'm actually by myself. Ryan and Climec and Wirral all have eyes on you, Rhys said, repeating the information to himself for the dozenth or so time, and there are people surrounding the whole house, so he has nowhere to run. Precisely, Ginger said, trying to ignore the fear that was making her hand shake as she prepared to open the car door. Now, to just get out of the car, without making it obvious that I'm wearing a stab vest. Hey, Rhys said suddenly, making Ginger look back just before she opened the door. What was he going to say, she wondered, heart hammering for more reasons than one now, Was he really going to choose this moment for a declaration of love? He was looking at her so earnestly, conflict on his face along with deep affection. Oh gosh, was this happening? Is now a bad time to point out that I'm pretty sure Klimek has a crush on you? Rhys asked, flashing a grin as Ginger groaned. Because I'm about 200% certain he has a crush on you. Yes, she hissed in a whisper. It's a terrible time, Rhys. So, after we've caught the murderer? He asked, overly innocent. After, she repeated, opening the door and climbing out. I'll even make you hot chocolate if you want. With marshmallows, and probably a lot of rum. And that's why I love you, he said, the moment she closed the car door. And I'm going to kill you for dropping that bomb right before I have to go and do this, Ginger muttered to herself, hovering by the front gate and waving a pretend farewell to Rhys as he appeared to drive away. In reality, he was only going just out of sight and then would wait for the all clear. Hopefully, that would only be a few minutes, but there was a lot that could happen in those few minutes. As she stepped through the gate, Ginger swore she could feel a dozen sets of eyes on her, a feeling which made sense considering that various members of the Greater Chiswick and Lambington police forces were concealed around the property. However, she knew that somewhere one of those sets of eyes on her had malevolent intent. Now that she was here, trying to appear casual as she walked up the path toward her front door, Ginger couldn't help but feel utterly terrified by that fact. Even when the light beside her door flicked on at her presence, she didn't feel any safer. She just felt exposed, stuck in a literal spotlight like this. When the chemical scent of pine hit her nose, it took everything she had not to stop walking or run in the opposite direction. A shadow detached itself from the garage, and Ginger didn't have to fake the fear in her voice when she called out. "Who's there?" she asked. Then, for added proof of her apparent ignorance, "Is that you, John?" The chuckle that came from the shadowed figure was probably supposed to sound intimidating, but it was so scratchy and thin that it just made Ginger think that he needed to drink more water. "It's not John, dear Ginger," said the figure. "It's the past finally catching up with you. It's the man you wronged all those years ago." He stepped into the light, and Ginger got a good look at Adrian Blair for the first time in many years. "You're the fly who has walked straight into my web," he snarled, "and I'm the spider coming to the feast." Chapter 30. To both her own surprise and to Adrian's, Ginger found herself bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Perhaps it was an uncontrollable release of tension after spending so long building up to this moment. Maybe it was recognizing the danger she was in. Either way, there was no way to stop the reaction. Adrian's look of angry confusion only made her laugh all the harder. "I'm sorry," she gasped, trying to catch her breath despite the stab vest hidden under her jacket. "But do you realize how ridiculous you sound? You're in sweatpants and look like you haven't showered in several days, and yet you're doing this whole speech as if there's some kind of poetic justice here. You are entirely unremarkable, but trying so hard to pretend you're special somehow." And he did look unremarkable, stripped of the looming spectre of mystery he shrouded himself with on the internet. Ginger was reminded that Adrian Blair was nothing special. He was a mid-30s white man of average height, with receding brown hair, dull eyes, a patchy beard, and a sullen expression not helped by his weak chin and sagging jowls. Even the seething anger on his face didn't make him look unique. It just made his small, piggish eyes disappear and his large nostrils flare even larger. "I am more important than you will ever be," he snarled. "I have held the lives of others in my hand and chosen to snuff them out. My intellect is something you could only dream of. If it wasn't for the greedy, thieving females like you who have worked so hard to ruin my life, I'd be richer and more famous than you could ever be. Oh, of course, it's the fault of other people that you're a failure, Ginger said dryly, eyes flickering across Adrian's form in search of the knives she had no doubt he was ready to use. Not because you're mediocre and have no work ethic. Must be nice to be able to blame others rather than engage in any kind of introspection or self-improvement. In the dull light of the security light, Ginger saw his hand twitch toward the back of his belt, suggesting that's where the knives were hidden. She knew that baiting Adrian in his current murderous mood wasn't the best idea, but she'd made Clemek, her brother, and Wirral wait until there was a visible sign of threat to her safety before moving to be sure that the situation could be used as evidence. So easy for someone like you to say I have no work ethic, Adrian spat. You've had everything you've ever wanted handed to you because you're a female that less intelligent men than me consider to be attractive. It's how it always goes. Men work hard to get money, reputation, power, everything, and then females like you sweep in to steal whatever you can and tear us down. Ginger shook her head, finding near hysterical laughter bubbling in her chest. Is that why you killed those women, Adrian? She asked, aware that her voice was now shaking, but not sure whether it was with rage or fear. Because you were jealous of how much they had accomplished while you did what? Rotted away in some minimum wage job, pouring all your misplaced anger and dissatisfaction into an internet echo chamber of equally pathetic people. Quicker than she could blink, or so it seemed, there were two short, sharp knives in Adrian's hands. He bared his teeth, looking like a bull about to charge. You turned carry against me when I was at my lowest, he roared. As soon as I lost my money, both of you kicked me to the curb, and now you're both going to pay. I'm going to kill you now and then kill her. She dumped you because you're a violent, miserable bully, Ginger snapped, heart hammering. Get over it. Everything happened extremely quickly after that. Adrian charged forward with a look of murderous intent on his face. Ginger darted out of his reach across the garden, heading for the garage. For a few brief, terrifying seconds, she heard his feet pounding after her across the soft grass. Then the world exploded into yelled orders and flashing lights. Ginger ducked behind the garage as police flooded the garden, all targeting Adrian. She got one blissful moment to take in the look of complete shock and surprise on his face before he was tackled by Wirral. Within moments, Adrian Blair was disarmed, handcuffed, and helpless on the ground. Ginny! Ginger, distantly aware that she was shivering with shock, looked up to see Rhys vault the gate and run up the drive to her side. See? She said with a grin, pretending that her teeth weren't chattering with adrenaline. I told you I'd be fine. Dropping to his knees beside her, Rhys wrapped her up in an all-consuming hug. Slowly, Ginger felt the shaking stop and she relaxed into his touch. The two of them sat side by side on the ground, bathed in the pulsing blue light of the police vehicles as Adrian was hauled off into a van. Hey, Rhys said, resting his chin on the top of her head. Shall we go inside? I'm sure the cats will want to see you and we could both do with that hot chocolate now. Ginger hummed in agreement. Just another minute or two, she said, poking at her knee. I don't think my legs will quite work again yet. That's fine. Rhys got to his feet, and then, in an act that made her squeak with delighted shock, scooped Ginger up in his arms. I'll be your legs for now. My hero, Ginger teased, looping her arms around his neck, carrying me through a live police scene. Ah, stuff them, Rhys said with a wink, heading straight for the front door. Besides, I'm sure they'll appreciate some hot chocolate too. That's true, Ryan called, overhearing. If you're making some, that is. Me too, Klimek added, waving from over by a squad car, especially if you're making it with marshmallows. Sorry, Rhys whispered, crouching slightly so Ginger could unlock the door. Giant children, the lot of you, Ginger grumbled with a smile. I'll make you all hot chocolate, but you'd better know that you're doing the washing up. Epilogue. The sky was the colour of candy floss and forget-me-nots, scattered with gold-trimmed confetti clouds. Standing on her patio, Ginger smiled at the sight, a deep sense of satisfaction settling over her. It was the night of her birthday, and her back garden was filled with the people she held dearest to her, even those she hadn't expected to be able to make it. In a truly beautiful act of friendship, Maggie had taken an overnight bus down from Scotland to make it to the party. Bonnie had appeared at Ginger's door the day before, full of apologies and tears, and with a very large tub of honeycomb ice cream from the local dairy, and all was now back to normal between the two of them. Even Klimek was there, looking rough around the edges from lack of sleep, but seeming to be genuinely enjoying himself. More champagne? Rhys asked, appearing at her elbow with a bottle in hand, the sleeves of his mint-green shirt rolled up to the elbow. I'm doing the rounds of top-ups, hoping to empty the bottle before I get to your mother. She looks like she's about to start crying or doing interpretive dance. I can't tell. I'll always take a top-up, Ginger said with a chuckle, holding out her flute that now only contained half-frozen raspberries. And knowing my dear mum, one for her too. Rhys laughed softly, giving the bottle an expert twist as he finished the pour to stop the bubbles surging over. My ma still doesn't quite know what to make of Dorothy. Ginger glanced over to where Rosanna, Rhys's mum, was elegantly reclined on one of the wicker chairs John had kindly donated for the evening from his garden furniture. Rosanna was looking on with some amusement as Dorothy, with her long flowing dress and scarf and bare feet, was beginning to twirl and skip in the middle of the lawn. Ah, I see it's that time of evening, Ryan said, wandering out of the house, tucking his phone back into his pocket. Are we going to discourage Mum from her shenanigans, or are we just going to let it happen? Rhys leaned over and gave Ginger a quick kiss on the cheek. I'm going to go and get the cake from the garage. Be back in a minute. Ginger blew a kiss after her boyfriend and then shrugged at her brother's question. I kind of like seeing her so carefree. She's been so panicked the last few days when she found out about all the Adrian stuff. It's only because Colin is a saint and an excellent negotiator that she isn't currently living with me. She took a sip of her champagne, enjoying the frisson of bubbles on her tongue. Not that I blame her. Not at all, Ryan said, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. But I'm hoping I can put her mind, and yours, to rest. Adrian has been charged with 4 murders here, including James Fox's death, and is being moved to London to be charged with several more. He won't be bothering you ever again, in real life or online. Ginger gave a deep sigh, resting her head on her brother's shoulder, feeling tension leave her shoulders that she didn't know was there. Well, it's always good to hear that a homicidal maniac can't interfere in my life anymore, she said, mind immediately drifting to Lind. The siblings stood in silence for a little while, watching their friends and family enjoy the party. Soft jazz music drifted from the speakers set up on the patio, and the fairy lights that had been scavenged from the fete lit up the hedges, trees, and the back of the house. Over in one corner of the garden, Ginger could see her cats playing with some of the brown string that had come off one of her gifts. It was strange, she thought, how a scene this blissful had seemed impossible only a few days before. Hunched over a laptop with Lydia, the thought of birthdays and laughter hadn't even been a consideration. You might want to open another line of inquiry, she said softly to Ryan, the thought of Lydia sparking something. The odd little woman who helped me with the research, she—" Ginger trailed off, not quite sure what she wanted to say. Lydia needed to be protected from herself and from Daniel Lind, but Ginger wasn't sure if there was a way to do so that didn't implicate herself as a snitch. "What about her?" Ryan prompted, smiling slightly as he saw that Maggie and Bonnie had joined Dorothy in her dance. Ginger watched the trio too, heart warm and full at the sight. "A conversation for another time," she said eventually. "I don't want to think about any of that tonight. I just want to enjoy things." "Like the fact that Clementine has been making eyes at you all night?" Ryan asked with a grin, laughing when Ginger gasped and hit him. "I'm not enjoying it," she hissed in a mortified whisper, while her brother kept laughing. "Do you have any idea how awkward it is for me? I'm with Rhys. I mean, I like Clementine. Jacob. Ugh. But we haven't been a thing since we were dumb teenagers. Why is he getting all doe-eyed over me now?" Ryan patted her soothingly on the back, then stepped off the patio onto the grass. "I'll save you, don't worry. See if I can play wingman and take him out one evening. Set him up with someone else on the force, perhaps. We'll see. But I won't let this be a wrench in the works for you and Rhys." "My hero," Ginger said, following her brother back toward the main group. As soon as she was in arm's reach, Maggie and Bonnie pulled her into the dance circle with Dorothy. Laughingly, Ginger let it happen, even kicking off her shoes to feel the grass under her feet. "Start your 30s as you mean to go on," Bonnie said, clinking her wine glass with Ginger's champagne flute. "Drunk and dancing." "Oh, I have many more plans than that," Ginger said, squeaking with surprise as Maggie wrapped her arms around her waist from behind. "I've heard something about this," said the shorter Scott, barely able to get her chin onto Ginger's shoulder. "Have you really told the new head of the academy that you're not coming back?" Ginger swayed to the music, the puffed skirts of her red vintage dress moving with her. "I did indeed," she confirmed, taking another sip from her glass. "Miranda and I didn't part on bad terms, to be clear, but I could see that there wasn't really a future for me at the academy, and that it was probably best for me to leave. Let them recover the reputation I inadvertently caused so much damage to." Dorothy took the glass out of Ginger's hand, taking a drink before handing it back. "I think starting a new decade with a fresh slate is a wonderful thing, darling," she said, eyes sparkling with that familiar, motherly blend of pride and worry. "And you've got people around you who will be here for support until you know what you want to do next." "And making sure you're safe and healthy," Bonnie said, sneaking in to hug Ginger from the side. "No more struggling alone." Ginger sniffed as she felt tears of affection and gratitude fill her eyes. When told the full story, Bonnie had promised to help Ginger get hospital visits arranged, and her wife Mariah was going to look into what kind of therapy would be most beneficial. "Do you know what you want to do?" Maggie asked. "Any plans in the works?" "I do have an idea, as it happens," Ginger said with a secretive smile, thinking of the emails she'd been exchanging with the new owner of the bakery in Little Chiswick. "It's going to be a tough road, but I might be opening a bakery cafe of my own. Just need a few things to fall into place." A cheer went up from the collective group as Rhys appeared in the patio doorway carrying a cake wreathed in candles. As he began to walk across the grass toward the table bearing the remains of the buffet dinner, all of those gathered began to sing happy birthday. Ginger found herself pulled between laughing and crying, fully overwhelmed with the emotion of the moment. Once the cake, a simple but elegant two-tier construction covered in fluffy pink and green buttercream rosettes and fresh summer berries, was placed on the table, Rhys ushered her forward to blow out the candles. "I thought for a minute I'd have to make my own cake," Ginger joked, wiping away her tears before giving Rhys a lingering kiss. "Maggie, You're an absolute gem for asking Susan to make this for me. You can thank me after we've all eaten a slice of that beauty, Maggie said, raising her glass and eliciting a wave of laughter. Now, make a wish. Ginger took a moment to look around her gathered friends and family, her mother and Colin gently embracing as they looked on, Ryan carrying both Miles and Nina, the two cats gazing wide-eyed at the flickering candles, Bonnie and Mariah, Klimek smiling softly on the edge of the group, something soft and pained in his eyes, Rosanna, Maggie and Rhys, dear Rhys, right by her side. What more could she possibly wish for? She looked back at the cake, gazing deep into the candlelight, thinking of everything she'd survived in her 20s and what wonders awaited her in this new decade. Perhaps there was one thing to wish for. Closing her eyes, Ginger thought of a bakery filled with her creations and happy customers. Then she blew out the candles, her heart full of hope and love. The next book is available on our website and on Amazon. Read the next book now. Click on the image or scan the QR code.
Scan the QR code or click on the link in the description to read the next book in the series. Share this video with your friend or watch one of the following videos. Subscribe to our channel, like this video and hit the notification bell to not miss any new audiobooks. Thank you for watching.